He's on. All right, well, with that, I guess we'll call to order the April 2nd Planning Commission hearing. Should we start with the Pledge of Allegiance? David, lead us. All right, thank you. We'll go to attendance.
Chair Romeyer,
Here.
Vice Chair Villanueva, absent at this time. Commissioner Becerra,
Here.
Commissioner Del Villar,
Here.
Commissioner Williams,
Here.
Commissioner Jockman,
Here.
Commissioner Velto.
Here.
I think I heard a faint here there. We have a quorum.
Here, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's still a little faint, but yes. All right, great. We, just to give everyone in the chambers a little heads up, we're going to change the order of some of the items on the agenda. And that's because we have our legal staff has some timing issues in regarding a conflict of interest and whatnot. So we are going to hear, after we go through public comment, we're going to go here with Need to Speed. Then we'll go to Grand Sierra. Then we'll go to Starbucks. And then Stonegate and Ranchera. So just a heads up for those who are here. Now we will open the public comment. This is public comment for either any item agendized or any general public comment. If you have public comment for anything, you do need to fill out the orange request to speak form. If you're online, you of course can raise your hand as well. But we will start with public comment in the chambers. Do we have anyone wishing to speak?
Chair, I'm going to read the language into the record just for a second.
Please do, thank you.
Members of the public may call into the meeting to provide public comment by using the Zoom link provided on the agenda, specifically https://links.reno.gov/P planning 04-02-25. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the Planning Commission as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the Planning Commission agenda. Please note that the Planning Commission may not take action upon any matter not agendized for possible action on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment at this time, please raise your hand. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. We did receive correspondence for this item that was forwarded to the commission and entered into the public record.
Thank you. All right, would you like to offer some public comment?
Yeah, good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Emily Allen. I live at 1930 Lassen Avenue. And I'm here to talk about the potential of shared ownership to address the economic challenges facing our community. We are all familiar with the challenges facing the U.S. economy: stagnant wages, rising costs, especially housing costs, wealth inequality, a possible oncoming recession. Most of us, however, are less familiar with the set of impactful and self-sustaining shared ownership solutions that other cities, including Denver, Madison, Philadelphia, and Cincinnati, have begun implementing. So there are 3 major buckets of shared ownership solutions. The first is community ownership of real estate. Second is employee ownership of businesses. The third is business and community ownership of shared services. And with Reno already facing pressure on affordable housing and aging business ownership, these models offer a local solution that put assets back in the hands of our community members. The resulting impacts include community wealth building, resilient local businesses, and improved housing affordability. Today, I'll focus on community ownership of real estate and then briefly touch on the other 2 buckets. So there are multiple models of community ownership of real estate. The first is a model the city is actually already familiar with, which is community land trusts or neighborhood trusts, such as the Community Housing Land Trust administered by our Community Foundation. In this model, a trust, often managed by a nonprofit, owns real estate on behalf of the community and maintains housing affordability. This model can also be used for commercial properties. In Philadelphia, Kensington Corridor Trust is a community-controlled real estate entity that owns and manages 30 residential and commercial properties, keeping rents low for both local residents and businesses. Another model is housing or resident-owned cooperatives, where individual residents of apartment buildings or mobile home parks come together to buy the building or the land that they are renting to own and manage it cooperatively. Rock USA is a national nonprofit that has supported the transition of over 300 mobile home communities to resident-owned communities, preserving almost 24,000 affordable housing units. As you evaluate housing and land use proposals, I urge you to recognize shared ownership, especially housing co-ops, and land trusts as viable, scalable tools to deliver permanent affordable housing and community stability. Community-owned real estate can operate alongside employee-owned businesses and business and community-owned shared services to build stronger, more resilient communities. Employee ownership models, including employee stock ownership plans or ESOPs, worker cooperatives, and employee ownership trusts offer a viable exit strategy for retiring business owners and create benefits for workers, businesses, and communities. Finally, business and community ownership of shared services allow small businesses and nonprofits who are struggling with rising operational costs to achieve better economies of scale and more efficient use of resources. I asked the Planning Commission and City Council to recommend a study on cooperative housing and consider zoning updates that support shared ownership models as part of future planning updates. Please reach out to me if you're interested in learning more.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment?
Looks like we might have a few on Zoom. Lynn, if you're ready to speak?
Let's finish the ones in chambers, if that's okay? Yeah, sure. Please make sure you fill out the comment card.
I did.
Oh, okay.
Put it in the basket over there.
Okay. Make sure it's a general public comment.
For anyone wishing to make public comment tonight, please make sure you write the item you wish to speak under, just going forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for my time tonight, and thank you for your community service. My name is Mike Mello. I live in Ranchera. Just for reference, I'm a four-tour Vietnam veteran. And I'm here to talk about Ranchera. This PUD amendment is confusing. I went through it several times, and the emphasis seems to be on unit reduction from 722 units to 469 units, but that's in a 1 mile radius. Really what we're talking about here is we're referring to a 7-acre lot, which is a final infill project in Ranchera. But what we're really talking about on the card that I got is removing references to equestrian and riding facilities and those sorts of things without any mention to the lot that they want to amend. The planners want to stuff 29 lots into the 7 acres, which gives us a lot size of around 5,200 square feet. And the size of those lots would be the smallest in Ranchera. We currently have 59 homes being scheduled to be built on lot 7, which is 12 acres. Those lots are 8,850 square feet, and the homes are small. The issue with lot 8, going from 7 acres, from 7 1-acre lots to 29, is lot 7 is right in the middle of the custom home section of Ranchera. So there's multi-million-dollar homes on either side. Looks like there's one being built right now that's 7,000 square feet, something along those lines. And these homes are, multi-million-dollar homes. I think it's unfair to the people who have sunk their hard-earned money into their dream homes and end up with homes right next door that are potentially a third the size of the homes that they built. In the town hall, the developers said that they wanted to get out of Ranchera. They've been there too long, and we hope that we can come to some sort of a compromise, some sort of a workable plan. Maybe we take those lots, make them half-acre lots, something along those lines, so that nice homes can be built, people can be proud of what they have, and everybody would be happy. That's it.
Great, thank you. You mentioned there are people online wishing to speak.
Lynn, when you're ready, you can unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Audio. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Lynn.
Oh, good. Okay, this is in regards to need to speed. And I just want to know how loud their music, their outdoor music is going to be. Can they promise to keep the volume down when they are open, no matter what time of day or what day of the week it is? We're directly across the street from them. There are or apartments behind them, homes on the west side of 395, and I face that portion where they're going to open need to speed. So I would like to know that if I have a barbecue and people over, that we won't be blasted out by need to speed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we have one more attendee. Art, when you are ready, you can unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Art, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Oh, okay, there it is. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, for the record, Art Rangel, 255 North Sierra Street. And I'm speaking on item 4.2 on tonight's Planning Commission agenda. The location of the proposed UNR basketball stadium concert venue is ideal as a Catalyst entertainment venue for the following 2 reasons. First, from a city planning perspective, as a high vehicle trip generation land use, it is situated at the intersection of 2 major freeways and adjacent to the airport, thereby reducing vehicle miles traveled. If the 300-unit workforce housing is built in the future, it would reduce employee vehicle trips and could provide much-needed affordable housing. The enclosed arena would be situated away from sensitive residential land uses relative to noise and glare. The second reason is from an economic development perspective, the project could generate significant tax increment for redevelopment project area 2. If the hotel is eventually built, based on the initial draft 10-year pro forma, the project could eventually generate almost $90 million in annual taxable sales and room rental tax by 2036. Teaming with UNR, which in my opinion is a premier Northern Nevada institution, is a win for both the city and UNR. A comprehensive evaluation of the draft and future pro forma is needed, especially given the 5-year gap between phase 1 and 2. But this is not within the authority of the Planning Commission. This project is an example of smart growth. I'm hopeful the issues raised by RTC, NDOT, and the airport can be easily resolved. I encourage the Commission to approve the CUP so that the project can move on to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board to evaluate the forthcoming reform. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have anyone else on Zoom with their hand raised. I believe you have Catherine's request to speak form for this item.
Okay, Catherine Schmidt.
Good evening. I'm here as a longtime Reno resident and Reno High School neighbor. I walk between Foster Drive, the river, Raley's, and Village Shopping Center regularly, and my 3 sons graduated from Reno High School. As I walk, I pick up litter constantly on these streets, and I love the neighborhood because it is walkable. I'm here tonight to log my opposition to the drive-through Starbucks proposed for the corner of Booth Street and Foster Drive because it does not meet Reno code, is not in keeping with the master plan, and will negatively impact our neighborhood. The reimagined Reno master plan, which included so much public input, clearly reflects the mission of prioritizing safe, walkable neighborhoods. From the master plan, the purpose of the neighborhood commercial district is intended to promote a mix of pedestrian-oriented, commercial, retail services, and housing options. Guiding principle 4.4 of the master plan is to encourage the creation of walkable neighborhood centers that provide a variety of services and amenities. Throughout the master plan, there is a focus on increasing multimodal transportation and safe pedestrian and bicycle access. Drive-throughs are car-centric. They're not designed to encourage community, and they're a danger to those on foot or bike. Additionally, the Annexation and Land Development Code, Chapter 18.03, Article 4, Accessory Units and Structures, Part F, says that in multi-use districts, drive-through food service shall only be permitted east of I-80 or within 1/4 mile of a freeway off-ramp. This location is more than a mile from the freeway and is in a well-established older southwest neighborhood. Although I prefer local business, my objection is not with the corporate Starbucks. My objection is to the poorly placed drive-through plans for several reasons. One, the Starbucks is just a mile away from two other drive-through Starbucks. And they're more appropriately located within 1/4 mile of the freeway at Keystone. Additionally, there is already a drive-through coffee shop in the Village Shopping Center. We don't need another drive-through. Secondly, the supposed 11 stacked spots do not meet requirements as they block the parking spaces that are on that small lot. And thirdly, there are students walking all over this area in the morning, during lunch hour, and after school. Adding a drive-through to the congestion there is not smart or safe. Fourth, I'm concerned about the negative impacts of more idling cars, litter, and car traffic in an already congested intersection during school hours. What I hope the Planning Commission will consider is approval of a walk-in Starbucks, like the one at Plum and Arlington. That would be more appropriate for this space. I requested denial of the proposed drive-through because it is not in keeping with the master plan or Reno code. This would prioritize safety of the residents, commuters, parents, bicyclists, and students, and closely align with code. It would help us develop the safe, walkable neighborhoods envisioned in the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any more requests to speak forms.
Great, thank you. Is anybody who's entered the chambers looking to speak under public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and move to the development hearings. We're going to start with need to speed with presentation from staff. Oh. As we're considering that, does the board want to handle this one in an expedited manner? Yay, one yay? Yes. Yes? Yeah, sounds good. Okay.
Yes.
That would be universal. So we will forego the presentation and open it up to public comment for anyone wishing. We had one public comment on need to speed for anyone else wishing to speak on this item.
I simply want to address the public comment. So I'm Chris Hutgard, President of Need to Speed. There was concern about the noise levels. We're only going to have music on the patio to basically try and drone out the noise from the highway there. So, but we want it to be a conversational space, and anyone on the west side of 395, I doubt will even hear the music. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from the commission?
Commissioner Becerra, just a comment. I think the reason why we're expediting this is because it's a clerical matter. All the other findings have been addressed in the past, and so we wanted to be judicious with our time, especially since it's a full night. So I just wanted to say that.
All right. Seeing no questions from the commission?
Callie, can you please confirm that we don't have anybody on Zoom under public comment up for this item?
We do not have anyone on Zoom with their hand raised.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, seeing no more questions from the board, is anybody interested in discussion? Okay,
I can make a motion.
Perfect.
Sure. Kelly or whomever, can I get a motion on the screen, please? Or
You want me? I can make it if you. I'll have
David,
it up. Commissioner Jockman, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the amendment to the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
All in, second?
Second.
All in
Commissioner
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Project approved. All right. Moving on, we are going to hear the Grand Sierra Resort Arena, again, to accommodate our legal staff. We will start with a presentation from staff.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Nathan Gilbert, Principal Planner with the Development Services Department, presenting LDC 25-8, Grand Sierra Resort Arena. The request is for a conditional use permit to allow for a multi-purpose sports arena, building height greater than 85 feet in the mixed-use urban zone, and amusement recreation outside, which would be activation of a proposed public plaza space. The 28-acre project area is located on the northern portion of the 140-acre Grand Sierra Resort property, bounded by East 2nd Street to the north, Mill Street to the south, I-580 to the west, and the Truckee River and Gregg Street to the east. A little bit of background on the property. It opened originally as the MGM Grand in 1978. At least according to the postcards at the time, it was the largest casino in the world. In 1981, expansions included an additional 26-story wing, which is generally the hotel footprint that we're familiar with today. Over the years, there have been several changes to ownership and branding of the property, from MGM, Bally's, the Hilton to the GSR. And there have been numerous entitlements approved for property amenities and property expansions, like the aqua golf, the outdoor amusement area, ice rink, et cetera. Currently, the site is zoned mixed-use urban with a gaming overlay. That's the high-intensity zoning district, and the gaming overlay facilitates the non-restricted hotel casino type of operation. There is about slightly over 1% of the property is zoned general commercial. It's kind of a leftover on East 2nd Street, and that's where the go-karts are currently, and the sports bar that is not part of the application. Master plan land use is urban mixed use, and there are numerous supporting policies for the request, including arts and outdoor recreation tourism, urban revitalization, priority locations for infill and redevelopment, underutilized properties, coordination with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, parking structures, complete streets, and provision of community amenities. Overview of the project. Primarily, this is a 295,000 square foot, 10,000 seat multi-purpose arena. 45,000 square foot, 500 seat connected ice rink. An 8-level parking garage with 2,800 spaces. And that central plaza area called the fan zone in between the parking area, the arena, and connecting to the hotel property, as well as the associated surface parking lot and site improvements on the northern portion of the site. There's an east-west orientation to building design with court level 19 feet below the main concourse or the hotel level. The arena height is about 118 feet with the attached north-facing ice rink at 58 feet. Given the centralized location and connectivity to the 27-story hotel, generally support the increase in the standard 85-foot height cap in the mixed-use urban zone. Also, 33% of the street-facing facade is transparent glazing, and code would require 25% minimum. As far as building orientation, the mixed-use urban zone encourages development to be facing the primary street, but it does allow for exceptions in 1804, provided that the project provides enhanced landscaping on that primary street, direct pedestrian access, and enhanced pedestrian amenities above and beyond what's required. So that would be enhanced landscaping along the East 2nd Street, and they're proposing a 6-foot pedestrian access leading directly to that public plaza space in the arena entrance. Additional East Second Street improvements include undergrounding of the existing overhead power lines. There'd be about 800 new trees and associated ground cover with this portion. 1% of project costs are allocated to pedestrian amenities as a requirement in the mixed-use zone, which is substantial at a project of this scale. Plaza Fan Zone would be used to host pregame events and special activities. It's included in this CUP, so they don't have to come back for special activity permits if they're going to have a pep rally before a game, things like that. Code doesn't consider freeway orientation as a frontage, but it does require that truck loading areas are adequately screened from the public right-of-way. There are about 6+ loading bays proposed facing the freeway, and condition number 5 ensures compliance with the loading area screening requirements along the freeway view shed with landscape enhancements. This is a graphic sent by the applicant. Condition 5 will ensure that coverage is the length of the view shed. Access to the site is via East 2nd Street, Mill Street, and Gregg Street. Preliminary traffic impact analysis estimates 2,600 peak hour trips arriving and 186 peak hour trips departing. These assumptions are at full arena capacity, that's the full 10,000, and theater occupancy at 3,000 during the peak hour, and is roughly estimated to occur at seven times per year, depending on the event. Conditions number 7 through 8 are based on NDOT, RTC, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and Public Works feedback. We reviewed several iterations of proposed mitigations, meeting collaboratively with the agencies. Conditions 7 and 8 are the proposed mitigations. They will need to be further fleshed out in a final traffic impact analysis prior to arena permitting. The concept is the permanent directional lane use alterations and off-ramps, Mill Street and 2nd Street, and a right turn lane on East 2nd Street. Can you move to the next slide? I don't have any giddy up left. Thank you. This concept as proposed and conditioned would alleviate the need for event-related street management and permitting, which was a major concern from staff and NDOT. And it maintains the bus stop actually a little closer to the crosswalk leading to the Reno Sparks Indian Colony Commercial Center. Condition number 13 requires RTC coordination to ensure adequate continuous service during construction. There are 3 RTC bus lines that run along East 2nd Street, and one actually goes onto the GSR property. All improvements, of course, are subject to NDOT approval and permitting. And condition number 6 ensures that all 2,386 new parking spaces are fully operational prior to a certificate of occupancy for the arena. The project is estimated to increase sanitary sewer flows by about 169,000 gallons per day to the Truckee Meadows waste reclamation facility. There is adequate treatment capacity at Tum Wharf. Condition number 9 addresses the relocation of the 39-inch sewer interceptor. You can see the existing line in red, which is going to run right under the proposed parking garage. That'll need to be relocated in the alignment shown in green prior to any permitting for the garage use. The conditions number 10 through 12 address easements, maintenance, access, and approvals of that final sewer bypass plan. Staff analysis of findings, the use is allowed with an approved CUP. The mixed-use gaming zone supports high-intensity development, higher floor area ratios. Conditions 7 through 8 and 13 help mitigate traffic and transit issues. The use meets all standards, parking, the updated code, parking, lighting, and landscaping standards. Public services and utilities are in place. Conditions 9 through 13 address utility infrastructure concerns. It's primarily an indoor operation consistent with the MU gaming zone and destination hotel property, and there would be no or minimal noise, smoke, odor, or dust, or vibrations once established. Staff's recommended motion for approval is on your screen, and I'm available for any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. We'd like to hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Andrew Diss. I'm a Senior Vice President with Morello Gaming, which owns and operates the Grand Sierra. I want to start this presentation tonight first by thanking all the staff that have worked on this project. Mr. Gilbert, thank you, and everybody else at the City of Reno. This is going to be a transformative investment into our community, and I'm proud to stand before you today to talk about it. I'm going to give you a brief overview. I think a lot of you know the general idea behind the arena. It's phase one of what is going to be a 10-year investment by our ownership into bringing this property into life. You all heard in 1978 when this property opened, it was the largest hotel and casino in the world, right here in Reno. And what we are going to be doing over the next decade is just adding to that legacy. Phase one is going to be the arena and the parking garage. We are then going to move on to the lake. We're going to have an aqua golf out there. We're going to be doing workforce housing, 300 units that will go to our team members. We think it's a great location that is right along the Truckee River. It's going to bring the river to life. That's important to us, embracing that. Our property has never done a good job of embracing the fact that we are right along the shores of the Truckee River. But getting back to the actual arena, this is a view of what it's going to look like when you're traveling on 395. You can see the nice blue sapphire color. We are really embracing our partnership with the University of Nevada with this project moving forward, and we are so lucky to have them as partners. This is what it's going to look like for the new home of the Wolfpack. I have gone to games at Lawler Event Center my entire life, and while I have a lot of good memories there, I don't think it's going to compare with the experience that the fans are going to be able to have at this new arena. We're going to be able to have over 10,000 fans there. It's going to be a first-class experience. And the other thing that this arena is going to allow us to do is attract other big sporting events. We are in the midst of the NCAA tournament. The Final Four is this weekend. While we are not a big enough venue to host the Final Four, we are a big enough venue to host the first and second rounds of the NCAA tournament. And I have no doubt that we will attract those games here in Reno because we have built this arena to NCAA specifications, and the NCAA loves a destination city like Reno because we have the hotel inventory to accommodate all the fan bases coming here into our community, and we cannot wait until this is open in 2027. This is a mock-up of what it's going to look like for concerts. Entertainment is what we do at the Grand Sierra. I think all of you are probably familiar with the Grand Theater. That's a 3,000-seat venue. We had to up our game to compete with the Northern California tribal gaming properties. They have all built and invested significant amounts of money into entertainment venues, and we have to keep giving our guests a reason to keep driving over the hill and visit Reno. And this arena is going to accomplish that. That is end of stage setup. We'll have center court setups, if you will. You'll be able to get a little more people in there, but we're going to be able to attract some of the top names in entertainment to come right here to Reno. This is what it's going to look like when you walk from the main casino floor into the arena itself, the main concourse. This is another view from the same area where the casino is towards your back and you're looking forward out to where the event venue is going to be. And one of the enhancements over the current Lawler Event Center that this is going to have is lots of F&B options for the guests that are attending a show or a basketball game there. So this is one of the mini suites. We're going to have 8 mini suites in addition to full-size suites, which is this. We're going to be around 25 or so full-size suites. And it's really enhancing the experience at the venue. We're also really excited to be building, as part of this development and part of the CUP application, is a 500-seat community ice rink. We have seen the success of Reno Ice in South Reno. We have developed a very close partnership with them, and we're looking forward to unveiling more about that in the future. But to enhance the ice offerings here in the community, we are going to be doing our 500-seat venue. Youth hockey leagues, we're going to be running those. We have a lot of experience doing that in Arizona already, and we cannot wait to bring it here to the community. And then here's a mock-up of the parking garage. You all know that there is a significant parking requirement attached to the arena as required by code. This parking garage is going to be, the numbers we are at right now, 2,835 stalls. The arena itself requires 2,300 seats, so we exceed the code requirement with the parking garage, and it's going to bring our overall total parking capacity at the Grand Sierra over 1,000 parking spots over what is required by code. We're also gaining surface lots where the current go-karts are located and the swing on the corner. All of that is going to be developed into surface parking for the project. There are going to be speed ramps there. And so these are some of the things. I don't know if staff is able to pull up. I submitted a heat map from the university of where their season ticket holders live. And if we could pull that up, I think it's important to talk about that. If not, I can put it on the screen. I have a hard copy here if you guys want to.
We're looking into it, just a moment.
Okay.
What he's referring to came in an email a few hours ago.
I do have a hard copy if you guys are able to just pull up the overhead.
Okay, pull up the overhead. Go ahead and place it on the overhead.
Okay, looks like you all can see that. So I wanted to share this with you because I think it's important to make the distinction about the different types of events that we are going to have at the arena. We're going to have events that are going to bring in a lot of out-of-towners, and we're going to have events that bring in a lot of the local members of the community. So for out-of-town events, I'm thinking concerts on a busy Friday, Saturday night. You're going to have people coming in from Northern California to attend a specific show. And a number of those people are already going to be on property. So you're not going to have the huge surge prior to the show starting and after it lets out of a lot of vehicle traffic coming and going from the property. But for a local event such as a Nevada basketball game, you can see the red and the orange colored areas is where you have the season ticket holders living, and they're predominantly in West Reno, Old Southwest, that area. I myself live in this part of town, and I drive to work at GSR every day, and I do not get on the freeway. I take Plum down to Kitski and Kitski over to Mill, and then I'm at work. And my guess is that a lot of the people that live in this area are going to be doing the same thing. You are going to have people coming in off of the freeway, probably off of that Mill Street exit and the 2nd Street exit to the north of the property coming from South Reno, but also from Northwest Reno and Sparks and Spanish Springs. But I wanted to highlight this because I do think the majority of people who are coming to a local event like the basketball game are not going to be using the freeway. We all take great pride in living in a 20-minute city like Reno, and we want to make sure that we keep the character of Reno and how quickly we're able to make it from one side of town to the other as part of that project. So with that, I will make myself available. I'll be here for questions, but I wanted to bring up Stephanie Remp, who is the athletic director for the University of Nevada, and she wanted to share a few comments with you. And then after Stephanie, Mr. Chilson, who is our traffic engineer, is going to come up on specifics on traffic. So thank you.
All right, good evening. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. So we are thrilled about the opportunity to be able to participate and play in an arena and a venue of this magnitude. It will be an absolute game-changing experience for not only our student athletes, our basketball program, but our entire university. And so we're excited about it. One of the pieces that we wanted to address is about the students. And so we are committed to getting our students to these games. College athletics is very much about students and the band and all of those types of things. So it's important to our university and to the members that come, and to the fans that come to the games that our students are involved. So we are working with the Grand Sierra as well as our institution about how we're going to bus our students there. So we want to make sure that they have transportation, that it's a positive experience, and so that we have an active bus flow. We've been working with the designers of the arena to make sure it's an easy flow to drop off and exit, as well as the picking up. So I'm happy to answer any questions about how we are going to take advantage of this opportunity, as well as the experience that it'll have for our fans and our student athletes, if you have any questions.
Good evening, Lauren Chilson, Principal and Traffic Engineer with GCW. Just want to let you know that we are providing a comprehensive traffic study meeting NDOT standards. That's being reviewed by the City, RTC, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, all of which agencies are providing comments and we're addressing. We put a lot of work into the study. It's a good-sized project, but the magic is it's served by 2 interchanges right off the freeway, and so we do have capacity. The study is for full attendance in the 10,000-seat arena, plus full attendance in the in the Grand Theater. That's a very conservative condition, but nonetheless, we want to make sure we've covered, and so the study does cover that scenario. The project is served, as been mentioned, by a 2,800 space parking garage located on the north side of the property off of Glendale. Therefore, the primary access to the project is Glendale, and that off ramp. Acknowledging, though, that traffic will be coming from Mill Street as well, and those assignments are all made in the traffic study. NDOT has been through with us a couple rounds of the traffic study at this point. We're down making the final changes, and hopefully this version that'll go in very soon is the final, I hope. But we are getting close, and we're working very collaboratively, having multiple conversations with a variety of agencies and working out those details. One of the things that has come up through the studies is the Mill Street off-ramp from 580, and I'll put this on the overhead if you'll help me out there, please. I just want to note that the concept being submitted in this traffic study version that will go in within the next couple weeks does include a lengthened pocket on the right-hand side of the roadway there, the through and right turn lane. We intend to lengthen that out to 500 feet and install queue detection loops, and that's just to make sure that that ramp, which already has a fair amount of traffic on it, doesn't back up on the freeway. This has been a recurring theme, and so I just want to let you know we are addressing that. Condition number 7 of the conditions of approval does require that we complete this process with NDOT, take care of permitting, get the traffic study approved before building permits. We absolutely recognize that, and we're taking care of that. So not an uncommon condition to have it on a project this big when we've got to deal with NDOT and federal highways. So appreciate the flexibility in that, but we will absolutely get it done. And I'm also available for questions at the time.
All right, thank you. Disclosure. Now we'll go to disclosures. Let's start with Commissioner Becerra.
Sure. Goodness, I'll just have to remember. Let's see, I met with the applicant, read and reviewed material. I'm very familiar with the site itself. I spoke with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and yeah, that's it.
Commissioner Del Villar, I am familiar with the site. I've received and read the information, and I did go to the Elite 8 basketball game this weekend, so it'd be interesting if they were here. I think that's it.
All right. Commissioner Rohrmeyer spoke with the applicant and familiar with the site.
Commissioner Williams, I've had a phone conversation with the applicant and have read the provided material and am familiar with the project.
Commissioner Jockman spoke with the applicant and a member of the applicant's team.
Okay. And Commissioner Velto?
Commissioner Balto spoke with the applicant's representative and am familiar with the site.
Great, thank you. Now we'll open this to public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on the Grand Sierra Resort Arena?
We do have an attendant on Zoom with their hand raised. Kathy, when you're ready, please unmute your mic, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Kathy, whenever you're ready. Kathy, when you're ready, you can unmute your mic. You'll have 3 minutes. Just hit that unmute button. Okay, we also have Rebecca. Rebecca, if you're ready, you can unmute your mic. State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me yet? Oh my gosh.
We can hear you, Kathy. There's some echo there.
Oh, I know. That's because I'm about as familiar with this stuff as whatever.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Anyway, I don't have to holler. I'm sorry, I got a loud voice. Anyway, about this GSR, the way they are pumping sunshine up everybody's, whatever. The traffic is not going to allow all of this stuff. It's already crazy as it is. Are they going to widen Mill Street? Are they going to widen the other roads? What can I say? Why don't you spend the money on a amusement park out by Fernley where the whole family can go instead of this? That's my question. Let's have some amusement parks instead of going to Florida or California. Because at least anyway you have traffic. Of course, then they have to widen I-80 all the way out there. Anyway, bye. Now shut this damn thing off.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got Rebecca. Rebecca, when you're ready, unmute your mic. You'll have 3 minutes. Rebecca, do you not wish to speak under this item? If so, please lower your hand.
Okay, did it work?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi you guys. Thank you for hearing us. I think my concern is probably about the same as everybody else in this city, in this vicinity at this point in time, is how is this being funded? We keep saying that the taxpayers are gonna have to pay for this. And that is a huge concern because, if we gotta pay our bills, we gotta have our money. Like, if they wanna do this, they should have the funds and this should not be put on taxpayers. So I'm wondering if this is actually happening and they're going to want the taxpayers to pay for this, or if they have a funding plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I do not have anyone else in Zoom with their hand raised at this time.
All right, and seeing no one in chambers, we'll close public comment, and we can open it for the board to ask questions of staff or the applicant. Who would like to start?
Commissioner Becerra, love to kick it off. Why not? I guess let's start with the funding question, just to kind of level set. Maybe it's for staff. Mike, for clarity, we're not concerned with funding this evening for this project, or are we?
That's correct. The funding for the project is outside the purview of the Planning Commission and is not associated with the request before you tonight.
Thank you, sir. All right, game on. I think maybe let's get the applicant up here, Mr. Dis. Just I think Ms. Stephanie mentioned that there is going to be a shuttle service, which is great. I guess I was curious, will this shuttle service be for game days only, or is service made available perhaps week long for students and families to enjoy other parts of the GSR experience?
Resort. Commissioner Becerra, at this point in time, it's for game days. If a need arises, we're more than happy to take a look and see if it makes sense on days outside of game days.
Fantastic. And we'll stick with the theme of recreation and kind of amenities. I think the ice rink is a cool thing too. Will the ice rink be made available to or accessible to local youth, schools, and the general public as well?
Absolutely. That is our intent. That's the whole reason behind building it.
Excellent. All right. Got a few more, but I'm going to pass the puck or ball or whatever to my fellow commissioners.
Sure, Commissioner Jockman, so question about traffic, I guess, for the traffic engineer on the project. Condition number 7, obviously, we don't have an accepted traffic impact study. Our job is in part to make the findings, and this ultimately punts it towards the permit for vertical construction. One of the parts of condition 7 states additional traffic mitigations may be required prior to acceptance. That's an open-ended item that could require a lot on the applicant's side, and I guess this is a question for both of you, but are you comfortable with the phrasing for that, given that it is in flux?
Yeah, we fully, Lauren Chilson for the record, we fully recognize that we've got to finish this traffic study. We've got to get it through federal highways. We've got to get it through NDOT. I believe we will. We've had really good conversations, and yes, we fully acknowledge the condition, the terms of it, that we've got to get this thing to the finish line with permitting, and we understand the conditions of that. Absolutely.
Great, thank you. I yield.
Commissioner Del Villar, I have a couple questions about the sewer. I'm not sure who this question should be directed to, but just sort of in general, you mentioned that there was going to be an increase in sewer flow of 169,000 a day. Is that just for game days, concert days?
Nathan Gilbert, that's an average flow rate.
Okay,
based
perfect.
on
Thank you.
preliminary sewer.
Thank you. And the other question I have is around the plaza. Is that going to be like a public space where people can go, or is it going to be closed off and only open during game days? Or
I will say if they wanted to use the pedestrian amenity, which again, 1% is going to be a lot, it has to be available to the public at all times.
Got it. Okay.
Otherwise, it could be private. But if they're using it if they're using pedestrian amenity funds to implement that, it'd have to be fully available to the public.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a traffic question. So I take north 580 to go home, and turning, I have to turn right and then get over into the left-hand lanes. So can you kind of explain how you think that flow is going to happen, or is that part of like streetlights, or just sort of generally how are you guys thinking of mitigating that?
Sure, I'm happy to answer your question. Which intersection are you referring to?
So if I'm on Mill, so I'm coming out of GSR, I turn right on Mill, and I need to get left to get onto North 580, because the 580 on-ramp is on the left.
May I have the overhead, please? So again, this is where we stand currently on concepts for improvements at the 580 on-off ramp in Mill Street. The improvements are all on the off-ramp as proposed.
Okay.
To increase that queuing and storage for the heavy inbound movement,
Got
so
it.
that we don't back up onto the freeway. The rest of the intersection is adequate with some minor signal timing modifications.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Andrew Diss for the record. Commissioner Del Villar, if I could just add to that. So the events that we have at the Grand Sierra currently in the theater, they're concerts that start at 7 and 8 o'clock at night. For Nevada basketball games, it's generally 7 or 8 o'clock if it's a late TV tip-off time. So, but I drive that way to go to my daughter's school. I know what it's like between basically 4 and 6:30 every day. So we're fairly confident that it's going to miss that window prior to when the heavy arrivals start coming to the property for one of those events on that stretch of 580 going north.
Do you have any other questions? Commissioner Becerra?
Sure, just a follow-up, maybe for staff. Nate, just a clarifying question for the proposed Phase 2, down the road, just so I can limit my questions. Will Phase 2 come before this body when that time comes, or are we?
Nathan Gilbert, my answer is that depends, right?
Oh, okay.
So the mixed-use zone allows for an awful lot of uses by right or through minor conditional use permits. So for example, the hotel, I can't remember the exact trigger, it's somewhere about 600 hotel rooms. That's a project of regional significance. Wouldn't come to the Planning Commission, but it would go to the Regional Planning Commission. Other types of use like outdoor recreation, aqua golf, that will be a minor conditional use permit, public notice, appealable to City Council.
Okay, so mechanisms for public input down the road.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that was in place.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. And then I guess one for Andrew. Just one more. Will you all be installing like intelligent transportation systems to kind of inform your visitors of, parking, traffic flow, and event congestion, just to help folks get around easily?
Andrew, just for the record, Commissioner Becerra, yes, that is one of the things that we've been considering. We want to make it as easy as possible for people to get in and out of the property, particularly for the locals who are coming. That intelligent traffic systems will help with that. Additionally, there will be EV charging stations within the new parking garage as well as on the surface lots. We've already got some installed currently at the GSR in front of the property on the big parking lot between the property and 395. We understand that we live in an evolving atmosphere when it comes to traffic and modes of people getting on and off the property. So, yes.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. I'm happy to jump into the deliberation when the rest of the body is, so I'm just going to kind of kick back here.
Commissioner Velto, did you have any questions?
No questions at this point. I'm ready to move into deliberation as well.
Sure. Would you like to start that?
Sure. I think I'll keep my comments relatively short. I think that the applicant has met all of the findings, and I'm prepared to move forward with this. I think there's a lot of benefits from this project. The benefits aren't necessarily tied to many of the findings we have to make, but I think the answers in particular to Commissioner Jockman's questions about traffic were helpful, because that was the only issue I potentially had a concern about, and I appreciate the Commissioner for bringing that up in the applicant's response.
All right, thank you. How about discussion from the folks in the chamber here?
Sure, Commissioner Becerra. Pretty much same sentiments as Commissioner Velto. Main concerns were around traffic. I do want to applaud the GSR, Mr. Dis, UNR, and others. Commissioner Rohrmeyer and I know we met with them months back when this was originally coming before us, and we shared our feedback and input. And since then, it's strengthened as far as what's come before us. They've made sure to meet with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony and satisfied their input and concerns. This is one of those projects that I can get fully behind. I'm Ward 3, it's Ward 3, 100% behind it. So thank you.
Commissioner Del Villar, again, same with some of the other commissioners. I had concerns about traffic and then also shuttles or buses to the games from UNR, especially for the students. So I think all my questions have been answered and I can make all the findings. So
Good. I'd like to commend this project for greening up a surface parking lot and taking an underutilized surface area and turning it into an amazing arena, as well as adding workforce housing. I think it's exemplary. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams, for the record, I would agree with everybody else. I think this project is fantastic, and I really appreciate the diligence of the city putting in the work and the explanation from the applicant. I am worried about traffic, and particularly the off-ramps, and dealing with this many agencies to make that work makes me a little nervous. That's pretty much all I have to say about that. I hope them the best, and I hope that it works well. Yeah. Thank you.
So obviously, Commissioner Jockman, my trade is as a traffic engineer, so I'm acutely aware of the delays and schedule problems that can be posed to applicants as a part of this when you have to deal with numerous agencies. The project that we're looking at has substantial compliance with the general policy 1.2A that pertains to tourism. And I think I'm comfortable with this applicant moving forward on the basis of making the findings with regard to traffic, particularly with what the applicant showed us, and knowing that many of these items are not in Reno right-of-way, which makes it important that we don't overstep our bounds with regard to what conditions we would want to see. So I'm happy with this moving forward.
Great. And Commissioner Becerra, this is your ward, so take it away.
All right, thank you so much. With that, well, I guess I should get the number right. All right. In the matter of case number LDC 25-00008, Grand Resort Arena, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, and I can make the findings.
Commissioner Del Villar, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none? Congratulations. All right, now we're going to go back to the Starbucks Booth Street and begin with a presentation from staff.
Yes, this is Carter Williams, Associate Planner for the record. I am presenting remotely this evening. Wait for my presentation.
Carter, item 4.2. Carter, we're working on pulling up your presentation. Just let us know when you'd like to move to the next slide.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Can you see your presentation on the screen, Carter?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
Thank you. And you can go to the next slide. So this is a request for a conditional use permit for a coffee shop. The request specifically is for an accessory drive-through facility next to residentially zoned property and within 300 feet of a public school. The project site is located at the northeast corner of Booth Street and Keystone Avenue. For context, in the area that this is across from Reno High School, or east of Reno High School, and south of the Clifton Young Federal Building and Courthouse. So the key issues analyzed in the staff report include compatibility with surrounding uses in the school, drive-through operational impacts, and traffic and access. Next slide, please. The property has the master land use designation of suburban mixed use. The policies and goals indicated here support this project include balanced modes, bikeways and supporting facilities for additional bicycle storage, and then adding to the overall mix of neighborhood centers. So the policies indicated here are contrasted in wave against specific policies that discourage auto-oriented uses within neighborhood centers. Staff was able to find that this is in conformance generally with the master plan in this case because it's generally located on the edge of a neighborhood center, allowing for more activity generating and pedestrian oriented uses to be located closer to the center. And the staff believes that enhanced pedestrian facilities and bicycle storage offset the auto-oriented character of the project. Next slide, please. The property is located within the neighborhood commercial zone, which is conforming under the suburban mixed-use master plan. And you can see already that there's a mix of zoning designations, and this is representative well of the uses that are surrounding the property. I wanted to note that during public comment, there was a restriction that was indicated that drive-through facilities are only to be located so much distance away from freeway off-ramps. That was a standard that was actually lifted with the zoning code cleanup adopted in January. So that under the current code, the neighborhood commercial zone allows for drive-through facilities with this conditional use permit. The coffee shop component is allowed by right in this zone, so we're looking at the general impacts of the site with relation to the residential and the school. And next slide, please. With respect to the surrounding uses, to the south, there's neighborhood supporting commercial. To the north and west are institutional and office uses, including the school, you know that. And then east is the residential. So generally, the site is located far enough away from the residential that it is consistent with the standard requirements for drive-through facilities with respect to residentially zoned property. And generally, this is adding to that mix of that center. So staff isn't too concerned with the compatibility of the zone with the existing standards and code. Next slide. With respect to the site plan, so the applicant has proposed an expanded sidewalk with a landscape parkway, and this is consistent with both the requirements for commercial corridors and code, and it is also consistent within the property to the north, which has about, actually it's closer to a 7 to 9 foot sidewalk, depending on where you are along the corridor. So that's indicated in blue is that upgraded sidewalk. It also is proposed to be separated from the street with a landscape parkway, which will add a safer barrier for pedestrians along that corridor and closer to that intersection. Along this as well, a condition is being posed or recommended rather to double the amount of bicycle parking storage. Currently, this is within a level 2 parking district. Normally, it has fewer bicycle parking spaces and a higher number of vehicular parking spaces. But the site's proximity to the school, major parks downtown, and the Truckee River Bike Trail, I think it's a good opportunity to increase the amount of bicycle parking storage. Again, with the intent to seek conformance with the master plan policies relating to balance of modes with pedestrian-oriented, or the pedestrian facilities as well as bicycle storage facilities. Next slide, please. Now, for the drive-through, the proposed drive-through meets the minimum length requirements for a drive-through facility according to the code. Drive-through distances under the code are required behind the order kiosk and the pickup window, so that there has to be so much distance between each of those facilities. Those are indicated in the numbered here. The current capacity for the proposed drive-through is 11 spaces without having it back up into the circulation area and parking area. A queuing analysis was performed that estimated the maximum queue length would be 6 vehicles. That's assuming 5 minutes to process orders from start to finish. Next slide, please. Now, code explicitly prohibits drive-through facility stacking in or blocking parking lot circulation areas, that was the backup area for parking and pedestrian paths. Based on the queuing analysis, the distance of the drive-through lane is nearly double the length necessary. So the current proposal can support double peak hour trips or generation and double the processing time or some combination of those two factors. But because we all know that the consistency with the queuing model is linked to the operation of a business, there might be some deviations from those estimates based on the business that is going in and operating that drive-through facility. The queuing analysis submitted did not appear to specifically reference this operation outside of that 5-minute time frame. So condition number 8 is proposed that would require a operation plan that requires the deployment of staff when a vehicle backup gets into that parking area. And this is in order to reduce the backup so that they're in compliance and move the cars along faster within the drive-through. So that could be solutions like taking orders in queue, outside of just the existing kiosk, or having people waiting for orders, park and wait for curbside service. So we're letting that happen at the business license, and that would also be something that we would address each time a new business would operate with this under this conditional use permit. Now, the second condition, condition number 9. So if the backup or stacking ends up going into the right-of-way, really the only recourse that I think staff would be reasonable was to turn people away. But condition 9 would allow us to first initiate a process to work with the administrator to come up with solutions to reduce that stacking to be in compliance. But if that problem continues and we're not able to get around the repeat violations of that requirement, we would then initiate a hearing before the Planning Commission to reconsider the application. Next slide, please. Now, on traffic and access generally, so the traffic study that was submitted, or the traffic impact, or I think it was an entry and access study, indicated that 90% of the traffic generated are going to be pass-by trips. And pass-by trips are those trips that have, they're going to some other destination, and they happen to stop on the way here. So that's supported by the Institute of Transportation Engineers Manual, which is acceptable to staff. The access driveway itself is positioned as far as possible away from that intersection. And just to be clear, the property is allowed an access, and access will be allowed somewhere on the site. City staff and RTC both agree that this is the most appropriate location for this access. The highest, and also in engineering's analysis, the highest traffic period where this project will have the highest peak hour trips will be also during the period with school release and opening times when a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit is in effect. So there's a safety component there that we're less concerned about incidents at that driveway. RTC did review this application and recommends that the developer of the parcel work with their team, but they're not far enough along in the design process for the Keystone Bridge Improvement Project to give more specific feedback to this development, so that they had no explicit comments. Next slide, please. On the screen are the findings for a conditional use permit. Staff was able to review and meet all the findings, including compatibility, consistency with development standards. Public services, there is a requirement to extend the existing sewer service to the site. So that would be handled during building permit. And then otherwise, staff is not anticipating any detrimental impact to public health, safety, or welfare. Next slide. And on the screen is the recommended motion. The applicant will have a presentation, but afterward will be available for questions.
Great, thank you. We'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Brooke Oswald, the REC Group, and representing the client tonight. Case before you, LDC 250042. Just quickly to go through the team working on this. Dake Companies is the developer. He has the land and has Starbucks under lease to move into this project site. SCA did the design on the architecture. Hartfeld Engineering, who is here tonight, did our traffic study, traffic and queuing analysis. Bowen Consulting doing the civil work. I'm with the REC Group, Land Planning and Design, and I threw Washoe County on there because it's kind of a unique situation. We not only received comment from them, been working with them, but they did reach out to work with them with their students. So we were supposed to meet this morning with their career and college resource coordinator. She was sick, so we're planning on meeting with them next week to see how students can be involved as this project goes forward. I kind of blew out a little bit further to give you context of the location. Our location is here. This is an infill location. As you can see, most of the land around this has been developed. That provides a really unique opportunity of that infill situation. This is a hard site, and it's vacant land. This increases our tax rolls and other things that we see with that development coming in. The surrounding uses directly to the north, we have a federal building. Whoop. And I turned it off, sorry. This is one of the wonderful features in this neighborhood is we have a grocery anchored center. There are a number of uses from the grocery store, a number of personal service, but it should be noted we do have a drive-through existing there. There is an auto repair shop, and there is a car wash. These are really car-oriented, so there are car-oriented businesses in that central area there. Our residential, being a single-family residential here. We also have some multifamily down below, but if you're familiar with the site, that's undevelopable land and a hillside there. And so this is really our, would be the residential concern. We also have some residential up above. This is a higher density residential. So we have some multifamily, some townhomes. And so we really feel that this is a great population for people to be able to walk down and grab a cup of coffee there. We have a great park systems also in close proximity to this and the trail system and the school. This is located on Booth and Keystone. As Carter mentioned briefly, there is a project currently under, which is that RTC Keystone Avenue improvements. We've been following that and working with that, listening to they're in the feasibility stage of this. But I know one thing they are looking at is more pedestrian connectivity and bike connectivity. So that will be a big aspect of this project, and we're really supportive of that and hoping that we can engage with more people in different modes of travel than just the vehicle. Our request, as Carter said, it's for a conditional use permit. The coffee shops are roughly about 600 square foot coffee shop, that residentially zoned property and 300 feet from the school. Also looking at the master plan, it is suburban mixed use. We do believe that the infill of this site and reusing that land effectively creates a resilience economy, also with the jobs and other benefits tax that comes from that. It's a well-managed growth. It's an infill site. It's a site that's ready for development, vibrant neighborhoods and centers, and a safe and healthy and inclusive neighborhood. Our zoning district is neighborhood commercial. That, as you can see, we have a mix of zonings that are around that area. Our zoning is, sorry, that's neighborhood, I'm off on that. So that drive-through, as was mentioned by Carter, was allowed in the neighborhood commercial with the recent update that went through in January. I think a little bit of knowing a little bit about that, that's really driven a lot by that COVID and some of the issues that some of these smaller businesses were having without being able to do some of that, and looking and providing that conditional use permit to really give it some oversight and thought as we move through this area. Our residential proximity, you can see, is that the undevelopable piece and then the higher residential above. Go directly to the project site. It's about a half acre. There are a lot of constraints on this site. So the Keystone Bridge does not provide the Keystone access off there does not provide any access. So we're really limited to our access along Booth Street. Now on Booth Street, you're going to want to move that access as far back as you can. And so we actually looked at the possibility of doing a shared drive with the neighboring property. That is a federal property, and that does not provide the security and other things. That wasn't feasible. So we would be looking at our access point at this point here. One of the other things we're looking at, which is a benefit to the site, is that we have a four-way signalized intersection. So that is a controlled pedestrian access in this area. Additionally, during those school hours, that is limited down to 15 miles per hour. Working with traffic study, that really, the 15 miles an hour reduces stopping lengths like in half. So it's really significant what's happening at that point. As you can see on the photo below, that house is above. Not only do we have a distance, we have a great elevation distance above that. We'll have new trees and other things that will be required per city code, which will provide additional buffering and stuff on that. So we don't anticipate any impact from that. To look at our site plan by itself, our access being up off the top of that. We also have our pedestrian access that will be improved along the thing and a direct access of sidewalk across over to the building itself, creating the shortest distance and the most safety we can for those pedestrians who want to use the facility. We do have our parking. We do meet our parking requirements. There are some unique things on this that you'll notice is that we have some additional parking. These will be specific to staff parking. It just provides another opportunity to slip some parking in and open that up and create a little bit more opportunity for the patrons of that facility. Our traffic in queuing, we do fit 11. If you notice, the 12th just barely starts to impact that. It should be noticed up at the drive-through. We have an additional space out in front, so a car could pull forward after their order is taken and then their order being delivered manually. The infrastructure is in close or can be brought to the site. Going over our architecture, a big one here is we do have a plaza area. We do have a walk-up, so people will be able to walk up and order outside, and there is that plaza area for stacking people, but also for that to be, we anticipate chairs and other, facility there. Architecture is just a single story, very typical Starbucks contemporary building. You notice the signage is fairly subdued, and the building itself is 1,600 square feet and really not dominant on any sort of visual or impact on that. Additionally, we do have a dumpster. Part of the condition is that dumpster will be architecturally compatible with the building itself, so that we're looking at the aesthetics of the site. We do have a couple of objections to the conditions. Number 8 is not necessarily an objection. We just think it could be written a little better so that it's clearer to do. The operator has specific industry standards and operating procedures for queuing and operations. These are implemented per management as anticipated. So not just the going out there, it's how many employees they're going to have, how much equipment they have, and a number of those. We feel that the condition lacks a little bit of the knowledge of the overall operations of how to manage the store, and believe that the tenant is highly skilled in this for queue management and operations. So we propose that prior to the issuing of a business license, the applicant should provide a standard operating procedures for queue management, drive-through operations, circulation control for the peak hours of operation. Management shall ensure that staff is trained and proficient in these specific procedures and processes. We just believe this kind of encompasses a more overall management of that queue. Additionally, number 9, we do have objection to this. This is really just based on due process. We believe there's already a process in place for this, and this condition possibly could remove that. There are current enforcement options, establishment procedures, and the ability for the conditional use permit to be brought back for reconsideration. We just feel we're a little nervous with this condition that it lacks objective standards of when that could be implemented and how that could be implemented, and it could create sort of an arbitrary or capricious enforcement risk. And with that, I'll end my presentation. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to disclosures, starting with
Familiar with the site, read emails from the applicant and emails in opposition to the project.
Commissioner Williams, just have read the documentation provided by the city.
Commissioner Rohrmeyer, familiar with the site, read and received emails.
Commissioner Del Villar, familiar with the site and received and read emails.
Commissioner Becerra, same disclosures.
Commissioner Velter?
Commissioner disclosures is Commissioner Becerra.
All right, we'll open public comment. Was anybody in chambers wishing to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, did we have anyone on Zoom?
I don't have anyone at this moment with their hand raised. If you'd like to speak under public comment for this item and you are a participant on the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand at this time. I do not have any participants with their hand raised.
Okay, we will close public comment and open it to questions from the commission.
Commissioner Jockman, if I may. Okay, so my questions are targeted at identifying and objectively identifying the need for condition 9. Carter, question for staff. The standard stacking requirement for the city is 140 feet, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And what does the applicant provide in terms of stacking capacity?
It's well over that, including, and there's 140 feet, and then there's 40 feet behind the order kiosk as well. So those are the 2 requirements that have to be met. I believe it is over, it is about 200 or somewhere around 200, yes.
So then it's in excess of the code requirement, that's correct?
That's correct, yes.
So if we were to grant this approval as written, is it possible that the tenant could change for the site and not come back for approval by the Planning Commission?
That's correct. So conditional use permits run with the land. So if a new operator were to take over this site, they would be, these same conditions would apply, and they would not come before this body again.
So we can assume that the traffic study that's identifying the amount of stacking necessary is going to be consistent with the site for all uses?
I think that for the traffic analysis as it relates to, because it was specific to a coffee shop use. So it is specific to a coffee shop. If, for instance, another operator were to come in that was not a coffee shop use, that would maybe be more like a fast food restaurant, that could trigger an addition, a requirement at building permit. But otherwise, it would the same. We wouldn't necessarily require additional approval.
So it could be another coffee shop, though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'll yield.
Commissioner Williams, for the record, I also have a question for staff. The project's location within 300 feet of Reno High School raises some safety and congestion issues, particularly during peak and school hours. The master plan's focus on safe environments reflected in the staff report is only partially addressed by sidewalk improvements. It seems like the school district's crossing guard recommendation was ignored, and I'm just wondering if staff can speak on that.
So yeah, I wouldn't say that it is ignored, and I think that staff actually would support those improvements. The problem with that, putting that as a condition or requiring that of the applicant at this time, is that to install a crossing requires a more robust study into the safety of that crossing. Those crossings aren't inherently safe. It could actually increase pedestrian incidents with vehicles in the area. So we don't want to hold up this applicant based on because of the findings as it relates to the this project, because it's possible that that it's not appropriate for that crossing.
Okay. And Commissioner Williams, just for the record again, so what you're saying is that there is a potential that school district recommendation for a pedestrian safety crosswalk could make things worse? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's possible, but without a study, we couldn't say.
Okay.
So what I will say is that this is also something that could be initiated by the city on its own. It doesn't necessarily have to be constructed by the applicant in association with this project. It's just, staff didn't feel it appropriate, as well as the engineering division didn't feel it appropriate or necessary to meet the findings for this application.
Thank you, sir. That's all I had.
Commissioner Becerra, for the record, this kind of builds upon Commissioner Williams' line of questioning just now. I think it's for you too, Carter. So the coffee shop is allowed by right, but there was public input this evening about pedestrian safety, and I was just curious, how does this project mitigate those concerns or perhaps enhance the pedestrian experience? Is it just through the widening of the sidewalk, or is there something else, Carter?
Yeah, so the widening of the sidewalk is one. Providing more, more area for pedestrians to be further away from the roadway, but also that 5-foot landscape strip closer to the intersection. That's something that will definitely provide safety. A safety component, so that there's just as we move, if we could move pedestrians away from the roadway as much as possible, we're going to increase safety on that intersection.
Okay, thank you. And just two very quick ones for you. How do you feel about the proposed revised condition number 8 and the objection to condition number 9? Commissioner Becerra, for the record.
So condition number 8 specifically, I'm actually not too concerned about the updated language, other than that it removes the last statement that the intent is to comply with requirements to reduce backup inside the parking area. So that would be my only, I'm not sure if the applicant is willing to add that piece back in, but otherwise I would not have an issue with the updated language, unless Mike has a different perspective.
Looks like Brooke's coming to the dais.
Yeah, this is Brooke Oswald. Yeah, we're okay with adding that language back in. We feel that's appropriate.
Is this for condition number 8, Brooke?
For condition number 8, correct.
Okay, and then I guess, thank you, Brooke, and for Mike, for...
I guess you adding on to our language and adding that on the end, I guess, is what I would be agreeing to, yes.
Okay, I'll let you, okay. And then Commissioner Becerra, for the record, just a little follow-up, I guess. Mike, could you speak to condition number 9 and the full objection to it? And
Sure. Condition number 9 essentially mimics section 1801504B of our code. I think, removal of that condition would not result in the city not having the ability to bring this back for reconsideration if it becomes a public nuisance. So I think it could be argued that that condition is repetitive. So if it's the will of the commission to remove that condition, I believe we're covered in the code if it becomes a problem.
is there a context as to maybe why it was needed explicitly?
We have had, and it's not that we're assuming that Starbucks will be a bad operator, but we have had other drive-through uses throughout the city that have had queuing issues where they back onto public rights of way, and it's created issues not only for pedestrian safety, but for traffic safety, the police department, and whatnot. So we wanted it. It's kind of a checks and balances, so to speak.
Okay, I defer to you. I've actually, being a cyclist myself, I've personally experienced that kind of overflow often, so thank you.
This is Commissioner Del Villar. Can we bring up those 2, 8, and 9 again? I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and understanding it correctly.
We'll pull up that applicant presentation.
Thank you. So 8, your verbiage is prior to the issuance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then we would add to the end of that to reduce the queue line so that the parking area remains clear or something to that effect. Because we have to do that tonight as part of our process. So I just want to make sure we're okay with that. And then the recommendation is to remove condition 9 or keep their verbiage for condition 9.
It seems condition 9 is redundant to code.
Okay. I just wanted some clarification. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. You would like to move into discussion? Oh, Alex, did you have questions?
No questions. Looking forward to moving to the next phase.
All right, why don't you start off the discussion?
I'll put on the hot seat. So I guess I would say I appreciate you pointing out, Commissioner or Chair, the redundancies in code. I'm content with what's been proposed by the applicant and accepting that condition, especially with Mike's comments on it as well as yours, and I can make all the findings to support the application.
All right, thank you. How about discussion from those in the room?
Commissioner Williams, for the record, this might be just for my fellow commissioners needing some help. It's kind of getting through this. Everything I find in the master plan discourages auto-oriented uses in neighborhood centers. I know that they're justifying this by citing the Edges location and kind of a rezoning, but it kind of sets a precedence, unfortunately, when you make findings that go directly against the master plan and these auto uses. So just wondering if you guys can help me through some of the historical maybe, or just a brief, like how this is in front of us as far as it kind of directly goes against the master plan.
Oh, I was gonna weigh in as well. So this is a really good point. Auto-oriented uses in terms from an environmental design perspective, public health perspective, these drive-throughs are not good. It was interesting that we had a code cleanup presentation, and I just want to point out that the community development director herself said during COVID, the city has taken a new stance on drive-throughs and see them in a different light. So I guess that is the context by which we're now reevaluating these. I generally agree in terms of, I think they're bad practice. I think the walk-ups are, much better establishments for our community. I will say in this particular location, I am supportive of the project because across the street in the other parking lot, there's a drive-through coffee shop. And so, why is it okay there and not here? is sort of where I'm leaning. But generally, I find that we should be getting away from drive-throughs. I still think that's planning practice.
Chair Romeyer, appreciate the thought on that, and you bring up a good point in the fact that in addition to that other drive-through thing, there's a drive-through car wash and drive-through. There's a lot of drive-through over there, but just trying to navigate the intent of the master plan in this in my first few meetings. So I appreciate the help.
Commissioner Becerra, for the record, I would agree and stand alongside Chair Rohrmeyer's sentiments there. And also want to point out, because it is a good question, Commissioner Williams, that when I first started, I was very focused on setting precedents, and I think it's a good perspective to be in. But as I've been reminded over and over, there is no precedence, and more or less, right? It's based upon this body's kind of discretion, and we evaluate projects on their merit and what's before us. So, just because we do it tonight doesn't necessarily mean we need to do it the next time if it just doesn't make sense based on the findings or lack thereof, if that's helpful. But you raise a good point, so appreciate that. Yep.
Commissioner Del Villar, I have concerns with the traffic, and then to your point, having the drive-throughs. I'm hoping that the walk-up window will be utilized, especially by the students, and that at some point, whether Washoe County District had recommended the signal light, and I am making an assumption here that if safety becomes an issue, something will be done about it. And so from that standpoint, and especially with that particular space where there's not a lot of other things that can happen there, I'm okay and can make the findings.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
Do we have concurrence on how we would like to move forward with conditions 8 and 9? Or
I'm of the belief we should strike condition 9.
Commissioner Becerra, for the record, I can get 8 makes sense totally. I can get behind removing number 9, but I do want to just at least give the staff and administrators a nod that I don't think they do it willy-nilly as well, or they're not capricious. I think that they did it for a reason, but if everyone's amenable to it, I can support that as well.
Commissioner Jockman, yeah, in regards to condition number 9, I'm comfortable making the findings with or without the condition. It would appear as though that since we can have a coffee shop that would not be specific to Starbucks at that site, that the queuing dynamics could change, which is largely a function of the employee operations on the site. So I can understand why staff put it there. But again, I can make, because it could be something other than a Starbucks in the future. So, but I can make the findings regardless of the condition. The applicant did mention something in regards to due process, so this might be a question for legal. Does the city attorney's office take any exception to the way that condition 9 is written?
This is Jasmine Mehta for the record. No, I think as Mr. Rayleigh pointed out, I think it's duplicative of the code, so it's fine either way.
Thank you.
All right, I guess I'll make the motion. On the matter of case number LDC 25-00042, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the conditional use permit subject to conditions listed in the staff report, in addition to modified language for condition number 8, and the striking of condition number 9 for duplicity purposes. And I can make the findings.
Commissioner Jockman, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Project passes unanimously. Congratulations. All right. Does anybody need a short break? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then revisit the meeting with Stonegate. Begin just momentarily. Sorry. And we will start with a presentation on Stonegate with city staff.
All right. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. Tonight I'm bringing you LDC 24-51, which is the Master Plan Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment for Stonegate Hines Ranch. The project site is about 1,767 acres in size. It's generally located north of US 395, west of White Lake Parkway, and south of White Lake and US 395 in Cold Springs. The site has been used for ranching since the mid-1850s and is largely vacant except for historic ranch buildings. The requests before you tonight are a master plan amendment on about 1,363 acres from a mix of industrial, suburban mixed use, mixed neighborhood, single-family neighborhood, multifamily neighborhood, large lot neighborhood, parks, greenways, and open space, and no land use to a mix of industrial, suburban mixed use, and single-family. You also have a zoning map amendment from 1,767 acres of Stonegate planned unit development to a mixture of industrial, single-family, 5 units per acre, general commercial, and parks, greenways, and open space zoning. The key issues that staff analyzed are compatibility of the proposed master plan, land use designations, and zoning with the surrounding land use designations and development. We also looked at provision of public utilities and services. I wanted to provide you a breakdown of the proposed request in terms of the acreages and the different designations. So you can see on the top, the applicant is proposing to go from 8 master plan land use designations down to 4. And on the lower table, you can see they're going from the plan unit development to 4 different zoning designations, and you can see the corresponding acreages here. Turning to land use compatibility, the suburban mixed-use, industrial, and single-family land use designations are generally compatible with the existing uses, land use designations, and zoning bordering the site. Looking at each of these individually, suburban mixed-use, land use, and corresponding GC zoning in the northeastern portion of the site here would mostly adjoin industrial and parks, greenways, and open space, land use, and industrial and commercial zoning. The single-family land use, down here towards the bottom, single-family land use and zoning are adjacent to the undeveloped open space and rural parcels in the county, as well as undeveloped unincorporated transition parcels, other single-family property, and parks, greenways, and open space. The single-family land use is also separated from the proposed industrial in this area here by Union Pacific Railroad tracks and parks, greenways, and open space buffers. The industrial, which is concentrated in the middle of the site here, would be adjacent to existing parks, greenways, and open space, single-family, suburban mixed use, and industrial land use designations surrounding the site. The industrial would also be adjacent to existing residential uses and zoning in the county in the area shown here. The applicant has proposed a 100-foot wide parks, greenways, and open space buffer in this area, which has satisfied the Washoe County Community Services Department. I would also point out that, as you know, a minor site plan review for any non-residential development adjacent to residential zoning would be required with future development. Turning to zoning, the applicant is requesting to dissolve the planned unit development and return to standard zoning designations. So you can see the PUD on the left and the proposed zoning on the right. The emphasis on industrial zoning is similar to what existed prior to the zoning to the planned unit development back in 2018. So if you looked back in time, the emphasis on industrial actually is what was around prior to rezoning to the PUD. In terms of development potential, portions of the property are constrained by topography, vegetation, year-round streams, and existing easements. So if you look at the graphic here, you can see that there are a number of areas that are constraints. You have tree protection areas, you have an existing easement for endangered plant species, you have source water protection areas, there's a major power line or power utility corridor running through the site. You have various easements and issues that present constraints to future development. Development on the site will be subject to constraints review with future entitlements and/or building permits. In fact, multiple public review processes will be required for future build-out, similar to those required by the PUD handbook. The property will still be developed in phases, with the first phase focused on site improvements and background infrastructure. While a number of uses may be permitted by right under the proposed zoning districts, a major site plan review will be required to address preservation of an on-site major drainage way, as well as limits on cuts and fills associated with development of the backbone infrastructure. Additional public review will be required for future tentative subdivision maps, conditional use permits, and/or major and minor site plan reviews. In all cases, these required entitlements would allow the city and other reviewing agencies to ensure that any future development meets Title 18 standards and that all potential impacts to the general area and surrounding neighborhoods are addressed and properly mitigated. Another topic that I wanted to bring before you is a project of regional significance, or PRS. The PUD exceeded the PRS thresholds for housing, traffic, water usage, sewage, student population, and employment. While a final project plan is not specifically included with the amendments that you're considering tonight, the applicant has proactively prepared various studies and analyses to demonstrate compliance with the PRS requirements for conformance. The first table on the screen compares the previously approved PUD with the new anticipated project plan. So let's look at that a bit. Under the PUD, you had 5,000 residential units that were approved. The applicant is estimating that under the potential project plan that they would have about 1,350 residential units. Previously, you had, well, I say previously, it exists currently, 290,000 square feet of retail, commercial, and medical office. That's being reduced to approximately 210,000 square feet. Previously, you had 950,000 square feet of industrial. That's being increased to about 11.75 million square feet. And previously, you had about 2,310 K-12 students. That's being dramatically reduced to 424 K-12 students. The second table outlines the various PRS thresholds, the approved 2018 PRS, and the potential 2024 project plan estimates. So if we look in the the two right columns on the lower table, you can see the comparison of the 2018, you see the same numbers from above, and then the 2024 PRS estimates. As you can see, with the exception of employment, this information demonstrates that the proposed rezoning could decrease the overall impact on the region as a whole. It's also worth noting that the initial review by the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency did not identify any potential conformance issues. Turning to utilities and services, the Great Basin Water Company is the primary water purveyor in Cold Springs and has expressed interest in serving the development. If you refer back to the previous slide, looking at the numbers, the potential water demand to serve future development after the proposed rezoning has been reduced by about 60% due to the change in land use from residential to industrial. Sewer service will be provided by Washoe County Cold Springs Water Reclamation Facility. Again, reflecting on the previous slide, the estimated sewage generation for development after rezoning is approximately 44% less than the previously approved PUD. The significant reduction in the number of potential residential units, again, remember going from 5,000 down to about 1,300, would result in approximately 82% fewer potential students being generated by the project. In consultation with the Washoe County School District, it is anticipated that existing school facilities are adequate to serve the projected students. And the fire and public safety services and parks and open space agreements will remain in place. This slide is master plan conformance. There are 16 goals and policies that are supportive of the proposed requests. Rather than dive into each one of those, I would simply point out the framework that allows staff to conclude that the proposed requests are in substantial conformance with the master plan. The application supports policies found within the master plan by increasing access to services and employment for the outer neighborhoods and the foothill neighborhoods that are currently underserved, potentially providing residents with decreased commuting time, resulting in a better jobs, housing, and lifestyle balance. The site has direct freeway access, potential rail access, and proximity to existing power facilities and major fiber optic backbone. This, coupled with the surrounding workforce population and housing, provides an opportunity for potential businesses seeking to relocate to northern Nevada. By focusing on employment opportunities through industrial and commercial development, this application could result in a higher tax base. Compared to the approved PUD, the proposed changes in land uses could reduce overall trip generation and congestion, water and sewage use, school impacts, public safety costs, and generate surplus tax revenue for public benefit and use. Here are the recommended findings for a master plan amendment. Staff can make all recommended findings. Here are the recommended findings for a zoning map amendment. Again, staff can make both recommended findings. And here's the recommended motion, and I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you. Now we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and while staff gets my presentation up, Andy Drilling for the record with Wood Rogers representing the applicant. I do have, I think, about 29 slides. I will try to get through those and not be redundant with staff's portion, but do ask that if I do go a little bit over, if you can give me just a few more minutes, it would be greatly appreciated. Just a little bit of history. Jeff touched on this a little bit, but this has been private property since the 1800s and a working ranch. Really important to this history, though, is in 2005, this portion of Cold Springs, Stonegate area, Evans Ranch, a large annexation occurred in 2005 into the city of Reno. Along with that was a master plan and zoning action that, interestingly, for this property was primarily industrial with a little bit of commercial and single family. 2014, it was sold to the current developer group. PUD was submitted and approved in 2018. They continue diligently to pursue that development, and we'll share in a few slides what they were doing. And they were ready to break ground in 2021, but unfortunately, economic conditions did not allow that. And so now we're in front of you with a rezoning request. So what has changed? I think we all experienced in 2021 drastic changes, inflation, ultimately rendering the upfront infrastructure costs for this project, for the residential PUD, to be just out of line, and ultimately rendering that residential PUD economically infeasible to develop. The existing PUD, which was approved in 2018, had a mix of predominantly residential uses. It did have a little bit of commercial and industrial land already in it. as well as parks, greenways, and open space. And as I mentioned, the Stonegate team continued to pursue that development, obtaining more than 95 approvals, permits, easements, rights-of-way from various agencies and private parties in order to facilitate that development. Even had multiple bid packages that went out for bid. They were ready to break ground, and those bids came back so out of what they were budgeting that it rendered it infeasible, as I mentioned. As I go through the rest of my presentation, and Jeff definitely touched on this, just for, kind of harken back and remind you about the condition or the findings that you need to make. Substantial conformance with the master plan, reasonably compatible with nearby uses, public facilities that can be within, in the context of the master plan concurrency management system. And then for the zoning map amendment, that we're in accordance with the components of Title 18, as well as NRS Section 278-250, Section 2, and that the amendment is in substantial conformance. So as we go through, I've kind of added little highlights, little check marks to give you kind of a cue for where we are highlighting how we're making those findings. First and foremost, the master plan amendment consists of a change from the existing PUD, obviously, in those land uses to what's proposed now. The slide here, as Jeff mentioned, there was a master plan and zoning action that occurred when this was annexed back in 2006, which is on the left side of your screen. And if you look at that compared to what's proposed now, really this is a turning back the clock to what was in place for many years before the Stonegate PUD was approved. The existing PUD, the land use designations associated with that, as you see, mix of residential land uses there, some suburban mixed use and some industrial, as well as those parks, greenways, and open space. What's proposed now, again, turning back the clock a little bit to industrial on the center portion, some suburban mixed use on the north, and a single family on the south. You have to find that this is in conformance with the master plan policies. I'm not going to go through all of these, but this is just to highlight. We went a little deeper than what staff put in the staff report. All of the elements that you see there on the screen are where this proposal directly aligns with the different policies of the master plan. In addition to that, the master plan kind of has three components, sort of general policies, area-specific policies we're outlining there. What I want to highlight is on the right side, the kind of third component of the master plan is this growth and reinvestment framework. That framework has a couple of elements to it. One, it kind of calls for, in the city as a whole, a mix of viable uses, and we mimic that with a mix of viable uses for this property. In addition, it has a concurrency management system that is built into that framework that talks about concurrent infrastructure and services with development, whether it's water, sewer, flood, transportation, public safety, parks, greenways, and open space. Those are all things that we have accommodated for with this request, and as I'll get to in future slides, a lot of that infrastructure, because of the PUD, has been analyzed, designed, studied, so that this isn't something that we're kind of starting from square one. We are going to be close to, kind of a break ground ready position shortly after this. The current zoning request, based on the constraints of the land, industrial on 923 acres, general commercial on 54 acres, SF5 on about 386 acres, and parks, greenways, and open space on about 404 acres. As Jeff mentioned, creating some open space buffers adjacent to some of that existing residential in the county on the north side there. We do maintain parks, greenways, and open space connectivity with the U.S. Forest Service land to the south of us, so public access can be maintained and actually created with this. The ranch didn't necessarily facilitate that. One key thing here, we're going away from the PUD with the approval of this zoning that would extinguish the PUD. And so any future development would have to be in concordance with Reno Municipal Code, even if it changes. So that as the code is amended over time, this project would have to evolve with the codes as codes evolve. And as I mentioned before, this is kind of a turn back the clock to what the zoning was in 2006. So why the rezoning? Essentially, as I mentioned, the infrastructure needs for the residential were pretty extreme. And so the rephasing of those off-site improvements helps significantly reduce the upfront costs to get a project out of the ground sooner. And overall, because of the shift in land use here from residential to industrial, the overall infrastructure needs go down considerably. Industrial land use is going to help pay for the infrastructure to bring this project to fruition, which then will help facilitate the future housing and commercial development as well. This is a location that's really desirable to employers. If you look kind of around the region, and even within the master plan, it really focuses on locating employment uses that are in close proximity to the freeway and interstate system. So it's easy access, and also it's in close proximity to a labor force in the North Valleys as well, that you have that labor and housing already there to supply those workers. So some of the infrastructure planning that's gone on with respect to traffic considerations, when you compare this land use proposal as compared to the approved PUD, it's a significant reduction in the overall traffic generation. But in addition to that, it's a reduction in the peak hour commutes because we're creating some reverse commutes. We'll have people from the North Valleys now that aren't having to go south into town every morning to go to work. They can go north, and we'll have folks from the southern parts of Reno coming to work and having that reverse commute because we have an improved jobs housing balance as part of this proposal. More of that traffic additionally remains in the North Valleys, and it ultimately results in about a 9% reduction in the total number of trips from the PUD heading down south on 395. In addition, just to highlight again, right, those trucks are confined to the freeway and internal roads. They're not having to traverse through existing neighborhoods to get to those businesses. This is just to highlight, there's a lot of work that's been going on in the North Valleys over the last number of years, starting with the Spaghetti Bowl expansion, the Phase 1 Spaghetti Bowl. Phase 2 is underway. Obviously, the widening of 395 is underway, and a number of arterial road improvements that are also going on. I want to highlight, those improvements were based on a lot of the modeling efforts that included the Stonegate PUD, the Stonegate residential PUD. With the reduction in the number of trips and the amount of traffic, it only helps to improve the longevity of those improvements going into the future. In addition to kind of the regional aspect, the direct impacts of this development over time will be dealt with, in close proximity to the site. It'll be phased with development. That'll include improvements to the Whites Lake 395 interchange, as well as widening of Whites Lake Parkway, construction of all the internal roads, some of which may be regional roads in the long run, and it ultimately retains connectivity of the existing frontage road that's on the south side of 395 there. Water service. Just from an overall water rights demand standpoint, the PUD required about 2,500 acre feet of water rights. The rezone, what we're estimating is it's somewhere around 1,000. And Stonegate themselves own 1,700 acre feet on site. So in ground and surface water rights, that will be developed in phases. So the first phase will develop and build and dedicate that on-site water resource, dedicate it to Great Basin Water Company. Phase 2 would be to connect into the existing Great Basin Water Company system, helps them with redundancy in their system. And then ultimately, there's a future option to integrate Tumwa with a wholesale pipeline that would also come into the valley to help supplement that during maybe drought times. So sewer service has already been planned, again, because of all the work that was done on behalf of the PUD. The rezoning significantly reduces the amount of sewage that is generated from this project. The developer will construct this off-site sewer, which goes around the east side of White Lake. It'll be dedicated to Washoe County, ultimately goes to the Cold Springs wastewater treatment facility, which is operated by the county. It helps to generate a water balance because we have water sources, water resources that are on within the Cold Springs Valley being treated and re-injected in the Cold Springs Valley. That helps to balance the overall groundwater out there. In addition to this corridor, there would be other utilities that would be in there, future water, gas, electrical, as well as reclaimed water that would be coming back to the Stonegate site to help with irrigation water and processed water for potential industrial uses in the future. One kind of added benefit for the community here is, this offsite sewer, again, the easements are already in place for this. It borders the east side of White Lake and would create a new trail because of the maintenance access road that would have to be constructed for that. So about half of the lake would then have a trail going around it, which is just kind of an added benefit for this. Drainage solutions, the ranch operated as primarily alfalfa ranching, so they had flood irrigation, man-made channels in order to irrigate the land. Those will have to be channelized and moved. Clomar was approved in 2019. That may need to be updated slightly to be more reflective of the industrial land plan versus on the right side there is really dictated by the residential land plan. Ultimately, it has to comply with the City of Reno's requirements in the regional stormwater management manual and would be need to be approved by the city in the future. Power and fiber are available. There's a number of transmission facilities, substations that are adjacent to or near the property that would be able to supply the necessary power for those future, logistics and manufacturing uses. There's also some fiber that's in 395 as well as the UP right-of-way. Public safety, the PUD, the residential PUD calls for service were such that they generated the need for a separate fire station in Stonegate. There was an agreement that was approved by the city council in 2018 that was phased, the construction of that facility was phased over time with the growth of the residential and construction of the residential. Obviously with the rezone, that significantly changes the calls for service. Industrial has a very low call for service as compared to residential. They're actually kind of the opposite ends of the spectrum. And so with that, we've had initial discussions with city and Reno Fire, bounced back some new agreement language. Ultimately, it's contingent upon this rezoning being approved, but we anticipate once this is approved, we will go into a renegotiation of that agreement for equipment needs that the Reno Fire Department may have. There's also a parks agreement that was in place with the residential. Residential, generates the need for additional parks. Industrial doesn't necessarily. So where there was 435 acres of open space in the PUD, we still have 404 acres of open space. In addition, we talked about the Whites Lake Trail. We're looking at a trail network throughout the industrial area to provide that as an amenity to employees in the future. We have that connectivity to public lands on the south side near the residential. There will still be some park elements in the residential as well as near the Whites Lake Trail that we would anticipate. And then one of the other things we heard was the desire to kind of increase the tree canopy. And so one of the things that we're going to be volunteering to put into that renegotiated park agreement is increase in the number of trees that would be required. Public transportation, so transit service is not in Cold Springs right now, but we did reach out to them and when RTC was updating their short-range transit plan recently, they included Cold Springs. And, because they're, if the potential of a major employment center there, ultimately, that may or may not dictate, RTC extending transit service out there, but it sure helps. But one thing we know for sure is with employment like that, RTC has a very successful Smart Trips program that they have with employers for ride shares, van pools, things like that, and those would be included in any future development. Jeff touched on the PRS. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but just kind of the punchline that, it's a significant reduction in those project of regional significant triggers that Regional Planning Commission already found to be in conformance with the regional plan. So the reductions of those with the caveat that obviously we're increasing the amount of employment, which we feel is not a bad thing. It further adds resiliency to our economic environment here in the city of Reno. I'm getting close. So with, just wanted to highlight some of the community benefits. We did do a pretty significant outreach effort as part of this. Obviously, we went to the NAB, the Ward 4 NAB. We also conducted 3 neighborhood meetings. We're required by state law when you do a master plan amendment to have at least one. We did the first one, sent out notices to about 200 people and only got 10 people that showed up. So we increased the noticing boundary significantly to 700 notices sent. Got 30 or 40 folks that came to those second and third meetings and got some good input. One of the things I really want to highlight on benefits of the project is the fiscal impact. So when we do a master plan amendment, we have to supply the city staff with a fiscal impact analysis that's developed based on standards that were adopted by council. This project, when you look at it, generates $161 million in revenue to the city over a 20-year period, averaging about $8 million annually. $70 million in surplus is generated with this project over that 20-year period, and that surplus starts day one. It averages about $3.5 million per year. So that's a pretty significant influx of money, especially when we're dealing with an environment of budget shortfalls right now. That is a key element to this type of change. And just to give you a comparison, the residential PUD generated a $26 million surplus over a similar kind of 20-year period. So just to summarize kind of the community benefits that we feel is being offered with this change: creation of 8,800 new jobs, new permanent jobs, in addition to thousands of construction jobs, obviously during construction. This growth pays for itself. It ultimately reduces traffic from what's already approved. Still creates additional residential units that we obviously need also in our community. Reduces water and sewer, provides for flood mitigation, reduces fire and public safety costs to the city, in addition to those surpluses, reduces school impacts, adds, this is important, one of the things we heard from North Valley's residents is kind of the lack of services, and I don't mean like public services, but services and by way of kind of restaurants, grocery stores, drugstores, offices, healthcare offices, things like that. We feel that introducing a significant increase in the amount of employment in the North Valleys, it doesn't become a bedroom community anymore to where folks are having to leave the valley to go to work every morning and come back at night. That's really important, especially for restaurants. You need to have kind of 2 services per day, whether that's a breakfast, lunch, or lunch, dinner. And without an employment base, you don't have that kind of lunch service that makes it viable for those restaurants to survive over time. So we feel like this is a good way to help with that in the long run. Still have 400 acres of open space, new parks, trails, and parks and trails, as well as access to Peavine. So just to remind you about the findings as I went through this, and I know it's a quick presentation, but we feel you can make the findings for the master plan amendment with substantial conformance to the priorities as we've shared and policies as we've shared, compatibility with nearby uses, as well as the concurrency management system. The zoning map amendment, we feel we can comply easily with Title 18, as well as NRS 278-250, which is provided for you here. It's a number of items, not to spend too much time because I'm over, but we do comply with all of those elements or can comply with all of those elements of NRS 278-250 Sections 2, with exception of the coordination compatibility with the military installation, because there's not one in the vicinity. So with that, I thank you for giving me extra time, Madam Chair, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, we're going to let you take a breath, and we're going to do disclosures. Starting with, yes.
Commissioner Jockman met with the applicant.
Commissioner Williams met with the applicant.
Commissioner Burmeyer met with the applicant. Familiar.
Commissioner Del Villar met with the applicant, familiar with the site, and I live in Ward 4.
Commissioner Becerra, for the record, met with and spoke with the developer and their representative, Mr. Andy and his Wood Rogers crew. Intimately familiar with the project site, went to school with many longtime residents of Cold Springs and the North Valleys community who still live there, and read and reviewed material and public comment.
And Commissioner Velto.
Commissioner Velto spoke with the applicant's representative.
Okay, very good. Now we will open this to public comment. I have a few requests to speak forms here. Do we have anyone online wishing to speak?
Not at the moment. We might have some in a few minutes.
Okay, we'll start with Liliana Ocha.
Hello, my name is Liliana. I was born and raised here in Reno, Nevada. I lived in Cold Springs since I was 2 years old. From as long as I can remember, Cold Springs has been one of the places known for stargazing, wildlife, and obviously White Lake. Growing up, I always drive past cattle, horses. I know a lot of people who live in Cold Springs. They've been living there for 50 plus years. And I am always amazed by the stories when they tell me about how much Cold Springs has grew. I I am opposed for this project because I do want to keep Cold Springs very short, very close, tight, because I am close with some of the community. We do keep updated when there's like accidents going on, injuries, fires. But one thing that I really do love about Cold Springs and why I want to keep, I'm against this, is because I see a lot of beauty photography. I see a lot of wildlife, coyotes, desert cottontails, owls, and bald eagles. I want to thank you guys for letting me speak, and I hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you. Bill Headley?
Hello. Thank you, Council. I neither agree or disagree or approve or disapprove of this project. I agree with the green space available for the new development. And my main concern was Timwa coming into the valley would create our little White Lake into a flooded area like Swan Lake or Silver Lake in the Red Rock Stead area. And at one point, the city council was approached by the development to provide a bond for their development. And I was wondering if the council would still be interested in providing that situation paid for by taxpayers if this goes forward when it does. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Tanager.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Olivia Tanager. For the record, I'm the director of the Sierra Club's Toyabe chapter. So our concerns with this project is that it opens up industrial use to potentially data centers, which is an issue that we've talked about before this commission several times now, and I'm sorry if you're tired of hearing of me, but I'm back again to raise our same concerns. And I know there are forthcoming conversations about data centers and the ordinances pertaining thereto. Unfortunately, we have not had those conversations yet, and therefore, if this project were to go through now, I'm concerned about the implications that data centers would have to the Reno community and specifically to this neighborhood. I want to talk about, so there was some mention about the growth and reinvestment framework. Obviously, one of our biggest concerns with data centers is growth and reinvestment, right? Like where the money is coming from to pay for the data centers, where the money is coming from to pay for the energy that serves the data centers, where the water is coming from. And then one of the biggest concerns we've been raising with data centers are the tax abatements, right? And so we heard tonight about how we're in a budget shortfall. We agree it's a very big concern. And so if we're opening up industrial land to data centers and bringing not losing revenue as a result of that, then that's a huge concern. Further, one of the other things that we've been talking about with data centers is the very low employment associated with data centers. Some of the data centers before this body you've heard have had 10 employees, 15 employees, very minimal employment. That is not going to be enough employment to keep restaurants open at lunchtime. So we're concerned about some of the consequences associated with this rezoning. We heard about higher paying jobs, more residents with larger incomes, increases in spending in local economy. Again, if we're opening it up to data centers, which seems to be a trend that we're seeing in the North Valleys, what kind of income are we going to see? How many jobs are actually going to materialize? RTC, we heard that RTC's service to the North Valleys might be contingent on jobs. Shouldn't build data centers up there then, because we're not going to have any RTC service. So there was some conversation about reducing water and sewer. Again, one of the concerns with data centers, especially because council just approved an evaporative cooling data center, is the overall cumulative water footprint of data centers if we continue to allow evaporative cooling data centers that are very water hungry and water intensive. So 2 quick points from the Reno Master Plan. The use of sustainable development practices, water conservation, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and others will be encouraged to reduce the impacts of future growth and climate change on the city's air quality and the environment on a whole. We believe that that's directly in nonconformance with trying to encourage data center development, particularly in the North Valleys, for reasons that we've previously gone over. So I think I'll leave it there. We're really concerned with the potential for a lot of data centers to move into the North Valleys and the climate implications and the economic implications for Reno as a whole, but particularly for the North Valleys community. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Arman?
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Brian Arman. I'm with NAI Alliance, and I'm speaking in support of the zoning change requested by Stonegate. I lead the NAI team focused on advanced manufacturing and logistics, and we've been very fortunate to work with many global companies that have relocated or expanded within our region. Most of these companies have been forced to locate their facilities east of town in areas with very limited or no labor. Expanding development opportunities will attract businesses worldwide that provide high-paying, long-term employment opportunities at a time when the U.S. government is working to increase demand for more manufacturing within the United States. This property is incredibly well located with immediate access to US 395 and does not bring unwanted traffic through neighborhoods. Expanding land development opportunities will drive demand for retail, restaurants, and other commercial businesses, offering more amenities to the North Valley community, which lacks those today. The project is estimated to create over 8,800 permanent jobs, with higher paying jobs through the addition of manufacturing and assembly facilities. The rezoning will generate significant tax revenues, as was discussed, for the city of Reno and reduce the flight of property tax revenue east of town into another county, while also reducing city service costs and providing additional funding for essential services that benefit all residents of Reno. Stonegate's proposal reflects responsible, forward-thinking development that comes at a time of growth in American-based manufacturing, and I hope that you'll support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mason LaFond? Mason? Okay. Oh, does not wish to make a statement in favor of the project, though. Derek Carroll, also not wishing to speak, but in favor. And that's all the comment cards.
We do have a Zoom attendant with their hand raised. Rebecca, when you're ready, you can unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Becky Flannery. I'm a resident of Cold Springs. I'm born and raised here in Reno, and many of us moved out here for the quiet. We didn't want the city life. And this is going to have a huge impact. So I actually am one of the people that did meet with Stonegate at one of those functions they held. And they had discussed building data centers out here. They have discussed digging into the ground to use the water to, facilitate those data centers, which then takes away from the people that live over there that are on wells. How are they supposed to get their water when these people are draining it? We're already seeing a crime increase out here from all the building they've already done. Like they said, there is no bus that comes out here. We do have fires, so I have people that live on the border town side that have been evacuated multiple times. How about the noise from the buildings that they're building that we don't even know what they're building because they have absolutely no description of what they are actually putting out here. I know they talked about data centers. So this is going to increase our water with Great Basin water fees. This is going to increase our power bills. This is going to increase our property taxes. Most of us that live out here, we want to enjoy the wildlife. They want to go ride their quads, their side-by-sides, dirt bikes. They want to shoot their guns. That's what people moved out here for. It's a very good little local community that we love. How is this going to affect our gazing at the stars? I like to sit in my hot tub and stare at the stars at nighttime. Now I'm going to have lights everywhere. This is, and actually a lot of this I pulled up staring at the master plan. This is not quality of life for the people out here. We're not going to have the public safety amenities we need. Where's the extra police coming from? Our schools are almost overcrowded already out here. So even though they've reduced the amount of students, we are still hitting our max for school. They're full. Plus we're also in a valley. How much of this is going to this noise from whatever they're building over here, how much of that noise is going to regurgitate over our whole entire valley and make it loud when it's a nice, peaceful, quiet little place to live. And they also discussed, I've heard RTC will not widen White Lake Parkway until the years 2030 to 2050. So none of this is really benefiting us. You know, we'd like a little grocery store. I've heard we're getting a grocery outlet out here. We're cool with that stuff. We don't need this massive development. Our traffic in the valleys is already atrocious. What used to take me 25 minutes to get to work now takes me almost an hour. And if it snows, it's taken me 3 hours. So this does not benefit. This is not a good quality of life for the people that live out here. And going off of your own master plan, I've already hit on multiple things that they actually lied about in their little presentations. How much is these housing units going to cost? It's probably not going to be affordable. I mean, nothing is affordable. They always say affordable, and it's never affordable for people. They say that these jobs are going to bring us, you know, larger incomes. These businesses, they move here, they're paying $16 an hour, these warehouse jobs.
All right, we're over the time.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did we have any other public comment?
We do have another couple participants. Emily, when you're ready, you can unmute, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Emily. I was originally born and raised here in Reno, Nevada. I was pretty much here since the day I was born, and I completely disagree with this whole project that's currently going on in the Cold Springs area. Cold Springs is especially known here for stargazing, the ethereal nature, and also because of, you know, the lower cost of living. Majority of the people end up moving here because, you know, they want quietness, they want peacefulness here. Like, I consider Cold Springs kind of much more of the quieter areas outside of all of Reno, pretty much. I just think that ultimately this project will not do well for the Cold Springs community. I think it'll ultimately bring more traffic, it'll bring more congestion. Currently, if I want, my job is 30 minutes away, and including with traffic, since majority of the people here in Cold Springs work from a 9 to 5, I think that ultimately it's gonna cause more traffic, people are gonna be late to work, and we're not just gonna have a good chance. I just think Cold Springs right now is just fine the way it is, and I think ultimately we're just fine, really. I love it here, it's amazing, there's so much nature. I think people should just come here just to explore, just to stargaze. But bringing in apartments, shopping districts, everything else is not a good idea. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more participant. Kathy, when you're ready, you can unmute your mic, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello. Well, I'm sorry. I agree with the other ladies that have spoken here, and we can speak until we're blue in the face, and no one is going to listen to us. We don't want the data center out here. Our power has been out for like 28 hours straight, and some of us are on oxygen and stuff like that, and it's just horrible. But of course, none of you are going to listen to us, are you? So I don't even know why I'm wasting my breath. Bye.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any additional public comment cards. Does anybody wish to speak? All right, closing public comment. Now we will take question from the commissioners for staff or the applicant.
Perhaps just a few clerical things. So we heard a lot of this is for staff. Apologize. The discussion about data centers, that is a use that falls under industrial categories. Help me understand, are all data centers, even when within this PUD, are they do they still go through the CUP process?
Correct, yes. Yes, the data centers are subject to CUPs.
So we would see that again if a data center came in for approval within the parts that would be zoned industrial.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, there would be numerous future entitlements, among which CUPs for data centers were a data center to be proposed. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield.
Commissioner Del Villar, for you, Jeff. I have a lot of questions, but just wanted to start off. This I've seen it a couple times lately where it says it's generally compatible. Can you explain generally compatible for me?
Sure. Jeff Foster for the record. Generally compatible. What we do is a bit of art and a bit of science, right? It's probably a stretch to find something that's always compatible in all situations, right? So we look at things on balance. And so generally compatible means that it's not entirely compatible. There's industrial proposed adjacent to residential. In an ideal world, you wouldn't have industrial directly adjacent to residential, right? But on balance, in the overall scheme of things, we find that the proposed request is generally compatible.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then we've gone through this a couple times before as well. So there's two things going on here. One is a zone change.
Correct.
And the other is the master plan amendment.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. And then as part of the master plan amendment, you had talked about three things specifically. Actually, everybody kind of brought this up. And I just kind of want to cover it a little bit. Quality of life, neighborhood centers, and employment centers. So I'm trying to understand, again, how this sort of fits in with we'll just start with quality of life and go to the others from there. So how does this project sort of fit in with quality of life as per the master plan?
So in terms of the quality of life, I think the argument that the applicant has made and that staff concurs with is that by reducing the amount of time that people are spending driving into the urban core of Reno, and having the opportunity to have employment closer to home, you have an increased quality of life. You also have an increased quality of life by having services provided closer to where you live. Services being, again, restaurants, medical office, things like that. So having those services closer to your home versus, again, having to drive south to obtain them. You, of course, have the trails that are proposed. So you have a formal trail, a structure that would be providing access to the Forest Service lands and things like that. So those are some of the elements of quality of life that we were considering.
Okay. And then just for clarification, I've heard this a couple of times as well, the services, but the services are ancillary to this project. There's not necessarily going to be doctors' offices and restaurants as part of this plan.
Well, so again, what this body is considering tonight is a master plan amendment and a zone change that would allow uses allowed in the various zones that are proposed. So if we go back to this table here, the thought is that the zoning that is proposed would allow or facilitate up to about 210,000 square feet of retail, commercial, and medical office space. So the future projects that would come down the pipeline over the next several years that would go through an entitlement process, some of them would certainly go through an entitlement process, those are the services or the uses that would become available to the residents in the area.
Got it. And then if I might if we can talk a little bit about the neighborhood centers and employment centers as well?
So what neighborhood centers and employment centers are you
Well, that's my
referring to?
question, actually.
Okay.
It's listed in there as part of how this fits in with the master plan, having neighborhood centers and employment centers, and I'm just wondering what those are.
So, clearly, the employment center, you've got the The existing PUD is a residential PUD, almost exclusively, right? If you can look to the upper left corner, you can see that it's 5,000 residential units with some commercial and some industrial. The switch to the proposed zoning would facilitate much more industrial and commercial. So therefore, you have increased employment opportunities as opposed to being effectively a residential PUD. And then the neighborhood centers, right here, you can see, so in the upper right-hand corner of the screen on the right, you can see the suburban mixed use, the pink area. That's the area that is being proposed to have general commercial zoning. And so you would see that would be the area where you would likely find a mixture of some kind of commercial, that 290,000 square feet that was on the previous slide. You would find, those uses kind of targeted or concentrated in that area, hence a bit of a neighborhood center.
Got it. I will yield for now. Thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, for the record. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Hello, I'm well, thank you.
All right, fantastic. I did kind of want to start off just by saying that as much as we're turning back the clock, I believe that was like a phrase mentioned, by considering taking the zoning of this land back potentially to what it was in 2006 or so, the reality is that we're not in 2006 and the demands and needs of Reno are far different than what they were then. But I'm hoping that we can find some kind of sensible solution here tonight, one way or the other. So kind of with that, I do want to build upon Commissioner Delviar's line of questioning on some. So quality of life timeline. So, and maybe this is for the applicant themselves, but when, timeline-wise, would Cold Springs residents be able to reap or experience the quality of life benefits that you just touched on? Like, are we talking about like a year or 4 years or?
So I will certainly defer to the applicant for specifics, but the general thought is that you would have infrastructure first, then you would have kind of more of the industrial uses that would then facilitate some of the other uses. I think Andy talked about that in his presentation, but certainly
sure, thanks,
provide
Jeff.
more information.
Hey, Andy.
Yes, Commissioner Becerra, Andy Drilling for the record. If I can have my presentation up, I'd like to point at a picture. Sorry. So the quality of life, as Jeff kind of mentioned, it's coming in a lot of different ways. Whether it's providing more jobs in close proximity to where you're living, right? That's not having to commute as far. That's a great quality of life effort or aspect. That comes obviously as employment grows, and we're not talking about all of this industrial coming out of the ground tomorrow, right? That's going to happen over a number of years, and so that jobs housing balance grows over time. One thing that does come out of the ground kind of immediately, I just want to highlight the sewer service. So this is an off-site sewer requirement. So before they can hook up anything for sewer service, they have to construct this sewer main going around White Lake. And as I mentioned, one of the added benefits, not just for our project, but for the community at large, is a trail that's going to be about half the circumference or diameter or whatever, halfway around White Lake there. So that's a kind of a quality of life for not just our people, but also Cold Springs at large. So some of those items, especially looking at it more longer term, also medium to long term, access to public lands, right? There has not historically been access to public lands through this property, adjacent to it, and kind of through the California side, things like that. But this opens it up. There's beautiful lands, the forested kind of lands that are up above us in the U.S. Forest Service. Those become accessible to the public at large over time as well. So we feel like there are a lot of various benefits to this, most namely, obviously, the employment that's being added. Quality of life also, I want to also kind of underscore, right? I talked about that fiscal impact and how positive it is to the city, right? That's reducing the burden on the rest of the taxpayers in the city of Reno. It's providing additional surplus funds that are going to allow the city to take care of parks better and provide those community services and public services and safety services to a higher quality than maybe they can without a project like this over time.
Great, thanks, Andy. I'll just build upon maybe that theme with jobs and employment, and so thank you for that initial response. On the revenue side, how is the annual generated revenue you shared in your presentation determined? Because it was like 70 million and some change, and a few different figures.
So it's a formula based, and actually Eugenia Larmore, who prepared that study, is here, and she can walk you through the specifics of it. But while she's getting up here, the fiscal analysis, that's an adopted standard. That's a uniform standard that every project has to use the same calculation. So those are actually provided to us by the city for employment estimates, tax revenue estimates, things like that. And so Eugenia can provide a lot more detail if you require.
No, that'd be great, Eugenia. Okay. Thank you so much.
For the record, Eugenia Larmore, EK Economic Consultants. City of Reno in 2019 adopted City of Reno fiscal impact guidelines, which outlined revenues and expenditure factors that are applied to residential units for residential purposes or to commercial employees for industrial and commercial uses. So revenues are estimated using those factors that were provided by the city. They were adopted in 19, updated in 2023. The only other thing that we estimate independently of those guidelines are property taxes. And taxable values for each of the uses, so for residential uses, for industrial uses, and for the retail uses, we're estimating using taxable values of surrounding properties in Cold Springs. So there's been a lot of talk of data centers. This analysis does not include the impact of data centers. We're using just industrial from the surrounding areas. If data centers come in, they generate tremendous amounts of revenues for the city. We're not including those in the analysis.
Great. Thank you so much, Eugene. Appreciate it. And then just one last one for you, Mr. Andy. You did mention the 8,800 new jobs would be created, but what type of jobs? Since we know data centers are low headcount, more or less, on average than warehouses, for instance.
Yeah, so actually, though, that estimate of the 8,800 jobs comes out of Eugenia's study. So that is based on, again, to her point, right, it doesn't include data centers. It's based on kind of a general industrial, general commercial type uses that, again, those numbers are provided by the city for those estimates.
Great. Thanks, Andy. I have a few more around public services and so forth, but I'll take a step back for a moment.
Yeah, Commissioner Jockman. So, Madam Clerk, could you please pull up page 6 of Exhibit A? Or I think it's the same as slide 6 in this presentation. Exhibit A to the staff report. Or just go to slide 6 with the land uses. Yeah, or 5. The one that shows it had red, I apologize, it's Exhibit A, page 6, so. Yes, thank you. This question's for the applicant. So my intent in asking this question is to identify conformance with the area-specific policy, employment areas, industrial and logistic areas, the overall mix. Mr. Foster noted that infrastructure is laid first. I recognize this is a master plan amendment, so you may not be able to speak to the phasing of the project, but can you speak to the infrastructure that would be laid out initially as a part of the project?
Sure. For the record, Andy Drilling with Wood Rogers again. So yes, obviously infrastructure has to come first before they could break ground on anything. Generally speaking, right, access is key for any type of development, and so that's going to come from White Lake Boulevard there at the US 395 interchange. So that roadway extension happens first. With that, you would have water and sewer infrastructure would be in those backbone roadways. I mentioned in my presentation and with some of the questioning already, the extension of a force main around White Lake, that sewer happens phase 1. And then also for the water infrastructure, we would begin developing the on-site wells and water resources to be dedicated to Great Basin Water Company for water service.
Can you be specific regarding the infrastructure you would develop along the general commercial portions of this modified PUD? And again, working on identifying overall mix.
So the general commercial is on the north side there. White Lake Boulevard already provides the access to it. There may be a widening, turn pockets, things like that may be required and phased over time and widened over time. And then that sewer service is adjacent to that general commercial. If the mouse works, no, it doesn't. But right on the map on the right side where it says GC in the red and White Lake, that's, essentially behind that would be the sewer service. And we'd be extending water over there ultimately.
So do you believe that build-out of infrastructure along those corridors that are zoned general commercial still would result in favorable conditions for development to occur in those general commercial zones?
Absolutely.
If industrial goes forward?
Absolutely, and we actually, located that general commercial kind of very specifically because, one, it helps to support, the growing jobs and things like that for the need for services, but also it's on the way home for folks that are going out to Woodland Village and really the heavy residential, portion of Cold Springs, which is located on the north side of White Lake. So it's got quite a bit of separation from the proposed industrial that we have proposed with this.
Thank you. I yield.
Commissioner Velto, did you have questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Del Villar, Andy, this is for you, thank you. We've talked a bit about some of the jobs that will be created. And so I'm just kind of curious, we've spoken before about some of the types of industrial businesses you might have out there. So what are you sort of anticipating and how is this going to build 8,000 jobs?
Yep, no, absolutely. So, like I said, Commissioner Becerra's comments, right? The development happens over time. It'll happen over a number of years as, users and things like that come in. This obviously doesn't, this is open, this is standard zoning. So it allows for a number of uses that could come in. By and large, what we're anticipating, what our market studies are showing, and I think what you heard from the gentleman from NAI Alliance, who's a broker here in town, we're anticipating there's a growing emphasis for manufacturing jobs, manufacturing facilities to be located in the U.S. and especially in our favorable economic climate here in Nevada and with a bedroom base in northern or in the North Valleys here. We anticipate that manufacturing aspect of industrial development will be a big one for us. There'll still be kind of, your traditional logistics businesses, which are kind of the bread and butter of our market here, and maybe some small data centers over time. But again, those are yet to be determined and obviously would come through with, conditional use permits before this body.
Got it, thank you. And I have some questions for you, Jeff. Thank you. So actually, one question I have in particular is around the bond. Somebody mentioned the bond. Was there a bond for the previous PUD that was there, or was that?
I'm going to say, Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record, that I do not have an answer on that. I
Okay.
don't know what that's in
Oh,
regard to.
may I ask a follow-up? Was that related to the development agreement, which had a performance bonding standard?
For the record, Andy Durling, I'm not sure. There was a special assessment district that was approved as part of the Stonegate PUD. That may be what's referred to, but a special assessment district isn't necessarily a bond that hits taxpayers. It's a self-imposed tax on the property itself. So not really apples and oranges there.
Was there a development agreement with this project, or is strictly a PUD?
There were development agreements associated with the fire agreement and the parks agreement. Those are technically development agreements, so yes.
Okay, and then those would have had performance standards or bonding. Should those not be made? Should you not build a fire station in a set amount of time?
I don't know
Okay.
those details, but those would be, obviously, those were based on the residential development and have to be redone when this is rezoned.
Of course. I would think they would be nullified.
Not necessarily, but it's not really applicable, right? It's still an agreement in place, but it's hard to enforce it because there's no residential development to tie it to.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. So I think this is still for Jeff. So we talked about the previous PUD had fire safety, police, and that was based on residential. But now we're going to have potentially 8,000 employees. Is there any issue around public safety with that many people coming and going, or the buildings, or the type of manufacturing they're doing?
So the Chief McNamara is here to speak on fire if we want to pull him in to address. But the general theory is that residential going to industrial and commercial reduces the need for services in terms of both fire and traditional public safety, RPD type of thing. That the you don't have the residents requiring services at the same level when you have the commercial and industrial development. So that's why all of the numbers shift to shift downward with the current proposal in relation to, sewage, water, calls for services. All of those numbers shift down. The only thing that shifts up is the number of employees.
Okay.
So,
Commissioner,
I don't know, yeah.
If I can kind of piggyback onto what Jeff said, there are fire agreements in place with the PUD. This change would not nullify those agreements. However, those agreements were based on the Stonegate PUD, which was essentially, for lack of a better term, a small city. It included 5,000 homes, 2 schools, a variety. I think we would all agree that that agreement would not necessarily reflect this updated plan, but that would have to be amended through council action.
Got it.
Should this go through.
Okay, thank you. That's all yield for now.
Commissioner Williams, for the record, I got something for the applicant. Thank you, sir. My commissioners have asked some very smart questions. I'm going to switch it up a little bit for you. By my math, it looks like traffic is reduced by about 10,000 average daily trips. And also, by my math, it looks like there's about $18 million in impact fees going to RTC, which I think is great. But the report defers pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure details to future entitlements. I worry that if you don't identify it now, because of the heavy industrial use and still 50,000 ADTs, that it's going to become less important. So, is there any way you could set just me personally at ease and maybe talk about those two things? Because it is in the master plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Williams, for the record again, Andy Durling. So with respect to pedestrian and bicycle facilities, because this is straight zoned property, right, the development of this going forward is going to be regulated in its entirety essentially by Reno Municipal Code and the Public Works Design Manual for the city of Reno, both of which require sidewalks, bike lanes. The standard details for street sections require, those elements. In addition to that, I kind of shared in our presentation, what we've heard kind of input from the community and from other stakeholders is, okay, sidewalks great through an industrial area, right? People are still going to be able to walk, but there's still a desire maybe for employees to have opportunities to get out during break times and have recreational opportunities. So we will be looking to incorporate also a trail system throughout the industrial. So that adds to that kind of additional options for pedestrian and bicycle opportunities.
Awesome. So still a priority, just not identified
yes.
currently.
And a requirement. I would say more than a priority is a requirement.
Awesome. All right, thank you, sir.
You bet.
Commissioner Becerra, for the record, maybe for Mr. Foster, Jeff. Hey, just for clarity, I think Commissioner Delviar was just kind of touching on this, and Chair Rohrmeyer about I couldn't remember if it was a developer agreement or a community benefits agreement, one or the other. But just for clarity, those prior PUD agreements or community benefit agreements around public services, like water connection to Tumwa, sewer connection with Reno infrastructure, and emergency fire services, those are things that can still be renegotiated at the city council level if things pass tonight, or maybe Mr. Mike knows too.
If I can get my microphone to work, that is correct.
Okay, good. That's good to know. Kind of does bring a little ease to my heartburn around taking some of those things potentially away, just on the whim. So that's good. And I guess let me see. Maybe for the applicant, I guess it would be Andy, yourself, or for the developer. How do they plan to partner with Cold Springs residents moving forward, especially those concerned with the traffic, the quality of life, the light concerns and employment access.
Sure. So Andy Drilling again for the record. I think with respect to, say, traffic, right? I think we outlined quite a bit. Commissioner Williams noted, right, it's a significant reduction in potential traffic that's generated by this project than what's currently approved. So from that perspective, you know, we're empathetic, right? We understand that the commute, you know, south in the morning and north in the afternoon is difficult on 395, especially right now with all the construction going on. This project, shifting this project from a predominantly residential to predominantly, you know, employment-based, switches that, right? So now you don't necessarily, you're not competing with other homes that are in this area trying to do the same thing you are, commute to our urban center. You get some reverse commutes. You get folks that are, you know, able to work in closer proximity. So from a traffic standpoint, we feel like this change actually does work with those residents to address some of those concerns in the long term. Additionally, you know, I mentioned kind of some of the broader community benefits, White Lake Trail, things like that, access to public lands. Those are all great things because that's, you know, those are the recreation, like the individual said, right? They like to have the side-by-sides and recreate, you know, in public lands, probably. This is going to provide additional opportunities to access those public lands.
Great, thanks, Andy. I'm just going to pivot it to the water for a second because many nearby residents in Cold Springs, even if it's on the other side of White Lake, you know, do rely on domestic wells. How has the potential long-term impact of large-scale industrial use on both water quantity and quality been modeled, and what mitigation or protections can be implemented to safeguard existing well users?
So right now, and actually, can I get my presentation back? I'll point to that water slide I had. I do better with pictures. Okay. So right now on the map, the blue area, you see White Lake, obviously the big spot there in the middle on the left side. The big blue area is the current Great Basin Water Service territory. So it's essentially all on the north side, by and large, of White Lake. All of their wells and water resources are on the north side of White Lake. With the development of Stonegate, with the annexation of Stonegate into Great Basin's water district, we will be developing additional water resources on the south side of White Lake. Geologically speaking, White Lake is a giant clay layer. That's what you see there is actually groundwater that's seeping up through the clays. And so it's kind of a barrier for them right now. And so by connecting the north and the south, it provides them with greater resiliency over time. So it's a benefit, and it's another benefit for the residents of Cold Springs that you're developing additional water resources in the basin. Additionally, with this, you know, Stonegate PUD, the residential PUD, was required to have TUMWA water, Turkey Meadows Water Authority water, as the primary source. We're changing that and going to Great Basin and the on-site as the primary water source. The benefit of that is now you're not introducing outside water into the basin so that it's compounding issues of you know, flood water and additional groundwater in the basin, because all of that groundwater, or all that water that's coming into the basin, is being treated in the basin and re-injected in the basin. So from a broader water balance, it's a good thing to have in basin water resources.
Great, thanks, Andy. And a quick follow-up on that too, because the map kind of triggered I don't know, some memory. And I know that technically it's the California side, but I'll just mention it. Like, there are a lot of farmers and ranchers along Long Valley there, just right across, right behind. And so they're not necessarily protected by that geological clay of White Lake. And many of them do have generational roots in Nevada. So to some extent, got to consider them Nevadans with deep ties. Would their water be impacted?
That's a totally different, I would say no on its surface.
Okay.
Because, you know, the water that's been generated, you know, Stonegate's water is a combination of surface and groundwater. It dates back to the 1800s, right? They're very old senior water rights that are in that basin, and so they've had used those for a century. And you know, the folks that are in California, they're dealing with California water law. It's very different than that of Nevada. How it works in the basin, I don't know.
That's okay. And I think, you know, I'll go back to what we discussed earlier with Mike and Jeff and a few others, that however things unfold tonight, there's an added layer of opportunity for y'all to negotiate solutions with our fellow city council members as well, so.
I would add too, I mentioned about, water balance.
Yeah.
Washoe County is actually going through a water balance study right now. So it's taking into account kind of that. It's a broader look at these closed basins to look at how water balance can better be achieved. And so, again, we feel like the approach that we're going for, the road we're headed down with the water and sewer treatment here is a better thing for Cold Springs Valley in the long run.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And maybe it's for the applicant, last one. Just because it's been mentioned a lot, and y'all know how I feel about data centers, and not necessarily that I'm against, it's just more like the lack of guidelines right now, which I'm hopeful we'll get there. But are there any data center folks that are in the queue that would more or less circumvent our guideline timeline that we're aiming to do?
Yeah, so no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And to give you an idea of kind of timeline, I mean, we're at the kind of nascency of this, right? You have to get our master planning and zoning in place. This process that we're in right now is going to take the better part of this year, right? We've got to go to council, we've got to go to regional planning commission, right? That takes time. Then after that, it's not like we can just, submit a building permit for anything, right?
Yeah.
We've got to do, as was mentioned earlier, the backbone infrastructure needs to come first. Interestingly, coming out of the gates, that extension of White Lake Parkway to provide our primary access crosses a major drainage way. We'll be back in front of you with a disturbance to a major drainage way, major site plan review, probably some other cuts and fills, grading, things like that are associated with the backbone infrastructure construction. That takes time for us to prepare. It takes time, obviously, to submit to the city for staff and then to get back in front of you guys. So we're a couple years out from, probably breaking ground, but
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks for that, Andy. And with that, for the rest of the commission, I'm pretty much ready for deliberation when everyone else is.
Commissioner WR, I have a few more questions, sorry. I believe they're probably for Andy. We're talking about the regional water balance study that's going on. And I believe I read in one of these presentations that development impacts cannot be quantified, and specific mitigation recommendations cannot be identified at this time. So what is the timing on that, and what are some of the potential issues that might come up with that?
Sure, so I guess it's, this is unique because we're in front of you for a master plan amendment and a zone change, and typically, if I'm here on another project, I don't have all the data and studies backing it up. But because the PUD had progressed so far, we have sewer studies, drainage studies, all of that. So, and we're able to estimate at least, kind of the order of magnitude of development into the future. And so with that, there's a comfort level, I think, we shared a lot of that with city staff. We shared a lot of data to, kind of say, hey, we're still a project of regional significance based on our estimates of this development, and, kind of volunteered to take that to the Regional Planning Commission. So this is in a unique spot that, as developers kind of like to say, they didn't stop developing this. The use is changing of the property, but they haven't stopped developing it, and all of that work that's been done over the last 5 years is not, in the trash. It's something that we can use, and we've been working with a lot of the, NDOT/RTC, the city, Great Basin Water, Washoe County, on those infrastructure needs to help them understand it, but also to help us move this thing forward.
Got it, perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have for now.
Are we ready to deliberate? Okay. Would you like to start? Ward 4?
Maybe. Here we go. Yeah, thank you. And to your last point, Andy, again, the process didn't stop, right? You guys have been focused on some things and moving some things around. My concern, again, being from Ward 4, obviously data centers is a huge concern I have. And again, not that I'm opposed to them, just that we don't necessarily have any rules and regulations around them. And that may or may not be true for some of the advanced manufacturing that we're looking at. I'm still not sure I understand where these 8,000 employees are coming from, if they're coming from North Valleys or they're going to be moving to North Valleys. I'm still not sure about like timing on when we might see some more services. It sounds like it's going to be several years from now, which I understand. I get these things take time, but I think the big issue for me really is the quality of life right now, and so I'm having a hard time sort of balancing that. There's even with the residential, there's a little bit more. I don't know, open space, things for people to do, communities, and I'm just concerned that if we just market as industrial, it just opens it up for all kinds of things to sort of move in there. And again, it was substantial. It's 11 times increase in industrial/warehouse usage, and again, for me, I just have concerns with the quality of life that might bring to it. And we can say that there's going to be employment, which would be great, but we're still lacking some other services in the area. So those are my big concerns right now.
Perhaps I'll continue on this line of thinking. I'm really torn here. I'm torn on this one. I appreciate straight zoning as opposed to a PUD for 1,700 acres. I think it's nice because it doesn't tie up all that land in a PUD and it can change more fluidly with the city code updates. I think that's a really good thing for planning as our city continues to change. Not gonna lie, I don't love this jump from 950,000 square feet of industrial to 11.75 million square feet. That's a pretty substantial increase. And the zoning isn't IC or mixed employment, it's industrial, which is the most permissive use. So it doesn't seem to me to follow some sort of density transact, or it just sort of creates incompatibilities. There's single family, larger lots, and then industrial. Now that can be remedied through a lot of site planning, but what we're looking at today does sort of open the door for everything to follow to be a conforming use. And the CUPs, the tentative maps, you're giving us, the heaviest industrial, and everything will likely conform to that because, it sets the bar very low. I'm concerned. I certainly could buy into your vision of advanced manufacturing. I hope that comes and is realized. That's certainly a wonderful thing if it happens for Reno. Right now, we seem to have a surplus of distribution and warehouse facilities that are unoccupied. So I'm not sure. I'm not hearing the stats, but I can point to Airway Center, I can point to McKenzie, I can point to an Amazon building. That's millions of square feet of unoccupied distribution that's just sitting here with no real tenants of interest. So is this the vision of North Valleys? Because we've heard tonight from residents and we've heard for years prior to this that is not what is wanted in Ward 4. So, convince me that that's the thing that we really need to sort of pull our economy out of a troubled state. And then lastly, I just want to remind this board that we need a supermajority to pass this because it's a master plan amendment, so that's 5 votes. It will go to city council regardless, but, the planning commission has a valuable voice in this decision-making.
Okay, Commissioner Jockman, so yeah, you touched on a good point there that one thing that we hear from the residents, and is certainly, I've firsthand experienced this with the challenges in trying to bring commercial uses to North Valleys. So my understanding is that, we're going from housing to industrial, not necessarily a use type that residents are looking at getting or would like to see up there. My reason in asking the question regarding overall mix is because that is an area-specific policy that is, in my understanding, of utmost importance to the folks in Ward 4. And an overall mix, obviously, is talking about multiple land use types associated with industrial development. So the reason I asked the question regarding the infrastructure was to see if some of those components that are very prohibitive to develop things like restaurants are going to be in place to be more conducive for those types of land uses to come up in the future. That was my main reason in asking that question. And so what I heard was that, basically today, if we were to try and put a restaurant in those general commercial zones, it would be too expensive. If we get water infrastructure, the added transportation infrastructure along those corridors, it's easier for me to make the findings with regard to overall mix. I'll yield.
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, for the record, just my thoughts are that, as I shared earlier at the start, that this is not 2006, even though this rezoning reflects what the land may have looked like back then. I think the needs of Reno and its residents, those in Cold Springs and as a whole, in 2025 demand smart from the start planning. I am semi-comforted with the fact that prior community benefit agreements like emergency services, water services, and other infrastructure that the community needs can still be renegotiated at the city council level. I wish I could say I'm 100% confident, but I've seen that our advice and suggestions and our decisions as a commission have not been heeded before when arriving at council, and often without explanation as to why. So any support of this project would be given with serious pause, if not heartburn, but I'm not sure I'm even there yet. So with that, would staff or the applicant wish to add any last thoughts for consideration?
I appreciate, Andy Durling, for the record, appreciate the comments. Commissioner Rohrmeyer, Commissioner Becerra, addressing your concern about, the size, right? It's a lot of industrial. We feel, when you look at it in the broader economic standpoint of the city of Reno, we need a project like this. You mentioned 2006, this was the zoning on it, obviously it changed in 2018. I've been around enough to where, I've been planning in this valley for in this region for, 25 plus years. 15-ish years ago or so, in the early, 2010 era, Regional Planning Agency, Turkey Meadows Regional Planning, did an industrial lands needs assessment. They did that assessment, and the conclusions of it, to kind of paraphrase, was at that time, we do not have, as Reno Sparks region, adequate supply of larger industrial parcels in order to accommodate for those larger manufacturing uses that EDON and the city of Reno and the city of Sparks are working so hard to attract here for jobs. And I think when you look at we've had some development, and now 15 plus years later, when you look at it more anecdotally, I don't have the data in front of me, but anecdotally, you look around town, there's not a lot of large tracts of land where we could facilitate major employers coming to our region. We cannot compete in Reno with Tahoe Reno Industrial Center, the city of Fernley, or even Fallon and the Hazen projects that are going on east of us. So from our perspective, the city needs this. The city needs a viable resource of industrial land to be able to attract employment to the city, not just to our region, so that those tax dollars aren't going to the county east of us, they're not going to, or counties east of us, but they're staying here to be able to be utilized by our city for our residents. So from that perspective, I think this is something we need. It hasn't, it's interesting, it's changed since 2006, but we've kind of come full circle and back to the need for this type of project.
Thanks, Andy.
So this is maybe for Mike, I'm not really sure, or if anybody else has any thoughts on it. So I think part of it is, going from, again, 900 acres to 11 million acres of industrial. Is there another designation that might ease people's concerns and?
So what the applicant has requested is industrial. Are there other zoning designations that would comply with? There are. Whether that meets, their anticipated needs, I can't speak to that. Other conforming districts, for example, IC would be another conforming zone. You could even do an SPD, for example. I mean, there's a variety of zones that conform, but the applicant has presented us with industrial. That would definitely be a question for them.
Got it. So my question for you, Andy. have you considered other designations?
Yes, but by and large, industrial does, to Chair Romeyer's point, right? It does provide flexibility. I kind of got up on my soapbox there and provided kind of our heartfelt speech about why we need this, but, flexibility helps to add to that, right? Some of those advanced manufacturing type uses may or may not be allowed in, say, an IC or mixed employment ME zones, which are less intense. When you look at it, Jeff shared with you kind of early on in his presentation and remarks that, general compatibility, right? When you look at this, it's a little bit of an island, right? We don't have a lot of residential adjacent to us. We're adjacent to a freeway, and it's kind of a blank slate. From that perspective, that kind of led us to, then this is an appropriate location for industrial zoning rather than the less intense industrial, commercial, or mixed employment. So what we did then to mitigate some of those things is, there's built-in open space buffers on the northern edge there adjacent to those county lots. And as Jeff mentioned, right, that came back from Washington County planners that was adequate for those. As we come forward, right, even those uses up in that area are going to require an added level of discretionary review by the city, whether it comes to this body or is administrative. So there are safeguards, safety valves kind of built into code that we feel are appropriate. And to, again, Chair Romeyer's point, right, it's a good thing to use straight zoning and use the city zoning code, because as you guys see issues that arise or new uses and things like that, you have the ability with the city council to then levy additional restrictions or levy, new standards, things like that. So as the city evolves, this project, and as the city's code evolves, this project evolves with it.
Maybe, could I ask, if you wanted to talk about flexibility, what about mixed-use zoning? It's still in the books in Reno.
I would look to suburban mixed use would probably be the most close. That actually opens it up far more flexible, right? It's, higher density residential. I think the industrial is limited, if I remember.
You could do industrial and
I think it's limited to in size as well, in size of building, as well as, kind of more logistics businesses, if I recall. Totally going off memory, so please forgive me, I'm not. So that would be the concern with that.
Okay, thank you.
May I just chime in on something? Commissioner Becerra, you afforded us an opportunity to provide a little bit more thought on things. I would also point out that early on, you may have noticed that the case number on this is LDC 24. This project has been in the queue for a year now. And the reason, or there are multiple reasons, but one of the reasons is because there's been an ongoing kind of dialogue about what's the appropriate zone, what are the appropriate zones, dealing with the fire and public safety agreements, dealing with the parks agreements, things like that. So what I'm saying is that, for example, the application originally came in with, I believe, SF11, is that right, Michael? And in response to staff's comments early on, a year ago, we were able to negotiate with them to reduce that from SF11 to SF5, which dramatically reduces the potential residential unit yield on the available single-family acreage. So point being that the applicant has been flexible in terms of kind of addressing staff concerns. Similarly, on the the fire and parks agreements, we've been in conversation with them for months on these topics, and so none of this has been done on a whim in terms of kind of it's been carefully thought out, carefully analyzed over time. And have come forth with, what the applicant believes and staff concurs is an appropriate land use paradigm. In terms of quality of life, Commissioner Del Villar, I think maybe one of the things that you're chiming in on and that I missed earlier that I'd like to come back around and address is we heard multiple comments from the public in terms of, looking at the night sky and things like that. So I would surmise and posit that having 5,000 residential units versus 1,350 residential units, there's the potential that you would potentially have a lot more kind of light, versus industrial uses that are, kind of focused. And again, as Andy pointed out, you still have code that requires, downward lighting, reducing light spillage, things like that. So I think that those kinds of issues are inherently addressed by the nature of the use, that is, uses that are proposed change from residential, but then also again by code and subsequent entitlements that will be required to be undergone.
Right, like
Be
the
gone-
light,
be gone
light,
through?
and,
I don't know
yeah,
how to say it.
noise and light through CUPs and stuff like that.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
I wanted to see if Commissioner Velto had any deliberation.
I think I feel a little more comfortable with what's being proposed, and we asked. There's been a lot of questions that ask about kind of whether or not there's a need for this type of project, and I guess I tend to assume that when an applicant comes forward seeking an MPA or a zoning map amendment, and they have a specific request, they've done their diligence and they've evaluated the need for the project in a manner that is more sophisticated than I think we can do as a planning commission. So I don't like the idea of trying to push the applicant into a different type of zoning when I think they've obviously done an assessment and been able to project what type of needs there are for this area. I feel comfortable making the findings, and I think a lot of my analysis really comes from frankly, that I think the graphs depict this very well in the staff report. The charts that show the current acreage under the PUD versus the proposed acreage. And while this does lead to more industrial acreage, I think a lot of the other acreage types are fairly consistent with what has been proposed. And the type of, industrial, or the type of commercial uses or industrial uses that we can foresee in the future that would be beneficial and consistent with the master plan, if we move towards that by approving the application, I think would be beneficial for the city and consistent with how I think that the master plan expects us to evaluate projects.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
Sure. Oh,
I was going to add to Commissioner Jockman, I was going to add to Commissioner Becerra's comment, I guess, the quality of life component. Oftentimes, applicants will perhaps state that there is a decrease in trips associated with the project, and it's not always easy to believe, but obviously, regardless of the use type, if it is an employment center of any kind, those trips are going to be going towards that facility in the AM peak hours. If we had this as residential, it would not be that case. And that would create even more impact, as it is entitled currently, on the 395 commute southbound in the morning. So making the change to a different land use, even if we don't love that land use, make no mistake, it'll all else equal help the morning commute for folks in Ward 4.
great. Thank you, fellow commissioner. I do want to add to that once upon a time, all those homes were justified as great, right? So one way or the other, we'll find good in something. And I think it's our job to try to find what's business friendly yet resident responsible. And so I do want to, thank Andy and Jeff for their added thoughts. I do appreciate Andy's diligence and his team that they've undergone for over a year. And Jeff, your collaboration and guidance all the time. And I do support my fellow commissioners who strive to always strengthen what's before us and not just take it at face value, because there's always room for improvement. And so, I guess we'll have to do maybe a roll call vote and see where things fall.
Yeah, I think roll call is going to be valuable here. Go ahead. Did you have some more comments?
Can I say something?
Yes.
This one's extremely difficult for the new guy. So I've been kind of silent, trying to grab my thoughts here. And it's very complex, and it's an area that I by far am least familiar with, so I've been listening to those that have experience there, and it's very important. Something just, when I look at the positives to this, I look at the reduction in water by 60%, which is a big concern here. I look at the reduction in average daily trips from that area by 10,000 a day. And I look at the relation of the master plan as far as economic and industrial growth goes. And for me, when I think about those things, I live in a community that is close to 3,000 homes, and I can tell you the complications that communities of those size bring. And to me, when I look at this and the reduction in size of the potential that what is currently approved, I find greater peace in that. I would agree with you that the industrial thing is tough, and I can't say that I would sign up and raise my hand to have that next to my community. But I also know that large communities bring a large population and a large demand of services. And so I've kind of moved past that, and I think I'm fairly comfortable with making those findings. So I appreciate you guys putting all this input in for the new guy.
No. I'm not as convinced on the due diligence here. I kind of think maybe the big driver was, hey, here's a land use that doesn't require a lot of upfront infrastructure cost, and thereby that will be the direction by which we move forward. This is a lot of land. This is a lot of available land left in the city of Reno for growth. There aren't a lot of other spaces left like that. So this is an important decision. And yeah, I don't see the compatibility the way the zoning map is designed today.
Any other deliberations?
Well, somebody's going to have to make a motion, and then we can vote on it.
Sure. So based upon, let me make sure I have the right one here. Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to adopt the master plan amendment by resolution and recommend that City Council adopt the master plan and zoning map amendments by ordinance subject to conformance review by the Regional Planning Commission.
And we'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Veltwal, second.
Commissioner Becerra?
Not there yet. Just, can I take a pass?
Back to you.
Commissioner Del Villar?
No, based on quality of life and incompatibility.
Commissioner Williams?
I'm a yes.
Chair Romeyer?
No on the issue of incompatibility.
Commissioner Becerra?
That was quick. I'm a no for the same issues as my fellow commissioners here, and if we need specificity, Master Plan Amendment B, Zoning Map Amendment 1B and 1M.
Believe the motion fails.
You never asked me for my vote.
You made the motion, so I figured it was a yes.
Sure, yep.
Okay.
Okay, well, we can read the appeal, since this was set to go to City Council anyway. But, let's see, where is the appeal statement? Any final action, not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission, may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor or city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with the fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 business days, starting on the day after written notice of the action is filed with the city clerk.
Madam Chair, if I could also clarify, this will go, as you mentioned, to council regardless. The applicant does have the ability to appeal, which would protect certain legal rights should this move further. So just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Mike. All right, we have another development hearing, and that is Ranchera Planned Unit Development, Master Plan Amendment, and Handbook.
Do we know if it's being presented by the same,
It is.
Mr. Darling?
Yeah, well, or maybe Stacy Huggins, are you presenting on Ranchera? Andy Darling, okay. We can give a minute.
Should we ask him if he would like a break?
Why don't we just take 5 minutes?
Yeah, okay.
right, let's reconvene. Thank you. And we'll start with, oh.
Don't worry about it.
We'll start with a presentation from Leah.
There should be some other dice so we can see it. Yeah. Yes. 4.5. No, that's just an exhibit.
Do you know when we get paid?
Because I can see them.
Back in session. All right. Well, good evening, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Leah Picotti, and I am an associate planner with the City of Reno Development Services. And this evening, I am presenting the application for the Ranchera Planned Unit Development, Master Plan Amendment, and Handbook Amendment. So, Ranchera, I think everybody's familiar with where it's located, but it's just south of McCarran and to the west of the 580 and kind of to the north of Del Monte. It is a 141 acre site, and today we're looking at two different requests. So request number one is to amend the handbook. And generally, that's to eliminate the equestrian center land use designation and create Village 8. So we're replacing equestrian center with Village 8. To reduce the total number of units from 722 units to 469 units, and to modify the objectives of the PUD by removing all references to equestrian and riding facilities. And finally, to update the flexibility section, and there's some other minor amendments in there just related to updates in code conformance. The second request is for a 6 acre site. This is a master plan amendment. This is where the current equestrian center site land use area is located. And what they're asking to do here is to go from parks, greenways, and open space to single family neighborhood. So here on the screen, you can see the existing land use plan for Ranchera. That equestrian center parcel is down on the bottom in green there. Generally, the key issues that were analyzed in this request were the total number of units for Ranchera, the density of the equestrian center and the proposed Village 8, the conformance of the handbook with Reno Municipal Code, and the master plan amendment. So I'm going to go through each one of those and kind of talk about what the request is, what the background is, how we analyze that, and what the result of the approval would mean. So start high level here with the total number of units. So the request before you today is to reduce the total number of units from 722 units to 469 units. To give you some background on this, back in 1995, when Ranchera was originally approved, it was approved for 188 units, and that was for 155 units plus 33 units on the equestrian center parcel should the equestrian center ever no longer be there. So just want to point out that it has been the plan to develop single family on the equestrian center site since the inception of Ranchera. In 2015, there was an amendment to the handbook that changed it from 188 units to 722 units. This was specifically for 691 units plus 31 units on the equestrian center should it ever go away. So I've been working on Ranchera projects for the last couple of years, and I hear a lot of public comment. I talk to a lot of residents. And one of the things that I always hear is that the HOA board, which is totally out of the purview of zoning and the CC&Rs, is directly related to the number of units. So one of the things that I've heard is that now that we're getting a little closer to build out, 722 units is never going to be achieved. And therefore, the residents of Ranchera will never get majority control of their HOA board. And this has been a problem that has been brought up over and over to City of Reno staff again and again. But I do want to reiterate that those CC&Rs and that HOA is really out of the purview of me as a planner and the city of Reno. We don't have enforcement over it. We don't enforce the HOA. We don't enforce those CCNRs. It's just something that has been brought up by the residents. So what you see on your screen here is the thresholds at which the residents of Ranchera gain control of that homeowners association. So basically, it's a 3-member board, and at 25%, they get 1 elected member, at 50%, they get 2 elected members, and at 75%, they get the whole 3 elected members. So as you can see in the middle where it says current 722 units, that 50% threshold where they'll get majority control would be 361 units. Well, I've heard over and over, they're never going to reach that 361 units and they're never going to get control. As of today, or as of, I guess, March of 2025, my understanding is that 292 units have been sold. So, with this proposed reduction in units to 469, that would mean that 234 units would need to be sold for the residents to get 50%, to meet the 50% threshold for them to get 2 residents elected, and then 1 assigned by the declarant. So basically, that would put them at 62%. So my understanding is that if we approve this request to reduce the number of units, it's going to benefit the residents of Ranchera by giving them control of their HOA board. So, let me just go back to that for a second. So, result of this request, the result in the reduced number of units is that the overall density of Ranchera is reduced from 5.1 units to 3.3 dwelling units per acre, and that the residents will gain majority control of that HOA board. All right, moving to the next item, density of the equestrian center / proposed Village 8. So the request is to increase the total number of units from 7 to 29. Right now, the way that the handbook's written allows for 1 dwelling unit per acre. That area is 7.2 acres. So right now, they would be allowed to have 7 units. I think everybody here knows that the equestrian center is gone. It's been demolished. So right now, it's just vacant land. And I heard something earlier that there's no density if it's this dense in Ranchera, but that's not true. So to the middle of the site where you can see 4.5 dwelling units per acre. Directly to the north of that, you have 6 dwelling units per acre. To the northeast, you have 6.5 dwelling units per acre. To the east, you have 34 dwelling units per acre. And to the south, you have 1 dwelling unit per acre. However, that was developed using cluster development. So those lots that are adjacent are actually like 0.4 to 0.6 acres. There's no full actual 1 acre lots in there. Additionally, when they did that cluster development proposal, they preserved 2.4 acres of open space between the equestrian center and those lots. So from a planning perspective, when you have a difference in density like that, that's exactly what you want. Code would require like 30 feet or 50 feet. That's like 70 feet, kind of in the middle, a little more on one end, a little less on the other. So from a planning perspective, the 4-point dwelling units per acre is appropriate for this site, especially since the entirety of Ranchera is being dropped by 280-something units. So again, to give you a little background, 1995, they allowed essentially 2 dwelling units per acre on that site. 2015, they dropped it to 1 dwelling unit per acre. 2018, they dropped the whole site to 7.2 acres, still at 1 dwelling unit per acre. So the result of this approval would be that the overall density of the Equestrian Center Village 8 will be increased from 1 dwelling unit per acre to 4.5 dwelling units per acre. So conformance with Reno Municipal Code. I did read some letters from residents who were concerned about this section, but I think that maybe there was a little bit of a misunderstanding. So this request is to update the flexibility section to reflect the current Reno Municipal Code processes and other like little miscellaneous updates to just bring this into conformance. So the current handbook was done in 2018. In 2021, Reno Municipal Code Title 18 was completely revised. And lots of zonings were changed, different processes were added. So what you see on the top there is the zoning district conversion table. So there were references in the handbook to like SF15, which no longer exists, and SF9 no longer exists. So some of those corrections were just putting them to the correct zoning district, so that in the future when planners look at this and they don't remember that we had SF9 or SF15, they can see what it is. The other thing is that the flexibility section of the handbook specifically states that minor deviations are permitted. Anything over 10% requires a variance. Well, the reason that that was there was because at that time, only minor deviations and variances existed. In the 2021 update, we added major deviations and alternative equivalent compliance to that list. So all this update is doing is saying you can go through a major deviation, you can go through an alternative equivalent compliance if you need deviations from the standards. There was some comments made where people said this is just another way for them to put more units. That's not true. That's not possible. They cannot exceed, should this be approved, they can't exceed the 469. This is more like, I have an application right now for somebody who wants to have a 7-foot fence rather than the required 6-foot fence. So she's going through a major deviation. Even not having those things in code, we can still, as the city, allow the applicants to apply for that major deviation or that alternative equivalent compliance. This just adds them to the handbook. It's a formality. So the result of this is that the handbook would conform to Reno Municipal Code. The master plan amendment. All right. The request is for that equestrian center parcel to go from parks, greenways, and open space to single-family neighborhood. So prior to 2017, all PUDs were just SPAs. There were special plan areas in the master plan. When we did the update to the master plan in 2017, we updated all those SPAs to just generally reflect what the current uses were. So when staff was updating that, they looked at the equestrian center and they said, yeah, PGOS sounds correct. I don't know that they necessarily looked into the fact that single-family residential was approved on that site and had been since 1995. I think had they looked into that, they probably would have designated it SF. The other thing is that the master plan designation of PGOS requires that the lands be preserved through conservation easements or other mechanisms. This site never went through that because it was always intended that it was someday going to be single family. So right now, let's say that none of this gets approved. The developers are still going to build 7 homes on this lot, and we're going to have a non-conformance. Essentially, we're going to have a non-conforming use on a site that's has a master plan of PGOS. So I recommend that either way, this master plan amendment be approved. This is really a cleanup item. This is a correction. So the result is that the master plan will conform to the approved uses, or the approved uses will conform to the master plan, however you want to look at it. Before I get into the analysis and the findings, I just want to cover a couple of things that I saw in public comment in the last couple of days. One was about this 10% contingency of units. So when this application was originally submitted, it was not for a reduction in the number of units. I asked for that in the first review. I asked for them to look at it, look at the build out, and come back to me with realistic numbers. And that's exactly what the applicants did. They came back and they said, this is how many units we can feasibly put on the remaining undeveloped parcels, and we would like a 10% contingency in case any of that changes. Now, that 10%, the 469 includes that 10% contingency. And I just want to let everybody here know that that 10% contingency on the number of units is completely normal in a PUD. I would be surprised if we ever saw a PUD that did not have that 10% contingency. All of the ones I've worked on have had it. So it's not abnormal to have that. And still, with the HOA resident control at the 75%, which I think hits at 351. So even if the applicants reduced it down to 400 or took away whatever that 10% contingency is, it's not going to affect the HOA control, which is the real reason we're trying to get an actual number of units here. So that's the 10% contingency. A couple of the other things that I've read is requesting that the Planning Commission and that the council review the allowance in Village 7 that should the sales pavilion be demolished, that no home should be able to be built there, or that the sales pavilion should be preserved. There is no mechanism in the handbook for that right now. The sales pavilion is part of Village 7, and if it were ever removed, they would be able to build, I think, 5 homes on that site. That's not anything that's changing in this update. So I realize that they're asking for that, but it's not anything that's been addressed in this amendment. Additionally, back in 2019, 8 units were approved on the front lawn of the mansion. And I also read that people didn't want those 8 units built there. And while I understand it was approved in 2019, so its tentative map for those units has already been approved. Then they had 4 years to develop. They were running out of time. They came back in 2023 and 2023 and requested the 2-year extension, which they're allowed to do. And they came before the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission approved the 2-year extension. So they now have until November 16th, I think, of 2025 to do the final map and record the final map for that. So 8 units. So that's where we're at with that. So I just want to address those things because I feel like they're going to come up in public comment, but I want you guys to know where staff stands on those. Moving back into the presentation, the planned unit development review recommended findings are on the board. Staff does find that the amendment is consistent with the modified objectives. The reduced number of units will give residents control of the HOA board. There's no change in the ratio of residential to non-residential because those areas, the acres of those areas are not being changed. There's no change in the open space. There's no change in the public services or vehicular or any of that. The proposed density of the 4.5 seems appropriate, especially with that 2-acre buffer to the south. Does it address a unique situation? Yes, the amendment addresses the changes over the past 7 years. Is it compatible with the master plan? Yes, it's going to bring the site into conformance with the master plan. And again, for the public benefit, I believe that it's benefiting the residents by giving them control of that board. So master plan amendments, is it in substantial conformance with the master plan priorities and policies? Yes. The SF designation brings the site into conformance. If we don't approve that, then it's just not going to be in conformance. Are the activities and development compatible with surrounding development? The master plan amendment doesn't change the allowed development. It just brings it into conformance. And availability of public services, there's no change. So staff has been able to make all of the findings. The recommended motion is on the board, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Andy, would you like to give a presentation?
Yes, thank you. Pardon me. Commissioners, for the record, Andy Drilling with Wood Rogers representing the applicant. A little bit of overlap with Leah's presentation, but appreciate her thoroughness on this. As we mentioned, yes, this is really specifically, this began as an amendment specific to the former equestrian center at Ranchera. Master plan amendment from PGOS to single family, as staff mentioned, to clean that up. In my opinion, that was a mistake that was done by the city back in 2018 with the adoption of Reimagine Reno. And then a PUD amendment on its surface, right? The main point of the amendment is to change the equestrian center zoning use to single family and establish a new Village 8. Here's a look at the master plan designation, what's proposed to single family, so it's consistent actually what's to the north as well as to the east of us. I do want to point out, there is still PGOS master plan that would remain as part of this. The equestrian center expanded outside of what the current parcel is, so it included the right-of-way of Falabella and portions of Evans Creek, which is on the south side of that highlighted parcel, and the Lake Ditch Trail, which is on the west side. So those actually would remain as PGOS because they are PGOS. As staff mentioned, this PGOS, as I say, is stated, I believe was done in error. It does not meet the criteria. It was never intended to be open space or common area amenity within the PUD. When you look in the PUD, it establishes the open space areas as really kind of those natural features, the pond and trail corridors, or the pond and Evans Creek is kind of natural features, and then a lot of the trail corridors around the ranch. The equestrian center was originally intended, going back to 2011, before kind of the contemporary PUD, was originally intended by John Harrah to be kind of like a livestock event center. It was meant to be kind of a cutting horse arena and able to host kind of rodeo type events. It was then operated as a commercial stable for almost 10 years. They tried the concept originally in the PUD, in the 2015 version of the PUD, was that equestrian center could be kind of an amenity to the residents that live there, that they would have the opportunity that, hey, if you're downsizing to live in this more infill environment, but you still have a horse, you could board it there and ride. Unfortunately, that didn't really come to fruition. No residents were actually boarding their horses. It was all outsourced boarders. So based on that, when you look at the criteria, which is on the screen here from the criteria in the master plan for PGOS, it does not meet that, as staff mentioned as well. Also, I want to add one of the conditions of approval from the 2015, which was kind of, again, that modern PUD that we've been building off of for the last 10 years. Council actually stipulated that a residential density shall be applied to the equestrian center as well as the event center, or the club at Ranchera now is the event center. This is that condition from 2015. I kind of highlighted or enlarged it here, that in the event that the combined 31, almost 32 acres of equestrian center and/or event center are discontinued, the aforementioned land use category shall have an underlying allowable residential density of at least 1 unit per acre. And really the crux of that came at the council approval for it. I believe it was actually Councilwoman Breckus at the time said, hey, this is akin to kind of like a golf course and country club. If by chance those, don't survive, which at that time they were, City of Sparks was dealing with DeAndrea and its discontinuance. And so she said, it's a good idea to have at least some underlying baseline that we could start from. So that's what we're doing. Zone PUD, this is kind of the evolution. This is the third amendment, which was proposed in 2014, adopted in 2015. The equestrian center was actually quite a bit larger, included the building, which is on the northern parcel there, and then kind of riding arenas and things like that on the south side of Evans Creek. They, at that kind of in between there, found that they could, to the west of us is Bartley Ranch. Bartley Ranch has a number of equestrian facilities already and equestrian riding trails. So the developer took a lot of the excess fencing and footing of the arenas that were at Ranchera and constructed new arenas at Bartley Ranch as a broader public amenity, built a bridge across, which is a white kind of double arrowed line there, built a bridge across Lake Ditch so that folks that were boarding their horses in there still had an opportunity to go ride trails, go ride in the arenas, do that type of thing. And when they discontinued that use, tentative map and ultimately final map was approved for that 9 acres on the south side for the 9 lots, which are now identified and was updated in the 2018 amendment to recognize the estates lots there. Now we're at the Fifth Amendment. The equestrian use didn't survive. It was not a viable use. As staff mentioned, the commercial activities there stopped in, I believe, 2023. In 2024, they disassembled the building itself, and now it sits vacant, and we're asking to redesignate that as single-family zoning within the Ranchera PUD. When you look at that kind of in the broader context of the PUD, all of that kind of western side, with the exception of the estates residential down in the bottom left corner there, all of that is single family. In addition, open space, right, the PGOS, it was never identified in the handbook as open space. Open space was really just these kind of, more natural features, buffers along Del Monte, trail corridors. With this, we did, you did some outreach as part of this, met with a couple of the neighbors next door a few times, got some input from them, not saying that they're in favor of it, and I'm sure you'll hear from them tonight. But some of the things we heard from them was, kind of a concern of, hey, we don't want homes built right off of our back fence. We're concerned about our views, things like that. And so we did build in some further restrictions based on that feedback. So we proposed a 50-foot buffer on the north side of Village 8 there. There was a trail corridor through there, but it didn't have an identified kind of width to it, so really it was just kind of like a trail with some trees. Now it's a broader, it's 50 foot. 50 foot is similar to the Evans Creek corridor on the south side, that's 55 feet, so we felt like that was appropriate. We added a requirement for 1 tree for every 30 lineal feet. That's actually more than what's required for some of the other open space corridors. For example, the Lake Ditch Trail corridor requires 1 tree for every 50 feet, for example. And then that, it already provides a connection to the Lake Ditch Trail. It'll continue that. We restricted it to 29 allowable units, and then we further restricted those units to be 1 story, both on the north side, again, adjacent to that open space corridor, and on the south side against the Evans Creek. So trying to listen to what the neighbors are saying and address what we can. One of the other major things that we heard, Leah mentioned it, and we heard it definitely from the neighbors loud and clear, is the desire to reduce the total number of units allowable within a ranchera. I just want to make a note, the PUD and the CCNRs, which the CCNRs is what determines HOA takeover and when those thresholds are met. They are 2 completely different documents, right? The PUD is a public land use document regulated by the city of Reno. The CCNRs, at their creation, were based on the PUD, but they are a private land use restriction and covenant between private landowners. That is a completely different thing, and while I don't feel, and based on the conversations with the attorneys that developed the CCNRs, us changing the total number of units within the Ranchera PUD has no bearing on the CCNRs and the total number of units that are within that. But as a good faith effort to show that, we did go through what we felt was a logical kind of evaluation of what the total units should be. So starting at the top, the event center, which is in purple there, the mansion, it had an underlying density or an allowance for 12 units. We're not changing that, it's still proposed at 12 units. As Leah mentioned, 8 units are currently approved on the very southern portion between kind of the pond and the, which is that green blob there, and the main house. There's actually a standalone parcel for it, and that tentative map expires in November of this year. The equestrian center had 7. It's going to 0 because we're getting rid of the equestrian center designation. The estates residential, there's the 9 lots that we created south of Evans Creek, and then there was 1 older home that actually was preserved, so that's the 10. I'm going to skip the urban residential for a second. The cottages, which are the brown areas there, originally allowed to have 250. They're mapped and constructed at 178. Single family, which is all the northwest portion of the ranch, was allowed to have 133 units. We're increasing that to 162. That's the 29 units that we are establishing in the new Village 8 on the former equestrian center site. So that brings us to the urban residential. So what I did is I said, I went through and assessed what has been actually final mapped and constructed in Ranchera. And so you add up, all the single family, Village 4, Village 6, the cottages, right? Those are all constructed, so nothing's changing there. So I added up all of those. I added in the 29 units from Village 8, from the new Village 8. Then you get to Village 7. Village 7, all but the 1 acre parcel where the existing sales center is. Village 7 has an existing approved tentative map for 59 units, so I added that in. However, I added those 59 units into my total. That density is about 5 units per acre, so I assigned that same density to the sales center parcel to get another 5 units there, 64 in Village 7. Added all of that up and it came to 420 some odd, added a 10% contingency, and that's where we got to the 469. The reason that we did it that way, we're restricting ourselves to 29 units on Village 8. Village 7 currently has the ability to develop at 310 units, okay? Yes, it has an approved tentative map, but I've been around long enough and gone through major recessions when things, what hits the fan and things can change drastically. So until that final map is recorded and until that starts construction, I don't feel comfortable as a planner trying to anticipate future outcomes here to fully reduce that down to, only the 59. So that's where that contingency comes into play, which I feel is a very appropriate planning mechanism. And staff, I think in Leah's presentation, agreed with that. So just some of the responses to some of the resident comments. There were some emails that were sent around Ranchera oops, I broke my. And just with respect to the sales pavilion, it's always been part of the urban residential zoning area. There's no plans to demolish it, but I feel it's very prudent to allocate at least some underlying density, similar to what exists at the club right now, okay? The club condos, which is the 12 units that are allowed within the event center of the club, that's been associated, those 12 units have been associated with the PUD since kind of the modern one that we've been working on since 2014. And like I mentioned, there's an existing tentative map that expires in November. No final map has been filed with the city to date for that. Contingency plans, like I said, the PUD is a zoning document, and until such time as villages are final mapped and built, there is a need for contingencies that are dependent on market conditions. That is good planning. Outreach to neighbors, to adjacent neighbors, we were accused that we had kind of, stated that, hey, we had had some meetings with the nearest adjoining neighbors, and that we had their support. No, not necessarily, but we did solicit their input, and we have incorporated what we feel is appropriate into the PUD. The future plans for Village 8, when we met with some of those adjacent neighbors, we did share with them a conceptual plan. We had an architect prepare something that we felt was viable. However, there's no builder that's picked that up. That's the master developer. They're not a home builder. There's no home builder that has picked up and made an offer on this property, but it's hard for lay people to just, think of what could be. So we had a pretty picture of what it could be. It's a conceptual plan, but it in no way, is the final plan that may or may not come forward for Village 8, and just wanted to clarify that. And so with that, I can't advance the slide because I dropped this. That, I believe, concludes my presentation. Can you advance one more? No, thank you. Can you advance one more slide just to make sure that is it. So with that, I would reserve the rest of my time to address any public comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, we'll go to disclosure, starting with Commissioner Becerra.
Hello. Met with the applicant, Commissioner Becerra for the record. I met with the applicant's representative. I met with the residents at Ranchera and took a tour, and I reviewed, provided material and public comment.
Commissioner Del Villar, I met with the developers, and I read all of the communications that have come my way so far.
Commissioner Rohrmeyer received emails, met with the applicant's rep, met with the residents who gave us a tour.
Commissioner Williams, I read the documentation provided to us in comments and met with the applicant.
Commissioner Jockman, I sought guidance from the city attorney's office, and I met with the applicant's team and read emails in opposition to the project.
Commissioner Velto?
Yes, Commissioner Velto, I met with the applicant's representatives, and I received and reviewed correspondence at my city email.
Okay, now we'll go to public comment. I've received a number of public comment here in the chambers, but we also have some online, correct?
I don't have anyone with their hand raised at this time. If you're hoping to speak under public comment for this item, please raise your hand.
Okay, I will, I'm going to put out a couple of names and we'll do them in order, starting with David Wong, then Christine Speed, then Glenn Gray, and we'll go into the next batch.
Hello, my name is David Wong. I am a homeowner and a resident of Ranchera. I oppose all of the amendments that they've been put through, but what I'd like to focus on this presentation too, which has not been really addressed in Mr. Durling's or the staff, is regarding open space. The open space that was granted, as I understand it, back in 2018 in the PUD handbook was 10.8 acres. Of course, back then, the whole development hadn't really basically been done. Now, today, 2025, we have this situation whereby the village is almost completed. When you look at this map here, you will see is that what has been designated as open space is all in green. Now, Christine Speed kindly went around and measured, okay, she's not a quantity surveyor, and obviously these are estimates, but basically we came up with the fact that all this open space only comes up to about 6.8 acres. Now, originally 10.8, as I understood it, and I could be wrong here, included the pond, which is here. It included Village 8, which was the equestrian center. It included the lawn that was in the event center. Now, that's gone, that belongs to Ranchera, the club. The HOA still has the pond. That is going to be developed, 7.2, so we'll get 1.2 back. But this designated open space here is really a public pathway. Could you argue the fact that basically that is not open space for the benefit of the Ranchera residents? Well, it is, but it's also to the public. The other problem basically also is that this open space here, which is basically the berms, although it's under the maintenance of the HOA, really kind of belongs to this here, and this open space really belongs to the club. So if you take those two things into consideration and took them out of the open space, the only open space that's really relevant is all of this. Plus, the map hasn't really been updated, but the open space also should include a small reflection pond over here and a dog park over here. Okay? And so therefore, we're short about 4 acres of open space. And what Christine's going to present in the next 3 minutes is the possibility of mitigating this by doing some things to amend the PUD handbook to reflect the open space that's required. One of the things which is really needs to be amended, I believe, is this space here, because this really doesn't belong to the HOA. It belongs to the owners of this and the owners of this. Okay? And from that, I'm going to hand over to Christine to talk about what she feels mitigating things should be for the PUD.
Thank you.
Hello, Christine Speed. Hi to all the commissioners. We are hoping that since we feel that we are short 4 acres, and we have solutions or requests, 5 requests, and we hope that you'll instruct the developer to carry out these modifications on behalf of meeting their responsibility to provide us with 10.8 acres of open space. And the first request is supported by RMC 18.04.104, create a walking path along the south side of Village 4, the villas, along Evans Creek, continue across Falabella Way, and continue east to a new gate to be installed that provides connective access into the Lake Ditch Path. At the far southwest corner of Village 8, there already exists a little clearing that could be expanded and made into a 1/4 acre secluded sitting and viewing area at Evans Creek under the trees. Second request, supported by RMC 18.02.6037. Remove the ratty fence along the north bank of the Evans Creek at the southern border of Village 8. Restore the river bank on both sides into a riparian buffer zone to control erosion and support aquatic ecosystems. and restore Evans Creek on the east side of Falabella by removing the artificial retaining wall and restoring this bank to its pre-development natural riverine slope. Third request, supported by RMC 18.04.105, preserve the mature trees upon the raised berm along the west perimeter of Village 8, as well as those along the south perimeter along the creek bank. The western perimeter trees are particularly sensitive because they're growing upon 2-foot elevation in grade fronted by a stone retaining wall. Fourth request, create more pedestrian paths for connectivity to offices and shops at Village 7, renovate the old road along the eastern perimeter of Village 7, and create an emergency road, an emergency gate, plus a pedestrian gate, similar to the one in Cantero. This would provide connectivity to the east end of Sierra Rose shops and offices. The request restores the exit that originally existed on the city-approved Village 7 map. We are told that the easement required would be minimal. And the fifth request is the pavilion, and create a historical and cultural preservation zoning to protect this site of cultural significance, reserve it for future community purchase once residents assume control of the HOA, and that is supported by RMC 18.02.602. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Glenn?
Hi, Glenn Gray. I'm a resident of Ranchera. Bought my piece of property there 7 years ago in 2018. I think I've sent you all a little note. I hope you had a chance to read it, and I hope you had a chance to verify some of the things that I said in my note by Mr. Derling's presentation. My concern is about motivation. So you have to sit there and wonder, they have the ability to build 7 homes there. What's the motivation to change it to 29? Why? I'll tell you the motivation. The developer said he can sell it faster and get more money. That is the motivation. These are direct words that were told to me in 4 meetings that I had with the developer. Okay? So what does that mean? That means Locust Development will sacrifice the good of the entire community for a little expediency in selling the land and for some potential profit that they can make. Complete disregard to whether those 29 homes fit the land use all around it. The presentation from staff talked about zoning, working the amount of homes in the land next to it and everything working. Nothing about fairness, nothing about value, nothing about when we bought our homes, what we relied on when we bought our homes. We relied on the PUD that you people helped make. And it says 7 homes. Why would we change it? Why are we even talking about this? This should just be rejected. We all made decisions, hundreds of us, based on the PUD, that you helped us, you gave it to us. We relied on it. We made investments, life-changing investments for many of these people. Built their homes knowing if the equestrian center were to go down, 7 homes would be behind it. Not 29 smaller, much less expensive homes to devalue our property. The motivation is greed. Why would the developer add a 10% contingency on the number of homes being built in Ranchera when 300 homes are already built? You don't need 10%, maybe 10% on what's not built. The 300 homes are already there. Why would you have a contingency on something that's already done? You know what? The motivation is greed. I have a lot more to say, and I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to be able to say it. But I'll end with one little comment. I'd like to make a comment to the CEO of Locust Development, Mr. Gordon Greco. Mr. Joel Grace. Greed is not good. your greed is especially not good for Ranchera. Save Ranchera, stop the greed. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Werner Keller, Audrey Keller, and Kyle Forsyth.
Thank you. Good evening. Let me get my map out. It's the same map that you've seen before. My topic is a narrow one. I'm surprised that Ms. Picotti did not mention the need for an updated traffic study at Ranchera. The traffic study that's in the current version of the PUD handbook comes from 2018, and that was really a refresh of the original one done in 2015. Well, we all know there was nothing in Ranchera. There was no traffic in Ranchera to measure in 2015. So the way that they do it, the traffic engineer common practice, is to do a projection. Pull the manual off the shelf, which they disclose in their cover letter, and estimate what the traffic flow should be. And nothing has been updated since then. So that this is, we're all relying on that study. Now, we have lots of traffic. We have lots of stuff that we could be measuring, including the adequacy of the so-called backbone roads right through here, which you all know goes from Talbot to Kitsky, and the adequacy of the various feeder roads into the various communities. Those of us who live here believe that the traffic infrastructure is inadequate with the current level of dwellings. The 2015 study also mentioned that there was a potentially huge problem. That was with no development at all, right here at the exit on Kitsky, which is the right turn going down to the, I'm sorry, I'm over here. This is where the exit is, down, here's this circle at Neal Road. That traffic study 10 years ago said this is a potentially huge problem, and because it's controlled by a stop sign, and nothing has changed. So that's a big concern. But my biggest concern, the only reason I want to get your attention, is this entrance up here. This is it's labeled planned access by Wood Rogers. And it was presented, and we spoke in favor of it aggressively. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey?
Thank you, Planning Commissioners. I know it's late. I'd like to show you a picture of Village 7, the sales pavilion. For those of you that are new, I was here before, and I'm also the one that appealed the prior amendment to the prior amendment of the prior amendment, and I appealed it on Village 7. Village 7 was set for 59 homes,
and that got appealed. And when it went to city council, just so you know, because you're new today, welcome, that the city council voted to amend what was won to say it should not, Village 7 shall not exceed 59 homes, period. So here we are with the developer coming before you and saying, we're going to change that. We're going to add an overlay. We're going to go to 107 homes. Now, I'm on the NAB board for Ward 2. The first time they showed this to the NAB, there was no amendment to any counts whatsoever. The second time they showed this publicly was on February 27th. No count either. No count or amendment or discussion about a contingency plan. So now they're showing you, and for the first time us, that they want to take 59 in Village 7 and change it to 107. I object to that. Why? Because 59, the map that Mr. Andy would not show you at all, was single-family homes. 107 homes is something altogether different. It's much more compact, it's probably multi-story and attached homes to get 107 in that acreage. So they're changing the total, everything that came before Planning Commission, changing it now again, that went to City Council, it was appealed, and City Council upheld it. So I have a problem with that, and maybe you should too. Separately, this little carve-out where this beautiful sales pavilion is an original ranch building. It was built by the Hara family to portray the art, and as a community center, it's zoned in the PUD as a potential community center. The HOA members want that as a community center. So the last time we went for the appeal, we were promised the developer couldn't wipe it out because they hadn't dealt with the parking that got left in this little tiny 1 acre parcel. So now what happens? Now they're telling us they're going to demolish it anyway, regardless that they know. We met with them today. We asked them, you save that pavilion and you sell it to the HOA. Are they? No. They are going to build 5 homes on it. They're going to demolish it. I'm asking you for intervention and for just some calm thinking about what's happening inside this community with all those amendments. It's just not right, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, Kyle's request not to speak, but in opposition. And it says the comment is public notice excluded pertinent staff report details regarding Village 8 and the increase in lots from 7 to 29. So Mike Mello and then Amy Horvath.
Hey folks, me again. So I've heard a lot of stuff here tonight, a bunch of what ifs, and I heard this and so on and so forth. I totally agree with this gentleman, everything that he said. It's like we were separated at birth or something. I mean, everything he said was stuff that I was thinking or I had written down that I didn't get to. When I went to the meeting, the town hall meeting with Andy, there was a different map. So the map for Lot 8 shows nothing. The one that was shown up here tonight, the one that I saw had 7 lots on it. So I don't know what happened to that map. But there's actually, I have the email from the CEO of Ranchera that I can show you, and it's not 7.2 acres, it's not 7 acres, it's 6.75 acres. So to go from 7 lots to 29, right in the middle of these beautiful multi-million-dollar homes, and expect the property values of those homes to not be affected is just not right. It's a matter of fairness. In the town hall meeting, I was told that it would be easier to attract a builder for 29 lots than it would be for 7. They were tired of Ranchera. They wanted out. This is the last piece in the puzzle. And as soon as they get that done, figured out, sold off, they can move on. And that's the motivation. The motivation is greed. The 29 lot thing, they don't think that 7 lots will sell. Well, the big lots in there are selling like hotcakes. The houses being built, the lots on the north side of Lot 8 are just about gone. The big lots on the south side are getting gobbled up and houses are being built. These 7 lots will get sold. There'll be beautiful homes in there, homes that people can be proud of, and homes that the people that live in Ranchera can be proud of. I don't live in the Customs. I live in the track houses. But I see what can happen here. I see that this is not fair, it's wrong, and let us worry about our HOA. We'll take care of that, okay? We don't need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy?
That show up? Okay. I hate public speaking. I'm Amy Horvath. Hello. Spoken with a lot of you. Hello, Mike. Nice to see you in person. I have a lot to get through, and I'm going to do my best to get this in 3 minutes, but I hope you'll allot me a little bit more time if necessary. I won't bore you with my personal story of why my family and I moved from a different state to come to Ranchera, the neighborhood. You received my email, and hopefully you at least had time to read the letter. Sorry, it was very lengthy, but there's a lot of information. This development's been going on for a while. So, these are resident proposed solutions. The goal of this is to reach solutions between the residents and the applicant. The developers want 29 lots. They want out of Ranchera. That's what we've been told over and over and over again. They've said that they want to have the HOA take over the sales pavilion and the clubhouse. So these are resident proposed solutions that get us all there. The residents would like to enjoy what we were told and sold on. These conditions were presented and discussed today with Andy Durling and Joel Grace. We received resounding no's on all 4 topics. 2 perhaps maybes on very small parts, and 1 commitment on something that is incredibly helpful that we really do hope they will follow through on, but it wasn't something that we actually asked for. So that's where we are. Overwhelmingly, we were told that the applicant will not change anything without knowing the final outcome and the final state of Ranchera, of what Ranchera will look like. That to me sounds like the end of a development, but that's just me. Okay, so 4 conditions. Here's the first condition. I'm going to sum this up because this isn't accurate from what we've learned. The goal really is just some PGOS. A true, separate, continuous, accessible, usable parcel for all Ranchera residents to use. That is only for our residents. Not counting the corridor that the whole public has access to between Wheatland Park, Bartley Ranch, and our neighborhood. Not including this strip of land that nobody can actually access and enjoy. We appreciate those things, we appreciate the trees, but an actual community space. We have our current open space are trails. It's not a community gathering space. We've been told that the lake ditch, oh gosh, okay. Applicant says no. Nothing is offered by the applicant outside of the 50-foot trail corridor, which part of that is already there. They're adding a few feet. The club, we were told, is a private recreational amenity for our neighborhood. We would like to protect it. Applicant says no. They have concession was possibly maybe the applicant will speak to the developer of Village 7 regarding that developer's desire to build a park open space atop the retention storm basin. Can I keep going?
A few more seconds.
Okay. Condition 2 is to preserve the original ranch buildings. There's a lot built into this. We were told a resounding no. The only concession would be maybe giving us more than 5 days through the HOA as a first right of refusal. That's what we have, 5 days first right of refusal. And maybe possibly no firm commitment, adding in a first right of offer. We're asking for provisions to protect the sales pavilion and the clubhouse to just simply change some of the permitted uses in the PUD. We're not asking for new uses.
So we'll just give you another 15 seconds.
I'm just gonna flip through so that you all can see the other conditions. So this condition is asking for, this has been brought up, this planned access, we were told no. We asked about emergency access, we were told no. The applicant did say yes to gathering information, if you want to ask questions about that later. Last condition was asking for the 59 units to be upheld. We were told no. The final map is likely 1 to 2 months away. We requested that this meeting be postponed until that final map was approved. We were told no. The developer of that village wants 107 units, so that if these 59 don't work for whatever economic reasons, market changes, et cetera, they have that option. Applicant says there's absolutely nothing they can do about this. Residents suggested asking for the continuance postponement. We were told no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did we have public comment online as well?
I don't have any, okay, looks like we have a couple people with their hand raised. George, we're going to start with you. When you're ready, unmute yourself, and then state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is George Farippidis. I live in the Ranchera community. I've been here 3 years. I purchased in the Cantaro Village 6, but my fiance and I obviously know our neighbors and we walk the community, and we are very concerned about the future of Ranchera. It's a very historic and nostalgic site. It should be very, very important to the city of Reno to maintain not only the club, but all the surrounding areas, including the sales pavilion. It's, it's great to be able to talk to the builders face to face in the town halls, but we keep getting caught off guard with these changes at the last minute, and it's concerning all of us. And I'm in full support of everything that my neighbors have stated here tonight. So I'm just hoping that the commission can really take all this into serious account, maybe pause and think about the impact to this area that, once it's changed, it won't ever change back. As far as Village 8, I think it should remain as it is 7 homes. I don't think another 22 homes is going to have a major impact in the housing availability in Reno, but it will have a huge impact on us and the neighbors surrounding that lot. Similarly with the sales pavilion, we were told that that property is for sale and that it would not be able to be financed without 5 homes being zoned on that property, which I don't understand and I'm not sure I quite believe, but that building in itself is another historic element of this neighborhood, and we slowly see these things slipping away. So I'm just hoping the commission can consider all our arguments in declining the request from the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Terry online. Terry, when you're ready, you can unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Terry Yaconis. I live in Ranchera at 6135 Falabella. My husband and I worked with an architect to design a house we wanted to build, and we shopped for land to build it on. We thought we died and went to heaven when we found Ranchera. The lots were twice as expensive as others we had been considering, but it was very unique property and history, and it had 2 amenities we tremendously valued. We had a planned pool for my husband to swim and a stable where I could stable a horse I wanted to purchase. I have several friends who own horses, which they stable miles and miles away from where they live, As such, they don't go there very often. How fantastic it would be to walk a horse to a stable there. And unlike St. James Village, where we lived for 18 years, we didn't have to live on the promise of a developer who was going to build a club, a golf course, and stables, which of course were never built. The equestrian center was already there. We bought a custom lot in Lariat and began building. We traveled to northern Idaho to meet a horse breeder I had identified for a horse purchase. We could not believe it when the developer tore down the equestrian center. From the beginning, the equestrian center was heavily marketed as what made Ranchera a ranch. And this amenity was what made our financial investment in this community make sense. Was the developer offering anything to the community as a replacement for that amenity? The answer is obviously no. I support the developer's right to develop remaining parcels in Ranchera, but I don't believe it's good development to build 29 homes on small lots with shared driveways in the middle of a custom parcels, and especially which backs up to the estates of Ranchera, which were the most expensive lots here. I believe it makes sense, the most sense, that it becomes a contiguous plan of custom homes, Lariat, Riata, whatever you want to call this new development area, and the estates, or just make it a further extension of the estates. The developer knew zoning was 1 home per acre, and they want to develop something less than 7 custom homes. Create some other amenity for all the Ranchera residents' benefit. That would be great. How about a dog park, since so many residents have dogs? And that would provide a certain amount of open space, which we're missing, that was supposed to be a part of PGOS zoning. The other item I want to raise is traffic issue. Getting in and out of Ranchera. I know there was a traffic study done in 2018, but that was a projection. Now we have reality before any more development is approved for Ranchera. I believe the Planning Commission should require a new study that takes into account the ingress and egress issues that residents must live with every day, and we're not even built out. In a previous PUD amendment, traffic issue was raised and a potential of an exit entrance east of the 59 patio home
We're over time,
was discussed.
so if you could wrap it
I
up.
think that should be re-examined for the residents' benefit and safety. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
We don't have any other participants online with their hand raised at this time. If you'd like to speak and you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. No
Okay.
one has raised their hand.
All right, we're going to close public comment and go to questions from the commissioners for staff and the applicant.
Commissioner Williams, for the record, is there a way to get this document that council supposedly signed limiting that to 59 homes?
Hello, Leah Picotti for the record. Thank you for your question. That's absolutely true. The council did limit it. This was back just not that long ago. Some of you who are on this commission remember Village 7 came before us. It had 59 units. It was an application for a tentative map. So tentative map went forward, was appealed, and council said no more than 59 homes can be built here because they were concerned that there was a contingency that would allow 10%. So because that was a tentative map and not an amendment to this handbook, that can still be modified because that tentative map can be scrapped and a new tentative map could come forward. The condition by the council was specific to that tentative map.
Just a follow-up, Commissioner Williams, again. Is it safe to say that the intent of the council in that decision, whether or not it was an amended map or not, was to limit the homes to 59?
I think the intent of the council was to limit that tentative map to 59 homes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Just to follow up on that, that condition was project specific. It was specific to that tentative map.
Mike, can you elaborate on that for the new
So,
guy? Sorry.
as Leah mentioned, the council reviewed that tentative map under appeal, and that was a condition placed on that tentative map that it not exceed 59 units. As Leah said, if that tentative map scrapped or that developer decided not to move forward with recording a final map, a new project could come in, would not be subject to that 59 unit cap that was placed because it was specific to that project.
Okay, and just a follow-up, Commissioner Williams again. Where are we at with that tentative map? And
The tentative map has been approved. I would have to ask Mr. Durling if they're moving
still
forward with the final map.
I actually know. It's in review with us right now. The final map has been in, and I think somebody stated should be approved in the next couple of months. Spot correct.
What, the 59 units?
thank you for that.
Hi, Commissioner Del Villar. I had a couple of sort of clarifying questions because I think there seems to be a lot of things going on, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So this is specifically for Village 8, this conversation we're having and the changes, is that correct?
This conversation is an amendment to the handbook. So you're going to look at this as an amendment to the overall zoning in Ranchera.
Okay.
The master plan amendment is specific to that 6-acre equestrian center Village 8 site.
Got it. Okay, thank you, because I was getting a little confused. And then there's obviously the CCRs and the HOA. So I just want to make sure I'm
Which are not under our purview.
We're totally understood. I have kind of maybe an odd question. The rodeo, the Reno rodeo arena, what is that? Do you know what that is designated by any chance?
I do not know what that's designated as, but I can tell you.
I will, give me a minute. I can look.
Okay,
I'll come back to that.
I'm just curious, because obviously this was designated as public space, whether that made sense or not. I'm just kind of curious what the
So in my research, I did go to see if I could find any other stables in the city of Reno with a PGOS designation, and I did not find not one. I just literally did a Google search for stables, looked at their addresses. There were none of them in PGOS.
Got it, thank you. And then one more quick question, then I'll yield for now. And it does have to do with the traffic. So I've been in there, and again, I don't know if the traffic study was done with 722 homes in mind or what, but it just seems to me that whether a new traffic study needs to be done or whether that's been considered or whether there's sort of like what's the escape contingency, that kind of thing, and just kind of trying to wrap my head around that.
We definitely looked at this in this application, and as you stated, that traffic study from 2018 had 722 homes. But I think what's going to happen, and this is as a city planner, what I would normally do is I would look at that when a development comes forward, not necessarily when the zoning document comes forward. If something was changing, the roadways were changing, the access was changing, something like that, we would definitely require that traffic study for this. But because this is only development related, we'll revisit it when the development comes through.
Okay, so sorry, just a little bit of clarification. So if it goes to 29 homes, then that is when
So if the 29 homes is approved and the applicant comes forward with a tentative map for those 29 homes, that will come back before this body and we would look at the traffic for those 29 homes and Ranchera as a whole at that time.
Got it. Thank you so much.
I have a question regarding the open space calculation and amending the handbook. There was the original mention of about 10.5 acres of open space. Questionably, maybe that open space is sort of sidewalk-ish with a little parkway strip. And then now it's down a few acres from that. Now, how come that isn't being revised in the handbook? And what is the actual open space calculation?
I'll defer to Andy on the open space calculation, but I do want to let everybody know that per Reno Municipal Code, that open space sidewalks and things like that count as open space. I mean, you can count a lot of things. The lake can count as open space. There's a difference between open space and usable open space. And I do understand what the residents are saying about usable open space. But as far as staff is concerned, the definition of open space is being met, and I'll let Andy talk about the amount.
Before Andy starts, just to get back to you, I confirm my suspicions. The Livestock Event Center is owned public facility, but it's also owned by the state of Nevada.
Go to a bigger one. Andy Drilling for the record. Commissioner Rohrmeyer, to address your comment. So this exhibit is in the handbook as the open space exhibit. So everything you see in kind of the green clouded area is what adds up to the total. I think in the land use table, it's actually 13 point something. It's 13 acres and change. Arguably, that has actually increased. We didn't actually increase it in the handbook, but that northern corridor of Village 8 essentially was a small strip previously. Now it's a 50-foot wide corridor. I think what the residents are calculating, what I heard is they're discounting the Lake Ditch Trail because that is a public trail. Yes, it is a public trail. That was a condition of approval by the city council. But that still is, within the boundaries of Ranchera. It's maintained by Ranchera, and yeah, it's public, but it's also open to them as well. The reason that, Ranchera doesn't have like a formal park, a couple reasons for that. First of all, if you look just to the west of us, you have Wheatland Park, which is an existing City of Reno park. You have Bartley Ranch, which is an existing Washoe County Regional Park. So looking at it from a park coverage, park proximity, the factors that would go into kind of park planning, it didn't warrant an additional, neighborhood community park in Ranchera. The concept of the event center as now the club at Ranchera is essentially it's a country club without a golf course, right? And so there are a lot of master plan communities like this that would have a clubhouse facility like that, that is part of their recreational amenity package for their usage. So that's sort of the rationale that had been conceived for Ranchera over time.
Commissioner Jockman, so there've been a lot of allegations and some emotion in some of the comments from the public. So I'd like to direct my questions at the staff. Obviously, we're talking about overall density within Ranchera's PUD. The initial, as a part of my research for this, I took a look at some of the conditions of approval that City Council stated in the initial PUD, which would have been the document that was obviously before any person who made a land acquisition as a part of Ranchera. I'll read the conditions. So in the event that the combined 1.9 acre equestrian center and or event center are discontinued, the aforementioned land use category should have an underlying allowable residential density of 1 dwelling unit per acre. It goes on to talk about 722 units. Obviously, that condition of approval was, which was voted unanimously by City Council in 2015, was implying future development of the equestrian center and or the events center. So, and maybe this is a tough question, I don't know, but how did that get zoned as open space, given that City Council clearly was positioning for residential development of those parcels?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Leah Picotti for the record. I did a lot of research into it, and I don't have a definitive answer. I can tell you that when the master plan was created, they looked at the existing uses on the property. They didn't necessarily look into what could have been used. And I think that pertained to a lot of Reno and how it was master planned. It was about the existing use. They didn't say, oh, okay, well, this is zoned this, so it could be any of these things. I don't have a definitive answer, but maybe Mike does.
Just to piggyback on that, I was not with the city of Reno in 2018 when the master plan was adopted, but I will tell you that it's not uncommon that we find some of these, for lack of a better term, glitches that occurred when the new land use was applied, especially within PUDs, which had a blanket designation of special planning area. So essentially, the maps from the PUD were looked at, and that land use was applied potentially without reading through the entire PUD to see, oh, yeah, the equestrian center is a recreational amenity. However, there was underlying density assigned to it. So that level of detail may have been missed.
Thank you. So then this follow-up question I have, which is in regards to density. So obviously the PUD initially saw it, and I reviewed a traffic study that looked at 722 total residential units, in addition to other, obviously, mixed-use development as a part of the PUD. The applicant had a slide that specified 469 units. Now, obviously, that's what the applicant told us, but I want to hear it from you. Without any further discretionary approval, what is the maximum number of units that the PUD could have, that the developer could pursue without discretionary approval? Is it 469?
Yeah, staff would concur with the applicant's analysis of that.
So I think what we're weighing here is that there's an increase in density for Village 8 of it's 15 or so beyond the initial city council one, on the backdrop of dropping 250 units roughly from 722 to 469 across the PUD.
Yes.
So it's a substantial decrease in density across the PUD since those initial documents were approved.
Yes, it's essentially a decrease in the total number of units and a reallocation of those allowed units within the single-family designation over to the Village 8 site.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Becerra for the record. Hey, Leah, can you just level set with us? I think I got a good sense of what's going on here with as far as the ask, but could you enumerate the key ask or the amendments before us tonight, just because it's late, we're almost into Thursday morning and all that? Yeah.
So the real key asks here are the master plan amendment. So that's number one, from PGOS to SF. The amendments to the handbook are removing every piece of anything related to riding facilities or equestrian. So that's removed from the objectives, and then it's removed throughout the PUD. That's one, or two. And then the amendment to the actual land use area, what we see on this right here, because we're obviously changing it from equestrian center to Village 8, and then bringing it into conformance with current RMC with those flexibility standards and the correct zoning references.
And does a 10% contingency fall into those 1, 2, 3, 4?
It's included in the 469 units. So it's not 469 and then a 10% contingency. It's 420 or something like that, and that 10% adds in for a total of 469.
Okay, great, thank you. I've been trying to take it all in, and I'm just wondering if, it might be one for you, Andy, if the applicant or Ranchera Holdings might be amenable to what I heard. Extending some PGOS as the residents asked for the keyword usable open space is what I heard, I guess. Access to Sierra Rose from Village 7, removing a white fence that's seemingly held by my old shoestrings, preserving the mature trees along Village 8, preserving original ranch buildings, and it sounds like they would be amenable to propose 29 units in Village 8 if they can get some of these things. Or Okay, but let Nick's the last comment, but just seeing if everyone's awake still.
Yeah. So for the record, Andy Durling. So there was a number of things there, so forgive me if I need you to rehash some of those. But looking at, let's start with access to Sierra Rose. That was one that was proposed there in Village 7. Yes, we did have a quote-unquote planned access that was a placeholder for the potential of an access there if it were 310 condos, or there was actually an alternative land plan that was included in the PUD previously that actually had the northeast corner of Village 7 in the orange there as office and medical. Ranchera being a gated community, you want to isolate, access into the residential areas. So if that, went to office medical, we would have tried to pursue some access to Sierra Rose. That was kind of the idea back, when that arrow was put on there. Fast forward, there wasn't a desire to seek that. There wasn't an interest from a builder to do any office medical, so it was full bore to build it as residential. When the other villages were built, Village 6 there, that storm drainage and sewer goes out on the eastern side of Village 7 and goes into Sierra Rose. We approached, the interesting thing is Ranchera does not have frontage on the Sierra Rose right-of-way. There is a spite strip, so that kind of triangular shaped office building there, just kind of to the top right of the number 7, has a spite strip, so it goes out to just a few feet wide. We went to the property owners across, and they were not willing to give access. They were willing to give limited utility access, so that's kind of a reason. We don't have an access easement there. I heard some comments about restoring Evans Creek and the fencing and adding a pathway along there. That's not possible. So Evans Creek was defined as kind of 55 feet. That was defined because that was the existing fences, ranch fences that were there. That's the top of the bank. That facility, Evans Creek, is a creek. It does flood. It also is an irrigation facility. So it provides from water from the lake ditch. There is a gate at the junction there where it can be opened and lake ditch water can go down Evans Creek. And there are folks to the east of us off of Del Monte there that have water rights on lake ditch that they can use that. So Evans Creek is a irrigation facility, and as such, that's why when you look at the pictures of it, it can't necessarily be reclaimed into some riparian habitat because the reeds that do grow in there are whacked down every fall so that the downstream users can maintain their flow of their water rights for their irrigation purposes. So that's, not really possible. What else am I missing?
The white fence, preserving mature trees in Village 8.
Okay. So the white fence, I'm not sure exactly where that is, if it's in Village 8 or whatever, but if it's in Village 8 and it was, damaged as part of that, yes, that would be either, redone or whatever, however Village 8 develops. The trees, how we have approached the trees, so we did a very extensive tree survey as part of Ranchera back in the day, 10 years ago. And as we have moved forward with development, so Village 5 in particular has a number of mature trees in that. When we did the tentative map for Village 5, just as an example, we did a tree preservation plan as part of that and presented that to the Planning Commission. So I would fully anticipate that we would have a tree preservation plan as part of the Village 8 tentative map. Not saying that every tree is going to get preserved, right? But there are certainly some that would be appropriate to be preserved. So that would be addressed at the tentative map for Village 8. Any more?
Oh, goodness. I can throw you more if you want, but no, I think you might have covered them, but maybe we can unpack some of that more with other commissioners. But I did maybe have one for Leah as a follow-up to some of this. I think what I hear is that folks want like usable open space, kind of like even though there's a public park like Bartley and a few others. But I think one of the concerns is that across the community, Reno is such a dire situation that it's hard for us to maintain our own parks, right? So my question is Bartley Ranch kept up? Is it, there are some parks that are not always kept up, perhaps it seems like, because of funding. But is Bartley Ranch like a public park that can be accessed? And I don't know, with all services and all that jazz.
Bartley Ranch is a Washoe County regional park. It is not a City of Reno park, but it can be accessed by the public.
Oh, no, I know it can be accessed, but I mean like some parks are not always kept up or maintained. So maybe what's the state of the park?
I couldn't tell you the exact state. I will tell you that I personally attended a concert there during Art Town, and it's an active park.
No, okay. just trying to draw a comparable here, because it's one thing to say there's a park there, but if we also don't own it as a city, is it a reliable resource for neighbors?
Wheatland Park, I believe is Wheatland Park, which is just to the north of Bartley Ranch. That is a city park, and it is a maintained city park.
Okay, great, thank you. Just trying to get some data points here. I'll yield for now.
I'll ask one more question, so, of staff, again, Leah. So one of the guiding principles that you cite in the staff report is regarding connectivity and access. Guiding principle 4.5A. So obviously on the slide here, we have an access way to Bartley Ranch. If we were to approve this, does that guarantee that access, allowing me to make that finding?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Leah Picotti. For the record, yes, it would be guaranteed. It would be written into the handbook. It is written into the handbook.
Okay, thank you. Yield.
Is the access on Sierra Rose written into the handbook?
It was written as, God, it's been a while since I reviewed that. It was written as like potential access, but I mean, our understanding, we concur with the applicant. It doesn't front Sierra Rose, so if you can't get access, you can't get access.
Okay. I guess I have a question for Andy. I fear maybe Wood Rogers regrets taking this project, but I'm curious if you have the perfect storm here of a lot of changes that were unanticipated throughout this PUD process and a lot of homeowners who have, an ability to organize and advocate for themselves, but why so many changes? I feel like this is an inordinate number of changes in a PUD. Just in the 2 years that I've been here, I think we're on our third. So maybe you could give me why. It's not just the economy.
Sure. So this is the Fifth Amendment total to the PUD. As staff mentioned, the first PUD was in the mid-90s, right? John Hara, it was mostly a kind of equestrian, larger lots. Never did anything with it, never enacted anything. I was hired actually by John Hara in 2011 to come in, and that is, I didn't include it, the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment identified a large equestrian center, which is kind of what you see there in the green, and then Village 3, Village 5, actually Village 3 and a lot of Village 1 and 2, it was a rather large, because that's where all the, cattle pens and everything else were. And an event center, he wanted to create an event center, had an 800-seat amphitheater. It had, it was meant to be like a corporate events and concert, like a Bartley Ranch. And then we created the office medical that you see, the retail commercial, and then the aforementioned office medical near Sierra Rose. Then never did anything, sold off the commercial parcels on Kitski. Never really did anything with the events or equestrian. Was doing equestrian events there, cutting horse events, things like that. Then fast forward, the whole property sold in 2014, which is this Third Amendment, and that's kind of what I would refer to as the modern PUD. We've amended that once since, and so really the main amendment was going from the equestrian center on the south there to estates residential. I don't recall, what the other changes were at that time, but they weren't super substantial. And then fast forward to now, we're making a change to Village 8. So yeah, there's a number of changes that are in here with this request. By and large, it is centered on Village 8, right? And taking out the equestrian center use, re-establishing a single-family use there. In addition to that, while we're in the handbook, we're cleaning up things because there's old RMC references to the old code, so we're updating them to the new code, things like that. So that's really just, kind of perfunctory type changes. And then the other major change is really in response to the input we've heard from the residents of wanting to reduce the total number of units. So those are the changes, really. It's the equestrian center and changing the total number of units to reduce them.
Through these iterations, which, makes sense. You're reducing the number of units based on what, I think feasibly fit in some of those places.
I would rephrase it maybe more as it's changing the number of units because it has developed significantly less with the tentative maps that have been approved and final maps that have been recorded and constructed than it really originally was contemplated, right? I think if you look at the 722 units, Village 6, Village 4 were intended to be townhomes. Village 7 was intended to be, 4-story condominiums. The single-family residential, by and large, was zoned for 6,000 square foot lots and developed much larger than that. Only the kind of west or eastern portion of Village 1, 2 there was developed as 6,000 square foot lots. So really, it was a function of the choices that were made in the actual development that made it, quite a bit less dense than it could have been. And
There's still a lot of changes. Have there been concessions during these changes for the residents as they started moving in and seeing these changes? Clearly they're asking for a number of things.
So, since we haven't amended it since 2018, right? So really nobody was moving in 2018. Maybe the first homes were starting to be built. And so, no, not a lot of concessions are made because we haven't made a lot of changes. I would say one major concession that has been made is a significant reduction of allowable units in Village 7, right? It's permitted to have 310 4-story condominiums. In this handbook amendment, we're reducing that down to a potential of 107 with the caveat, obviously, that there's a current approved tentative map there for 59 units. And so by and large, it's anticipated it's going to be even much less than 107 that we have included in the handbook at this time. And I would, kind of underscore all of that. I've heard a lot of comments about traffic and things like that, right? The traffic studies that are included in the PUD are based on 722 units. The infrastructure that was built was based on 722 units. 722 units in addition to all the commercial that you see, that was included in there. And the north commercial in the red there was included as a mix of retail and office uses, and it has developed significantly less intense because it's got a congregate care and a memory facility, assisted living memory facility on 2/3 of it. So the traffic generation from that is, fraction of what was originally anticipated there. So overall traffic generation from Ranchera is significantly less than what was anticipated in the traffic studies and the infrastructure plans.
And just, so the final map, which is imminent for Village 7, is there a developer who's going to break ground?
Yes, so it has not closed yet. That is pending also. And then the final map is a month or two off. And then they would, conceivably break ground immediately on that or soon thereafter. So that's kind of, the timing issue of just needing to still build in some contingencies because, again, I've been doing this for a while. I saw the, great recessions of, the early 2000s when projects got flipped on their head and it's not intended, right? But there are sort of sometimes unintended things that come up and we're trying to just, provide a zoning document that can anticipate maybe some flexibility in the future if something horrible happens. That's the rationale behind that.
Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Becerra, for the record, maybe, I guess one for Andy. Is there anything preventing residents from getting control of the HOA once the 300 and some change units sold is reached? And I'm only asking because I guess there's an idea or thought that there might be open litigation that would still prevent the handing over to residents, if that's the case.
I'm not incredibly aware. I believe there is some open litigation. And again, right, it's an HOA CC&R issue, which is not the purview of the city. We're making some good faith efforts in the PUD, but ultimately the CC&Rs are governing that.
Commissioner Becerra, I would like to reiterate that the city is not party to, does not enforce, has no bearing whatsoever on the homeowners association or CC&Rs.
That's fine. Thank you. And just trying to find some clarity here around how we can move forward. And I do appreciate you, Andy. You're always working in good faith here.
Could we, Commissioner Velto, did you have some questions?
No questions. I'm ready to participate in discussion whenever you want to move into that.
Okay, there's a few more questions from the commission.
Sure.
This is Commissioner Del Villar, and Andy, I have some questions for you. I'm getting a little sleepy and giddy over here. So I guess one question I have is, did you consider, or would you consider building fewer homes in that site and making some of that space open space?
So we are making some of it open space, right? And again, right, it's not parks, greenways, and open space. It is not zone that. It has master plan designation, as staff has said. That was,
Trying to find
we
a
believe,
happy-
done in error. Yeah. So how we got to the 29 units, I think that's I didn't cover that in my presentation, so I appreciate you bringing it up. So how I got there, right? I'm trying to give you kind of inside the brain of Andy Durling on this, because we tried to come at this from a very logical, reasonable standpoint. Village 8, we're proposing it as single-family zoning within the Ranchera PUD, okay? In the single-family zoning district, the minimum lot size, by and large, is 6,000 square feet. That's 5-6 units per acre, somewhere in that range. There is one village, Village 1, up in the very northwest corner, that has a minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet. The reason it has 9,000 square feet is because that was a concession back in 2014 in order to address concerns from the adjacent Lewis Lakeside homeowners. So what I did is I said, okay, well, I recognize that there's some lower densities that have been built around it. Mind you, to the east of us, Village 4 is built at about 12 unit per acre, 3-story condos, okay? So in the context, you kind of have to take that into context as well. So I asked myself, what is reasonable within the single-family zoning district? 9,000 square feet is the largest lot size that is in that district. That is the minimum lot size I assigned to that. Do the math, it ends up to be just over 29 point and change, so 29 units is how we came up with that. So that's kind of the logical path of how we got to that total number.
Got it. And then also and I apologize, I can't remember how many potential condos are going in the event center area potentially. But will that take away from some of the open space that's currently there?
No, so the event center is not open space, right?
Right.
Using the nomenclature of the handbook where, these little green bubbly areas, right, that are on there. So if you look on the very south side, the mouse is working, sweet. This 45-foot buffer, that's the open space that's within the event center. That's the berm and existing trees that were preserved there. That was for the residents that were to the south. The existing tentative map for 8 townhomes or cottages is in this area that I'm circling with the mouse here. The front lawn area between the mansion and the pond is restricted. So there is actually a no-build easement in favor of the south commercial to preserve their views across the lake and up to the mansion. So nothing can be built on that front lawn. Outside of, there's a parcel that was established for the 8-lot tentative map that's approved.
Got it, thank you.
Commissioner Jockman, so a question to piggyback off of that. The open space that you mentioned, we've got the access trail. If you were to go forward without approval, could you develop that with those homes? Like, would that not be there?
There is a trail corridor that's shown in the existing PUD.
Okay.
It is just a small, kind of narrow corridor. There's pathways already built. There's already a pathway in there. So it would just be that, and whatever we felt like we could push the rear of the lots up to that. There's no width identified in the PUD currently.
So this, on some level, improves that?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
In addition to, right now, we could build 7 lots there, and the rear yard could be, call it 20 feet from the rear yard of the existing homes there, and they could be 2-story homes, no restrictions on, the setbacks would be just whatever it is in the estate's residential. So what we've also built in is further restrictions for, that 50-foot buffer and single-story homes in anything adjacent to that 50-foot buffer. So there's further restriction because of this amendment than what would be in there now. So yes, it's more homes, but you could have bigger homes, taller homes, closer to those folks that are in Village 3.
Commissioner Williams for you, Andy.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was an appropriate question, but I think I'm going to piggyback on this one.
Okay.
Tell me if it's not.
Yeah.
Can you speak on what, if this motion is denied, what is your feeling on what the developer is prepared to do, and what's the outcome of a failed motion here when there is potential to obviously go back to what was originally zoned?
Sure. So, yeah, if this fails, we have the ability to submit a tentative map for 7 lots on what is called out there as Village 8 or the existing equestrian center. Have full right to do that.
What about the rest of the community? What
So the
about
rest of the
your
community,
stuff?
yeah, we would have, there's obviously no other considerations for open space. There's no reduction in the total number of units. It would still be 722. There's no reduction, which that big reduction obviously is in Village 7, going from 310 units potentially down to 107 units potentially. So those are the ramifications.
Thank you.
Commissioner Delviar, and this might be for Leah or Mike. So I'm just curious, can we say yes to changing the open space, but then no to, I'm just not sure, like, if that's the case, like, what are our options? Just curious.
The amendment is contingent upon the master plan amendment. So the master plan amendment
Okay.
Otherwise, they have 7 lots now, regardless of what it's designated, that's in the handbook, which supersedes the master plan. But without the amendment to the master plan, they cannot get the additional units in Village 8.
Okay, thank you.
One follow-up question. So Commissioner Jockman, the initial condition, though, from City Council implied that the developer could also develop the event center. Couldn't that happen if we don't offer approval?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Jackman, say it again. A little tired.
Yeah. The initial condition of approval by City Council stated that the development could occur across some of the equestrian center and the event center,
Yes.
right? So that's not something that would come before the planning commission. So my interpretation of that is that they could develop the event center if this was denied. that incorrect?
They already have 8 units approved through a tentative map for the event center. And if Village 8, if this does not get approved, they can still come forward with a tentative map for 7 units at the equestrian center.
The units at the event center, there is an existing approved tentative map for those units.
And they're just on that south side. There's nobody who could
Yeah, I'm not really referring to those, though, the specific event center, but I think I got it now. So, thank you.
Okay. Are we moving to discussion?
Yeah, I'll just make one last maybe statement, and maybe it'll tee us up for discussion or give the applicant or staff an opportunity to maybe chime in. But given the number of amendments that this PUD has undergone long before my time, but I've actually, like Chair Rohrmeyer, have already been here long enough to have been part of a few rodeos of this. And the efforts that residents are making for this latest go-around, I do believe it's entirely fair to ask the applicant to try to meet them halfway, which I believe Andy's team is trying. I do believe there's still a little room, to give. And so I'm just wondering if, Andy, if there's something else that you can offer as an olive branch to the residents, or because really want you guys to kind of sort it out, right? And
Andy Drilling for the record. So I am the applicant's representative. I can't make full decisions on what actually gets included. I'm the mouthpiece, if you will. So at this time, no, I can't make any further concessions. I think what, my client has done as far as, yes, they made a proposal. We feel it's a very reasonable proposal. Staff has felt it's a very reasonable proposal. Staff in their presentation presented to you that the densities that we're proposing on Village 8 are not out of line with what's adjacent to it. So given that, we feel like it is more than compatible. Furthermore, given that the overall number of units within Ranchera is so significantly below what could have been developed, there is a good argument to have a little bit higher density on Village 8, because there were a lot more units than were anticipated in the whole of the PUD. So.
Right, and I guess, you know, there could be perhaps more density on Village 8, but also with the little give of a little bit more PGOS, for instance, right, for usable open space, or a commitment to some sort of access. Maybe it's not Sierra Rose because of what you explained, but maybe an alternative route, just for ease of access, not just for, you know, kicks in fun, but more out of convenience for accessing what I presume are mostly medical offices there, right? And
Yeah, so, yeah, as far as access goes, no, there's no change proposed to the access of Ranchera. It is a gated residential community. It has 2 gates, one on Talbot, one off of Kidski there. So that's access control. We're not looking to add another gate, another access control, so that's not something that's on the table. There is pathways and there will be sidewalk connections to Talbot, so there is a pedestrian route to get there. Providing additional convenient ones seems a little odd to me, because we've actually, if you look at this, there's a lot of pedestrian connectivity throughout. You know, it's funny because the discussion, you know, going back to 2014, there was a desire to have public, pedestrian access go through the middle of Ranchera to get folks down to the South Commercial. And what the compromise was the Lake Ditch Trail to get them down to Del Monte. They could get over because they wanted it to be this gated community. But if you look at kind of this, you know, trail and pedestrian circulation, right, it's focused to get folks to the South Commercial area for that, you know, that's that village. It's that, you know, kind of living room, if you will, for the third place it's referred to in a lot of planning jargon. For folks to go, you know, have a drink and have a coffee and things like that. So it was planned as kind of this little insular infill mixed-use community with access to Bartley Ranch and Wheatland Park, ample parkland to the west, like adjoining us to the west. So and kind of those commercial amenities in there. So and the club now at Ranchera, the big, you know, the big clubhouse facility. So from my perspective, that's ample, and no additional is required.
Okay, great, thanks, Andy.
Can we move to discussion? Deliberation, all right. I guess I'm just gonna start for the sake of, I've got the mic. Let's sort of differentiate the asks here. The big ask is, of course, Village 8, single family. If we don't do anything, you get 7 lots. They'll probably be very nice homes, no question. I think a very clear case has been made by our staff planning and by Andy that you do have density across the street with Village 4. You have cluster lots to the south. How the lots would be laid out, I guess, would be the big, you know, negotiation point. 29 could fit, 15 could fit, but that seems like that would be the next phase that comes to us as a tentative map. Not sure why there's so much echo, but so that will come back to Planning Commission for sure. Village 7, we are in a final map stage. It sounds like that's going to be recorded. The likelihood of that getting overturned and then 107 being there, that seems rather extraordinary. Is that realistic from a city standpoint? I mean, functionally, I probably have the biggest concern having visited this project site and spending time with the homeowners is they bought something that they feel they're not getting. That's unfortunately not a planning issue, but it's very much a civil issue. With the exception of the community space that I even recall Village 7 when the tentative map came to us, that the sales office was a commercial space. And so now it seems like maybe that's going to be raised 5 lots could go there. Realistically, is that happening?
Andy Durling again. So the sales center, which is in that little carve out in Village 7 there at the southwest corner. No, there's not plans to raise it, right? So what I tried to articulate, right, is that in planning for it, in the same way that the event center and the equestrian center had some sort of underlying residential density, it seemed appropriate turned off. If it failed to be something, right, then it has an ability to be something else. So the history of that, it is not a historical structure. It was built in, kind of the last 20 years or so. It was John Harrah's personal photo studio and garage and storage facility. It was then souped up, if you will, by the master developer as the sales center, and it has kind of a lot of the memorabilia that they obtained from John Harrah of his dad and the Harrah's hotel legacy. And so it's operated as really as professional office, the master developer's professional office for the last 10 plus years. So that's the history of that. If we included it as a clubhouse potential. If you had the scenario that Village 7 developed as 310 condos, yeah, it probably warrants that there needs to be another small, amenity, right, that would be specific to that use. But given how the whole project is developed at such a lower density, it's just not, there's going to be a little over 400 homes in Ranchera, and you've got a 12-acre club facility on the south side there in the event center. That seems pretty ample to me. And if you look at, in context of other communities, Somerset, Wingfield Springs, that have similar situations, it's actually more robust.
I suspect a few people have a difference of opinion in the room, but appreciate the feedback. Other questions? But this is really deliberation, so it's really amongst us for discussion.
Commissioner Williams, for the record. One thing I observed, there was a discussion by two individuals that separated their proposal. Okay, Dave and Christine. One thing that came to mind coming from the HOA world is a lot of the things that they were asking for are actually very easily accomplished under HOA control. And while they're begging the developer to do certain things like trees and fences and converting open space, when the development gets turned over to the HOA, which is then filled with homeowners, that's under their purview to change. And that's what the community entrusts the HOA to do, is improve common area spaces. And so I feel like to not mention that through this process, they're going to gain control, but also be able to fix some of the things that they're saying that they would like the developer to fix, just kind of had to be said. And I just come from that world. We do a lot of common area maintenance and common area upgrades, and we convert a lot of things on behalf of the community, but it has to be under the guise of an HOA, which is run by the residents. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there on those things, because those asks were very particular to upgrading what they currently have or refurbishing or adding to. So.
Commissioner Velto, deliberation.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll address where I see disputes in some of the required findings. Some of the facts that jump out to me as being most significant is the reduction in the total number of allowed units. While I am the type to tend to like more units and more housing, because I think that's good, I do see this as a major point of benefit potentially for what the homeowners are looking for. And given that there's kind of more of a reallocation of the density, not an increase in the total density, I think this fits within the broader PUD framework and is also compatible with what's adjacent to the area. I also am kind of compelled by this potential public benefit. I understand that as a city, we don't have any control over the HOA, but it sounds like with this amendment, it could potentially empower the homeowners to take control over the HOA. And I think Commissioner Williams explained potential benefits and ways that could end up addressing some of their concerns. I also think it's important to consider that the open space zoning was not really done as a formal conservation mechanism. Rather, it seems like it was an oversight. And given that it was always contemplated that there would be some sort of development, I'm less inclined to want to prevent changing that open space and want to and like the idea of it moving to housing units. So I guess in short, I can make the findings, and I think that the applicant has done some work to address some of the concerns of the neighbors. And I understand that there's probably things they could do more, but I think I'm satisfied and can make the findings to support the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jockman, so I'll say a few things. Obviously, there's been some discussion and deliberation about possibly modifying some of the number of units or the open space and so forth. The open space that's being referenced in Village 8 is right next to Bartley Regional Park. The applicant's clearly making an effort for access to be preserved to that park. The process within the county, while this is not under our purview, is remarkably arduous to get rid of a park like that one, which Commissioner Becerra, you touched on a little bit. So I feel like the applicant is making an effort to, and I touched on it earlier, that guiding principle of connectivity and access. They're making that effort to do that. When we talk about the number of units that would be approved as a part of this, like, I guess it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Things get dynamic. This is the application that's before us, and I'll speak to that. At this point, I feel comfortable making the findings with regard to what's before us tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Becerra, for the record, I think part of the concern I'm hearing from residents tonight and this meeting with them is that, and I do appreciate your comment, Commissioner Williams, on the HOA. And I think the concern is that by the time they might get control of the HOA, a lot of the key amenities that they seek to preserve or enhance may be gone for whatever reason, right, prior to their control. And so I'm just trying to strike a balance here where it's a win-win for all parties involved, the best that we can do within our purview. So that's kind of what I'm noodling on, so.
Yeah, Commissioner Del Villar, and again, I can see, I don't think anybody has issues necessarily with removing the public space from the equestrian, what was the equestrian area, and words like equestrian and horses and stuff like that. I think that the density is the question, and again, I know that you can't speak to the developer, and again, this is what's before us. But, again, could there be fewer homes? Could one of those lots be turned into a dog park? Those kinds of things. Those are just, some of the things that I'm thinking about. I mean, I think as it's presented, I think, I can find most of the findings. I'm still just kind of like Commissioner Becerra, just trying to figure out if there's some balance that can be found somewhere. Maybe not tonight. I mean, not that we're going to continue this.
Yeah, sure. I guess to build upon that, Commissioner Becerra, for the record, I think, ideally, I would have wanted the residents and the applicant to find some middle ground themselves. May not happen, as fellow commissioner mentioned, but I would implore, however this goes tonight, and undoubtedly there'll be some more conversations at council, would implore, the applicant to continue the conversation with the resident and find, some more middle ground based on what's been discussed and shared tonight, because I think there is some room, for a bit more give. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. And so if I do give a support on this evening, it will be with that reservation and that advice, I guess, those recommendations to continue to find some solutions together.
boy. Are you looking at me for a reason? No.
You're up.
I'm up. Oh, boy. So this one's another difficult one and an evening of difficult decision-making. I can support a change from PGOS to single-family. Again, the zoning was in place, but the master plan wasn't. I can, of course, support a cleanup of just changing numbers and moving the words equestrian. I'm really challenged by a community that feels that they are being intimidated. I've heard the words threatened. I've heard things that are just really unpleasant to hear about a city that's creating space for people to live and thrive, and that the residents feel that they move to a place that they don't have a voice, or that they aren't able to get the things that they need to feel that what they bought is what they're actually having. Unfortunately, we don't get to make those choices at this board. I will say, when you show something like access granted and then that's not followed through, or if something's labeled as community space and then it's not, that is an area where if those kinds of tensions arise, there should be concessions made, just in good faith of we're developing something so that we can have a good relationship. And so I too would like to see the developer continue those conversations and really hear out what the residents are feeling. And they've, I think, sort of clearly outlined 4 conditions that they want some response on. And so far, it sounds like it's just no, 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 no. So somehow between now and this will certainly go to City Council regardless of our Planning Commission decisions. I encourage and I implore everyone to have those conversations with hopes that there's resolution that doesn't end up in a courtroom somewhere someday. With that, I guess I'd look for a motion, and I'm not even committing to voting yes at this point. So that's where I stand.
Commissioner Jockman, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to adopt the master plan amendment by resolution and recommend that City Council approve the master plan and PUD amendments subject to conformance review by the Regional Planning Commission.
Commissioner Velto, I'll second.
Again, this is a supermajority vote because it is a master plan amendment. So all in favor?
We're not doing a roll call?
Do we need to do a roll call here? I guess maybe we do.
It's 5. Maybe.
Okay.
Commissioner Jockman?
Aye.
Commissioner Velto?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Becerra?
Yes.
Commissioner Del Villar?
No. But I'm not sure. I don't know which. I guess it would be compatibility is probably. It's just hard because it's like a PUD. So I'll just go with no because of compatibility.
Chair Romeyer?
I'm voting yes because I don't have a finding that I can really lean on here to vote no. And that's a tough place to be for us. I will say that with all of my personal reservations, I really hope you can come to a resolution before City Council. So it's approved, and I will read the appeal language. I need to read the appeal language again, okay. Any final action not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor, or a city council member, or a person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with the fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 business days, starting the day after the written notice of action is filed with the city clerk.
And just for a quick clarification, regardless of whether appeal is filed or not, this will move forward to the city council.
Closing the public hearing items and trying to get us out of here before Thursday. Let's go to staff announcements.
Do we want to skip over regional planning?
Oh, I'm sorry. Quick regional planning update. Dr. Jeremy Smith gave a very nice presentation on a deep dive about data centers. And I believe he's been asked to come give that same presentation at this joint city council and planning commission workshop. Oh, let's go to staff announcements.
Yes, and I will be as quick as possible, I promise. Just some quick council updates. On March 26th, the NDI office rezoning your recommendation was upheld by the council, and that was approved. Next week, on the 9th, the J Resort Festival Grounds and the One Up Commercial Row Bar appeals will be heard by the council at 6 p.m. Also, we will have a presentation coming up on the community survey that the city of Reno is doing by Chris Bradley with our policy and strategy department. So that will be coming on your future agendas. As I mentioned, the last meeting, the next meeting is fairly lengthy, or the next agenda will be fairly lengthy. Once we get through that, we'll bring our trainings back just in the interest of time. So, thank you.
Great. All right, suggestions for future agenda items, and I have one just based on the public comment we got at the beginning of the evening. I'm sure that nice woman is not listening any longer, but it would be nice to learn a little bit more about co-housing models and shared ownership models and some of these alternative housing approaches. Any other ideas?
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, just Mike, I was asked as well just by a resident about noticing, and if we can have like a presentation on what that looks like, particularly because they're renters, and I think this has been discussed at council at times too, that renters don't necessarily always get notified. It's the owners, and the owner might live in Arizona for all we know, and then they feel left out of the public input process. And so just seeing where we can improve that possibly, not just at this level, but at council.
Commissioner Joachim, so at the MRPA meeting last week where Commissioner Becerra and myself were both alternates, Mr. Smith mentioned to me that while Sparks and Washoe both have designated methods for identifying alternates in the event of an absence, Reno does not have that, and that makes his job difficult. He had to email everyone looking for somebody, and I'm not sure whose purview this is, if it's the planning commissions or if it's city council, but to make his life easier, it would be of value to identify a method. I'm not advocating for a certain method, just something for that to be more orderly in the future. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, let's go to any remaining public comment.
I do not have any public comment forms. We do not have any participants in the Zoom meeting who have their hand raised.
Fantastic. And the chambers are now empty, so I move to adjourn. Any seconds?
Let's wait 2 more minutes. Let's wait 2 more minutes. No.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye.